Because Dubs is 0. And it's just going to be him and Watson. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the NFL Draft Extravaganza Day 3. They often ask, who's going to carry the boats? We're going to carry the damn boats all day on Day 3, rounds 4 through 7.
Are you going to be hosting the entire show?
I ain't going to not.
You're a beast. Dude, you're a beast.
We're here. New Orleans is on the clock already. We got a big trade that's already come in. Las Vegas is at the 104. The pod here. We got Dario. We got Matty. We got Anand. We got Shervon. And, of course, we got the Action Jack Cavanagh. We're breaking some trade details. We're going to come back to him here in just a minute when we get the trade details in for the first pick for the New Orleans Saints. But, Podfather, we had a couple landing spots yesterday. Not very great running back ones. Is there anything you're excited about today in comparison?
I slept on it, right? I slept really good last night. It was amazing. Such a great day 2 of the NFL draft. And our stream was amazing. Our stream went off without a hitch. we had the best NFL draft stream for the second and third round on the internet. You can go back and rewatch it if you're just tuning in now. It was the best. I stand by it. And so I slept like a baby because a lot of preparation goes into this. To bring 13 people to a house in Kansas City and set up 4 different studio spaces, all the equipment that's necessary. This guy right here, I mean, this guy, he's running the show so smoothly, setting all this up. We're active on social media, got projection updates on Instagram, on Twitter, you name it. During that sleep, when I opened my eyes this morning, one name came to mind. One name alone.
Can I guess?
One name, and it's a name that is close to me because we watched him in Mobile.
Dog.
And he was so clearly the best. And he wasn't the first of the Senior Bowl wide receivers drafted.
Mm-hmm.
But when we were there, he was head and shoulders the best. And then an NFL team validated what we saw, validated our eyes in Mobile by drafting this guy in the second round, not the third round, not the fourth round, not the fifth round, where Stephon Diggs was drafted, the second round.
Yep.
And he goes to a team that has no veteran presence at the wide receiver position. He's going to slot immediately into the number 2 role as the number 2 pass catcher, the second option to Christian Watson in Green Bay. When I opened my eyes this morning, the first name that came to mind was Jayden Reed.
Is there a better situation for Jordan Love? We were up until about 3:30 this morning discussing this with Matty and Alex about Jordan Love and them not accepting his 5th-year option. And it was like, okay, well, he's due $2 million this year. $20 million is the option for 2024. And the question was, should they, opted in for that 5th year? Should they put his feet to the coals and make him earn it? Like, they put the talent around him. He should go and earn it, right? But the thing I had was like, okay, do they should internally know if he's the guy. If he's the guy, they would have already done it. I think putting Jayden Reed, you put Christian Watson, you got both these running backs, you got both these tight ends they drafted yesterday. I don't know if there's a better young core that you would want to put around a guy that is trying to elevate and be a quarterback.
The best way to find value at wide receiver in the NFL draft is to draft a wide receiver whose best year was not the previous year.
Yep.
If his best season was not the previous season, and he just happened to break out at age 18 as a freshman at Western Michigan, and then had to go through the transfer portal. And so who's one of those guys? Jordan Addison's one of those players. Okay? His best year was not his final season in college. Same thing with Jayden Reed, the dominator rating in the upper percentile. The breakout age was early. He has the 1,000-yard season as a sophomore. He has the 1,500 special teams yards. He checks the boxes that the breakout finder wants to see. He checks the boxes that scouts want to see, people in the Green Bay organization want to see. There's a reason why he comps to Stephon Diggs. That's not a best case comp. That's just his best comp, period. His closest comp in the database is Stephon Diggs. And he checks the boxes we love to see. And he's not 175 like a lot of these new age wide receivers that are coming in that we're talking ourselves into. No, he's a full-blown 190. The guy's rocked up.
I think we talked about him being comped to Stephon Diggs. And I know Nick Coder exited the building today, and he's the OG of comps. That comp, I mean, I love it. But Stephon Diggs was a 4th-round pick. Like, Jayden Reed's expected output now, I mean, I think – yes, he's 23 years old, but I'm excited.
5th round.
I'm a Viking fan too, and I knew that.
5th round. I'm telling you.
Golly,
there's no guarantee.
I'm so excited about Jayden Reed, dude.
There's no guarantee that a year from now, Christian Watson is ranked ahead of Jayden Reed in Dynasty. A year from now, we can go back and look at the Dynasty rankings and slap in our forehead thinking, all right, yeah, Christian Watson was real good at the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't the best,
mm-hmm.
right? Jayden Reed was the clear best against an incredible, one of the better cornerback groups to come through the Senior Bowl, right? He was the only one having success against these menaces at corner in Mobile. So I'm ready. My body is ready. Everything is ready now for Jayden Reed to ascend. He does have a Jordan Love problem. That is true. And if there were any kind of target competition beyond Christian Watson, non-rookie target competition, that may matter. But it doesn't. They're going to be throwing the ball. I know they're going to lean on the run, but they're going to have to throw the ball to be competitive, because Jordan Love's mistakes will end up leading to games where the team is losing, negative game scripts, and that will lead to yet more throwing. So that's the when you have a turnover prone quarterback, sometimes it ends up helping the wide receivers because the team ends up turning the ball over, getting behind, and then that quarterback is asked to then bring them back.
You saw
it's the catch-22 of the gunslinger quarterback.
The first Senior Bowl you went to was Jordan Love's Senior Bowl, right?
Yes.
It was Jordan Love, it was Jalen Hurts, and it was Justin Herbert.
Right. And most people left that Senior Bowl thinking Jordan Love was a better thrower of footballs than Jalen Hurts.
So there's a chance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a chance. And the team has evaluated him over the last couple of years and decided to trade Aaron Rodgers to the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
that's trust.
Jordan Love was not efficient in college, and he didn't go to some program that would, what was it, Utah State? Utah.
Yep.
So Utah State, is that a Mountain West or is that another one of these fake Pac-10 schools?
Mountain Whack right there.
That's a Mountain Whack team. Hey, Alex, Utah State, Mountain Whack or fake Pac-10? Fake Pac-12.
That's different than Utah. Why do you call Utah fake Pac-12?
Utah's a fake Pac-12. Yes, they're a fake. They're Dalton Kincaid goes to a fake Pac-12 school.
All right, we got a couple picks in here. Let's go through these couple picks that just came in. Then we'll fourth round. Nick Saldiveri from Old Dominion, not Zach Kuntz, but Nick Saldiveri, an offensive lineman, is best comparable to Brian Winters on PlayerProfiler.com.
I like the pick.
Is that on loop? The pick is on loop. That's cool.
What's wrong with that?
It was just looping.
How long was it looping?
Like 12 seconds.
That's good.
Double loop, triple loop.
Dude, we're starting the show.
We're looping.
We're looping. The pick is in.
And then the Raiders go back on the clock and they take Jacorian Bennett from Maryland. And the Raiders, they've got 5 selections now in the bank, and 3 of them are on defense. Byron Young from Alabama, big, strong defensive tackle. Tyree Wilson, massive edge rusher. And now they get a cornerback, which is one of the needs that was looked at in round 1. Maybe Christian Gonzalez, maybe Devon Witherspoon. Instead, they wait till the 4th round to take Jacorian Bennett. I got a question for you, Matt, though. We had this conversation. This was also part of this Jordan Love conversation, kind of deeper, because we talked about some deep wide receivers, in the wee hours of last night. And Trey Tucker was one of these guys for the Raiders. He goes in the late part of the 3rd round. When Trey Tucker walks into the building in Las Vegas next week or this week or whenever he does, is Hunter Renfrow going to be walking out as Trey Tucker walks in?
Trey Tucker's interesting.
He's good.
Trey Tucker's a
damn
good player.
He's damn good.
And he was basically the lesser version of Jayden Reed at the Senior Bowl. He was everything you were getting from Jayden Reed, except not quite as dynamic, not quite as big, not quite as athletic. Though in the athletic testing, he came out as a better athlete than Jayden Reed. That wasn't apparent in Mobile. He is an interesting player.
Can I ask you what you think Hunter Renfrow's contract is?
How much is Hunter Renfrow making? Tell me.
I think it's like $16 million per year right now.
Hunter Renfrow.
$16 million right now.
This is the Hunter Renfrow replacement.
Done. We do have another pick in, and this one is by the Philadelphia Eagles. The Philadelphia Eagles go right back down to Athens, Georgia, and they take cornerback Kelley Ringo, who at one point was mocked literally into round 1. Very raw, very large, 6'2", 200-pound cornerback, straight line guy, fast, runs in the 4.3s. But it's Georgia.
Wait, a 4.3 corner from Georgia is available in the 4th round?
He's nappy.
I know. So last night, Alex Dunlap comped Howie Roseman to John Nash, he of the Nash Equilibrium. and who Russell Crowe played in A Beautiful Mind. And it was an incredible reference. I was compelled to jump up off the couch and come over and talk more about it because it was such an incredible, just beautiful, just chef's kiss reference. Here's the thing. I don't think that's the movie that Howie Roseman is starring in the last 3 days. That's not it. Howie Roseman is playing or is being played by Jim Carrey. Okay. They're making a movie about the dream world of a general manager. Do you know that movie, Alex?
It's called where he lives inside of like a.
Yes, Jim Carrey is living inside a fake town, and everything is happening for his benefit.
What's the movie called again? The Truman Show. That's it.
Alex got it. It is The Truman Show. That's what this is. This is not A Beautiful Mind. This is The Truman Show. How this league is letting Howie Roseman do this is beyond my comprehension. That they're saying, hey, we have a clear best program in college football. They're getting all the studliest stud defensive players. The size, speed specimens are, for whatever reason, they were going to Alabama at one point, then they were going to Ohio State, then they were going to Clemson. Now they're going to Georgia.
And then they're going to Philly.
And so the producers behind the scenes that are writing and producing this movie are setting it up so that Howie gets all the players from that program, no matter which round he's drafting it. This is insane. And then they're all on rookie contracts for a team that was in the Super Bowl. How?
Depth piece too. They got James Bradbury, who was a guy that I think would be a good comp for Kelley Ringo in 2 years. Like Bradbury's a perfect guy to learn him as a bigger corner.
It's not like it's a secret.
Corner. Yeah.
Mel Kiper had him at the top of his board.
Yep.
It's on ESPN. What are you doing? This has to be a fake draft. We have Utah, a fake Pac-12 school, and this is now officially a fake draft. This is a simulation. And where no, it's serious. This feels like a simulation where this is just an elaborate prank to say, hey, we're going to get one general manager is going to get everything he wants, and all the other general managers look like fools.
All right, we got to pick in, and this goes to Chris Ballard, the other good GM. He takes a guy from a fake Pac-12 school as well, BYU.
Oh, one of the fakest.
Blake Freeland.
How many Pac-12 schools? Are there 25 Pac-12 schools now?
I think you're close.
I think there's 25 Pac-12 schools. Half of them are fake. The fakest one is Utah. Soon, Utah State's going to be in the Pac-12. Get ready for it, right?
Pac-20.
Yeah, they're just going to merge the Pac-12 with the Mountain Whack and just put them all together. Put all these bad teams with bad secondaries that just let any quarterback with any shred of talent just run up and down the field, throw wherever he wants, run wherever he wants. Be Zach Wilson. That was the last Truman Show.
That's the
analogy that's been used on this
headshot.
show. There's a reason why on PlayerProfiler.com, Zach Wilson's headshot is of Jim Carrey from the Truman Show. And now, if we had general manager pages, we'd have to switch it from him to Howie Roseman. This is a movie. This isn't real. How are they doing this?
You got me, dude. They got literally 5 dudes from the national championship team on their defense now. On their defense. Five defensive players from one of the greatest defensive teams in college football history. 5 of them. That's almost half of your defense from a national championship, best of all time defense.
And what's the one position that so many general managers, most notably the Patriots, have such a hard time figuring out, have such a hard time solving? And what teams have decided, you know what, we're going to stop trying to solve this position in the draft, and we're going to go ahead and trade for Stephon Diggs. And then Howie sees that, and he's like, okay, that's a good idea. I think we're going to stop dicking around with Jalen Reagors, and we're just going to trade for a known quantity at wide receiver and A.J. Brown. So they're signing the right guys. They're trading for the right guys. They're drafting the right guys. This is the head and shoulders above the rest, above the fray, managed organization. And the only reason they're not a Super Bowl winning team from last year is Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is all that stands in the way of consecutive Super Bowls over the next couple of years, given the roster construction and now how they're going to be able to leverage the salary cap, paying all these guys day 3 money for an elite size speed specimen from the national championship team.
I don't know what to tell you. Couch, do you guys got any takes for us from this Georgia defense? I mean, there's 5 players now going to Philadelphia. Howie's killing it. Chris Ballard's killing it. Let's send it over to the couch and see if the couch has got any thoughts, because I know that there's one guy over there. He's an Ohio State fan. I know he's watched a fair share of Georgia.
Yeah, I've seen my fair share of Georgia defenses in my day, and the 2021 version was probably the best college football defense I've seen since 2011 Bama. So if you're going to decide to build an entire defense out of a college football defense, you couldn't have picked a better one. But Matty, what do you think in terms of Philly just saying, hey, we're just going to rip off 2021 Georgia? It worked for them. It'll work for us.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to set up a Georgia South, Georgia North, that's the way you do it. You know, you get Jalen Carter in the beginning of the draft. You don't even have to give up pick 30 to do it. You don't have to give up future assets. You give a 4th round pick to move up. 1 pick. Then you wait at 30. The fastest linebacker in the class falls all the way to the back, Nolan Smith. You trade up, and there was a pretty significant draft capital, I think, to get Kelley Ringo. Kelley Ringo, now you got 3 studs in that offense, 3 crazy athletes from the Georgia defense. Ah, man, the NFC East, they are not going to be happy going up against this team. No way, no how. Jordan Davis is there already. Wait for him. N'Kobe Dean, are you kidding?
And the big concern, right, about Jordan Davis, leaving Georgia last year was what'll happen to their defensive line. Well, they don't rebuild. They reload at Georgia. There's just another freak and another freak and another freak. And heads up, there's a guy in the transfer portal that they just threw out, Bear Alexander, another 6'8", 300-something plus pound freak. They just sent him to USC because they didn't even need him. They didn't need him. 5-star recruit. They don't even care. They're just sending defensive tackles that would be the best player at top 15 programs in America. They're telling them, go find a new home. We don't need you. If you want to find out what an elite championship level defense looks like, just draft Georgia players. Ask questions later. Prosper. Who cares? Howie Roseman is doing whatever he wants to do right now, and nobody else can. Nobody can stop him, right? Like you're talking about. Jordan Davis has concerns. Nope, we'll take him. Jalen Carter. There are character concerns. Well, we'll put him next to his best buddy, Jordan Davis. Oh, and then, by the way, we'll take the player at 30 that we were going to take at 10 anyway, that we gave the Bears a 4th-round pick that we don't even care about. Why? Because we just drafted a potential 1st-round corner in the 4th round. What are we doing here, NFL? How many more guys are you going to give them? How many more free Georgia athletic freaks are you just going to hand to Howie Roseman so he can bury you in the sand for another decade?
Listen, in baseball, they have minor league teams, and guess what? The Eagles have turned the Georgia athletic program into their AAA ball club, and they're doing absolute numbers with it. And projections, are we just going to deflate every team that wants to run the football against these mountains?
That's all we have to do. Yeah, there's people are going to get like 2 yards of carry on this Eagles front now.
And if somehow, some way, Carter and Davis trip and fall, well, you got Nolan Smith and N'Kobe Dean chasing your ass down the field, looking to strip that ball. Oh. Guess what? If you get to the next level, Kelley Ringo's going to light you up. 6'2", 200 pounds, or the 4'3", 40. I mean, geez, Louise. I got to tell you, there's 3 programs that I just love, and I think they dominate their industry. Professional football, right now it's Howie Roseman dominating the draft. Number 2, the Georgia Bulldogs dominating college football. And number 3, the Player Profiler Team dominating draft coverage. Back to you over at the main desk.
All right, we got a bevy of picks that just came in. We're going to start out with pick 106. Blake Freeland, this massive athletic tackle, goes to the Colts at 106. At 107, at 108, Anthony Bradford goes to the Seattle Seahawks. 109, the Texans take edge rusher Dylan Horton from TCU. And then at 110, the Colts back on the clock. So they take Freeland, hyper athlete.
He's the second best athlete at the position in this draft class. How is he available? Chris Ballard,
listen here,
is so back.
Second most athletic offensive lineman. But at 110, they take Adetomiwa Adebawore from Northwestern, the most athletic player in the entire draft.
Dude, Chris Ballard, and the most athletic quarterback we've ever seen. Can't forget about that.
Question: do you think Chris Ballard maybe? I mean, he did draft Ashton Doolin.
I think Chris Ballard listens to the show, and he was ashamed of himself that he made these moves, especially with the quarterback position, desperation quarterback moves. Oh, we're going to solve our Carson Wentz problem by bringing in Matt Ryan. He listened to us. He said, I'm going to get back to basics. I'm going to go back to player profiler. I'm going to focus in again on athleticism, guys from small schools, and trust the profile. And that's what he's doing. He's not trading up. He's not making desperation free agent moves. This Blake Freeland pick, I just can't believe it. Pull up Blake Freeland on playerprofiler.com. Now, this is where, see, if you want to go tap in to a fake Pac-12 program, go there for your offensive lineman. That's where to go, right? Don't go there to draft your quarterback. Don't go there to draft some wide receiver that's going to bust for sure. Go there to get a Blake Freeland and just question the rest of the league. Mm-hmm. I feel it just, how and why are you allowing us to play you? Like, I would love to hear a conversation of Chris Ballard and Howie Roseman on the phone, just laughing, like the Scarface meme, right? Of the two guys, the two cartel leaders, just on the phone laughing.
I don't know if you're going to find a more athletic crew than what the Indianapolis Colts have done here. Richardson, most athletic quarterback of all time in the database. Julius Brents, 6'3", 198, 34-inch arms. Like, say what you want. He was this year's version of Tariq Woolen.
He was 6'3".
Josh
He's
Downs.
He's a 6'3" corner who was blotting out the sun at the Senior Bowl.
Josh Downs is short, but he's an athlete. He's a great route runner. Blake Freeland, top 15 offensive lineman as far as being athletic all time in the database. And then Adetomiwa Adebawore from Northwestern, most athletic defensive lineman of all time.
You're so good at talking.
I mean,
I can't believe how you can pronounce these names. I can say Blake Freeland. Blake Freeland. I can say Blake Freeland. I can't say that the guy.
I don't know if that's even how I say it. Adetomiwa Adebawore. I've tried it 150
Adetomiwa Adebawore.
I think you're there.
Oh, that was close. I'm trying.
Adetomiwa Adebawore. 449, 100th percentile across the board, 40 speed burst, 99th percentile legit. Like, this is him, and he's going here in the 4th round. We talked to people in Indianapolis that said that they preferred drafting him over drafting Kalijah Kancey, who went in round 1, and you get Adebawore here in round 4.
Whoa. Wait, let me get this straight. Well, hold on.
Value based.
The Colts got both Freeland and Adebawore?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Wait a second. Ballard's giving Howie Roseman a run for his money here.
Athletes.
It is not clear. It is not clear to me. It is not obvious to me that Howie Roseman is actually the best general manager in this draft right now. I think that you could make an argument very easily that Chris Ballard's having the best draft.
I would say from an athleticism standpoint, he's definitely got the most athletic draft.
This is great. Congratulations, Colts fans. Hey, the Jaguars better watch out. They're like, oh, we hit on Trevor Lawrence. We can just draft Tank Bigsby and punt picks. Be careful, Jacksonville. Be very careful thinking you just punt picks, luxury running backs, irrelevant players that can't affect the outcome of the game, because all the Colts are doing in your division is drafting the best possible player to affect the game especially when opposing teams are throwing and when they themselves are throwing. That's when the game tilts and wins become losses and losses become wins.
The pick is in for two teams, the Browns and your Patriots. The Browns 374 pounds with a 36.5-inch arm length. Best compared to Mekhi Becton because there's quite literally only 3 people in the entire database that are close to him. Mekhi Becton, Orlando Brown, Daniel Falele. That's about it. Trent Brown might be, but I think Trent Brown's a little bit lighter. DeJuan Jones from Ohio State goes to Cleveland. They got Siaka Ike from Baylor earlier and Cedric Tillman. Just big dudes all around. 6'4" wide receiver, 350-pound D tackle, 375-pound left tackle or right tackle. DeJuan will probably end up playing right tackle. But Cleveland, I feel like they're just going to ground and pound.
Size matters in Cleveland. They want size.
Size matters.
Here's the thing. If you're a giant tackle from Ohio State and you fall to the 4th round, you're not going to be anything. Spoiler alert, you're not. There's no way. There's no way a Clemson, Alabama, Ohio State, left tackle, edge rusher, corner, wide receiver falls to the round 4 and becomes a goddamn thing. It's the Deion Kane. Remember Deion Kane?
Oh, my God.
Deion Kane was a wide receiver from Clemson, and he had in his tape, he looked smooth on tape, right? He's kind of like Josh Palmer, average in every way, but had some smoothness on tape. And so you can get how people can get infatuated with him. Yet the league was like, no. He falls to the 6th round, and it happened to be the Colts drafting him. And at the time, I was like, that's the worst possible pick, because if all these scouts that have been watching Clemson all these years could not find a way to convince their general manager to draft a starting wide receiver from Clemson before the 6th round, when you finally push the button on that guy, it's a dead pick.
Mm-hmm.
It has there's no chance. The only way you can hit on a pick like that is if a guy has somehow been derailed in his career or is from a small school, when you're going to go wide receiver in the 6th round, or say a Julian Edelman having him convert from quarterback. There has to be some extenuating circumstance where it would make sense. And you could actually tell yourself a story about how this guy could, rise up out of the primordial soup of the wide receiver position and become a contributor. Deion Kane could never. It was an impossibility. So in this case with DeJuan Jones, I think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating to see what he ends up being. It's a developmental project. I get what the Browns are thinking. They see somehow, some way, a path for him playing right tackle in the league with the proper development. Orlando Brown ran a similar 40, like a 5.5 40. Lacked the athleticism, but he just had otherworldly size. And at some point, all you care about is, hey, we're just going to bring in the mound of clay that weighs 370 pounds, and we're going to see what we can do with it. We're going to try to develop him for a couple of years, and then we're going to cut him loose if nothing comes of it. But so while I believe the chances are very low he does a goddamn thing, I still appreciate the process of taking a swing on a guy knowing most players drafted in day 3 are busts.
Mekhi Becton went 11th overall. Orlando Brown went in the 3rd round. Trent Brown went in the 7th round. And DeJuan Jones goes here in the 4th. We also saw a player very, very similar stature, very similar situation. He went down to the Senior Bowl. Daniel Falele last year from the University of Minnesota go 4.05. We're sitting here in the exact same area.
How is Falele doing? Is he starting for Baltimore yet?
No.
Is he going to?
No. So that's what you have to think about. You had the hits with the Orlando Browns. You had the hits with the Mekhis and the Trent Browns.
Wait, Mekhi Becton's not a hit.
He lost 50 pounds. It's still open. It's still open-ended on Mekhi Becton. It looks like he's still going to get an opportunity. I don't really think it's going to be a hit, but there's still an opportunity for him to play at a mediocre level.
Okay. There's an opportunity for mediocrity there.
But he was a first-round pick. It's a little different, right? Like the opportunity is still given to him as being an overweight offensive tackle, 390 goddamn pounds. Like there's going to be opportunity given to you. All right, dude, lose 50 pounds. We know the talent is there. Whereas like Dwan, he's 375 pounds. He's a 4th-round pick. They're much more likely to just say, one strike, you're done.
No, this is where you place bets on these types of players. I just wish he was from a smaller school. I wish there was a little less attention on him. Then you could tell yourself a better story.
All right, so we're not going to gloss over your Patriots because they had a good draft started here, right? They went Christian Gonzalez round 1, Kyan White round 2, Marty Mapu from Sac State round 3. They take an Andrews to play center.
Okay,
heard that before. David Andrews played center for
what do we like? What do we like about the round 3 picks, the round 4 picks so far from the Patriots? Troy and Sacramento State.
Yep.
That's what you have to do. You have to find a center from some small school who's under the radar, who a lot of scouts are not even paying attention to. That's the move. So I like the Patriots draft. This is a quality draft. They got value on Christian Gonzalez, value on Keon White. Now they're mining the small school database.
Mm-hmm.
And now we see this Chad Ryland.
Chad Ryland is a kicker from Maryland.
Okay.
So I think this one thing that this does do is this does say, okay, well, they do have 2 more 4th-round picks, but they just took a kicker over any potential running back.
And they traded up to do it.
So it sounds like we're kind of in trouble with Roschon Johnson. We're kind of in trouble with Israel Abanikanda, like a bunch of these running backs. We've now seen 2 kickers go off the board to teams like San Francisco and New England who could both, use a little depth. And our buddy Roschon's still out there. So I don't really know where to go with that, but I'm not excited.
Roschon and Abanikanda.
Yeah.
Those are going to be the 2 biggest rookie rankings adjustments for Player Profiler.
Fuck. Clark Phelps from Utah. Fake Pac-12 school right here. Clark Phelps goes to the Atlanta Falcons, where the Atlanta Falcons also just got Jeff Okudah. They got A.J. Terrell. They just let Casey Hayward go. They have Isaiah Oliver on the roster. Clark Phelps was a guy getting pushed into round 2. He had a bad process, combine, pro day, got pushed down. He goes here in round 4. Again, one thing we do know and we do learn over the course of the few years is round 4 is where these guys want to take shots on development, traits, projections, upside, and Clark Phelps does fit the mold as a guy who does have upside to be a 2nd-round base talent, late 1st-round base talent, but he goes here round 4 to the Falcons.
No skill position players.
No. Actually, we got another pick here in. Not skill. It's a guard. Chandler Zavala goes to the Panthers from NC State, Raleigh, North Carolina, stays in state, goes to Charlotte to play for the Panthers. Cool thing about Zavala is he actually played with Ike Ekwonu at NC State last year, and now they're teammates again in Carolina. So Carolina's doing the right thing. Again, no offensive, talent, no wide receivers, no running backs have went off the board so far here in round 4. We're 13 picks in. And just to give you a recap, it's been tackle, corner, tackle, center, guard, edge, tackle, corner, guard, kicker. So literally all offensive line, defensive line, and cornerback. This is where, this is where you're going to see, this is a lot of dudes. Blake Freeland, 2nd round. Kelly Ringo could have went 2nd round. And
the Chicago Bears need a running back.
Oh, my God. Roshan.
He's a starter. He's a day 1 starter. Oh my!
You love to see it.
Love to see it. He's a bear. He's a bear.
And he's coming to Chicago.
Yeah. Roschon Johnson, roar. Roar, Sean Johnson. Yeah, roar.
Welcome to Chicago, buddy.
Roar, Sean.
Welcome to Chicago.
Yes.
Yes, let's go. Love this.
What a landing spot, too, Cody.
We're not correcting the ranking. Not dead yet.
Not dead.
Not dead
Yeah.
yet.
Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Not dead yet.
Well, he's not dead yet.
He's not
Not
dead.
all the way
He's not totally dead.
Justin Fields, Khalil Herbert, Deontay Foreman.
Deontay Foreman. Who cares? He's better than.
I know.
Deontay Foreman in every way on day one.
Yes.
Look, they're hyped. Let's go.
They're hyped.
They're back.
Listen.
They're hype.
Billy Muzio, he was on the game plan today. He taught me about outs in fantasy football. There are a number of outs to get Roschon on the field, baby. We love it.
Yeah, I got to hear from Alex Dunlap. Alex Dunlap follows the Texas Longhorns very closely. He knows Roschon intimately. Well, not intimately. Not intimately.
Yeah, and I also know Deontay, man, from a long time ago. I think that with the current form of Deontay Foreman, all of a sudden things got a little bit tougher for Deontay. Things get a little bit tougher for Khalil Herbert because you have a guy now in Roschon Johnson that, if you can imagine a blend sort of between those two guys as far as the roles they were expected to take on this year, Roschon takes a little bit out of each one of those roles. So it's like, I mean, it could turn out to be, by the end of the season, it could turn out to be that, you know, Roschon is the running back that we're talking about coming back into the 2024 season that's going to be the lead guy.
Rookie drafts, Alex Dunlap, you're on the clock. Roschon Johnson or Zach Charbonnet?
I think I'm putting it together right now. I don't know yet. I think my
Roschon Johnson or Zach Charbonnet?
my initial lean.
Roschon Johnson or Zach Charbonnet?
Dude, I'm just looking at this shit from last year.
Roschon Johnson or Zach Charbonnet?
It feels like last year, whenever you shit on me for this, where I put Damian Pierce over James Cook. It feels like it could be like that again.
Roschon or Zach Charbonnet?
I'm leaning Roschon. Right?
Oh! Hey-oh! Back to you, Cody.
You know, people always ask me, hey, what is the World Series of fantasy or the Super Bowl of fantasy football? And it's easy. It's the FFPC, the Fantasy Football Players Championship. It's a $6 million prize pool. And they've had their Never Too Early Best Ball leagues cranking since February. And so the FFPC is the answer to so many questions. Hey, where's the best place to get a Dynasty Orphan? Well, you can adopt a Dynasty Orphan at the FFPC. That's why we partner with them. If you want to play fantasy football for low, medium, high stakes, seasonal, best ball, dynasty, go to the FFPC. And don't forget, promo code Underworld to get you $25 off your first team. $25 off your first team, no matter what team it is, no matter what format it is, at the FFPC. Go do it.
Yo, we are back. Appreciate all you guys. Stay tapped in on YouTube. Day number 3 right here. We're in the middle of round 4. We finally got that skill position. Roschon Johnson.
We did it. We did it. I feel bad for Khalil Herbert, man. Khalil Herbert was coming into this draft in a similar position to Tyler Algier, not a bona fide workhorse in the league, but thrust into that position at times last year and was productive, was efficient, showed an all-purpose skill set, was a great value where they drafted him by bringing in Deontay Foreman. Maybe, possibly that's just the meat shield that Khalil Herbert needed to avoid real competition from the NFL draft. Day 1, day 2, day 3, we're into the 4th round. He's so close. Like he could see the finish line. He gets through the 4th round. It's over. Khalil Herbert's the starter.
Mm-hmm.
He's the workhorse. With, of course, you have the breather back of Foreman mixing in, but it's all about Herbert, and he'd be an incredible value. Now, on day 1 of camp, Khalil Herbert's going to look up and know.
He's going to say, holy shit.
By the end of that first practice, he's going to know that he's not the best running back on the Bears.
Is Khalil Herbert in? Is he kind of like close to Bijan Robinson? You think?
Yeah, you need a Bijan level talent to hold down Roshan Johnson. Khalil Herbert ain't that.
He ain't that. He ain't that. Roshan Johnson from day one, he's going to walk in just like he walked into Mobile, Alabama, and took over as the alpha in the room. Interviews, on field, everything. Day one, there was one alpha in that building, and it was Roshan Johnson. And as we talked to Alex Dunlap for the last 2 years, he talks about the locker room. Who's the heart of the team? The heart of the team is Roshan Johnson. It's not Bijan Robinson.
You see how happy the
Ryan Poles was jacked.
That Ryan Poles and company in that Bears war room, that was legit enthusiasm for a running back, Roshan Johnson. I haven't seen that level of enthusiasm since, well, I guess since the Seattle Seahawks drafted Charbonnet.
So
wait, what was the fist pump that we saw where the running back that was drafted earlier?
It wasn't it?
That was the Gibbs pick. No, the Gibbs.
Oh, it was
pick.
Gibbs because they said
Remember Brad Holmes?
Brad Holmes took
And
Gibbs.
the fist pump.
Like it was surprised that he was there.
I can't believe I got Gibbs. Right. That's what that was reminiscent of the Brad Holmes, Jahmyr Gibbs enthusiasm.
As much as we look at Khalil Herbert, let's do the little thought process right here. All right. So Khalil Herbert started his career off not at Virginia Tech, but at Kansas, and he couldn't beat out Puka Williams. 175-pound running back, right? So he goes to Virginia Tech. He breaks up his 5th year, has 1,000 yards. Cool. Goes to the NFL, 4th, 5th round. Goes to the Bears. Deontay Foreman had a 2,000-yard rushing season at Texas. Goes to the NFL, tears his Achilles, goes to Carolina, plays with Chuba. Can't completely take that job away from Chuba. So we get
Chuba
Foreman.
played better.
That's what I'm saying. So he can't take the job away from Chuba, and Khalil Herbert couldn't take the job away from Puka. Khalil Herbert was playing with David Montgomery. Couldn't really take the job away from Montgomery. It was a 50-50 split. Deonta and Herbert are now there. Roshan's going to take this job over under 6.5 weeks before he's the lead back in this.
Well, we're going to throw it we're going to have Billy and Dario talk about this. They're going to have to put their heads together. I would go under on that. I would think within a month of the season, 4 weeks, it's going to take Roshan. It's just this is the thing in real life with real football. What's going to end up happening is that in all these drills throughout camp and throughout preseason, who's going to be taking care of the football? Roshan Johnson. Right. Who's going to be standing up in pass pro? It's going to be Roshan Johnson. And then at some point, there's going to be some key possession. Khalil Herbert's going to put the football on the ground, and that's going to be a wrap.
You look at the running backs in this rookie class right now. You got Bijan to Atlanta. You got Jahmyr Gibbs to Detroit. You got Charbonnet to Seattle. Devon Achane to the Miami Dolphins. Kendre Miller to New Orleans. Tyjae Spears to Tennessee. Tank Bigsby to Jacksonville. And Roshan Johnson to the Chicago Bears. Bijan and Gibbs, 1, 2, 3. You got Kendre to New Orleans. Charbonnet to Seattle. Achane to Miami. Or Roshan to Chicago. Where are you going?
No, Roshan Johnson is a clear top 5 pick. Check out our rookie rankings, playerprofiler.com.
Wait, top 5
They're
pick?
updated. Top 5 running back pick.
Okay.
Top 5 running back pick. Top 5 pick in actual rookie drafts? No way.
No. But what I'm saying is, where are you putting him in that right now? If I said, all right, Matt, you're drafting today, right now.
He's a top 5 running back pick.
Come on, give me the answer.
We're going to get it figured out and have the rankings updated. Don't worry. I'm drafting him ahead of Charbonnet.
He's beating around the bush.
Drafting him ahead of Tank Bigsby. I'm drafting him ahead of players that were selected before him in the NFL draft.
Devon Achane. Drafting him at RB3.
Am not going to be selecting him ahead of Devon Achane.
Yep,
yet.
You are. I am.
The question's going to be Kendre Miller. I like the situation a lot better than Roshan. Like, think about Roshan and Kendre Miller. Kendre Miller and Roshan Johnson are two of the more similar running backs, right? They're both alphas that have displaced existing incumbent running backs, right? Or had the potential to displace existing incumbent running backs. So Kendre Miller did that with Zach Evans. Roshan Johnson would have done that had it not been Bijan Robinson, right? And similar skill sets. These guys, we know they're great between the tackles. We know they can stand up in pass protection, but also underrated receivers. So they're similar. Now, what's the difference? Well, the difference is Roshan has Justin Fields. Right. Roshan is going to be able to take advantage of that Alfred Morris corollary where Justin Fields is going to be freezing linebackers. There'll be wider running lanes. Chicago has had one of the best drafts. I mean, we keep talking about Roseman. We keep talking about Chris Ballard, Ryan Poles, right?
Great draft.
I mean, he could be the third, especially when you factor in the big trade down with Carolina, the third best.
Hey guys, we're trying to do a show over here. All right.
All this talking in the background, I can't hear myself think. I don't even know what the hell I was saying. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm going to go Roshan Johnson over Kendre Miller. Situation's better. Come on in. Come here, Billy. I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta go yell at the couch.
Hey.
All right. The projections are in. So Herbert, it definitely affects Herbert, right? It affects Donta Foreman. It affects, now we have a three-headed beast inside this backfield. The original projections had Herbert at 31 with this addition here of Roshan. It moves him all the way to running back 41. Foreman was at running back 45, who was projected to see the goal line carries, was projected to see a lot of the 1-2 down work, is now moving to running back 61. Roshan comes in right now as running back 48, right? I project him roughly for about 27% of that. And so there's a lot of carries going to the quarterback. There's a lot of carries still going to Herbert. There's still a lot of carries going to Foreman, but Foreman projects to be the third running back on the field now. But when you have a mobile quarterback like this, it's tough for you to divide this pie much more than 30% to any given running back when you have 25 to 26% of the rush share going to the quarterback. So it puts Roshan around Jamal Williams' range, Swift, depending upon if he's traded or not traded, and really close to Zach Charbonnet as well, because there's only two backs inside that backfield.
When you're breaking down the dichotomy of this backfield, you said it's just tough to give anybody 30%, right? But bringing in another back, it seems like they're probably going to be cognizant of Fields' abilities to stay healthy, and which is what we see with Josh Allen right now. He got hurt. Now he's like, okay, I'm going to rush less. We saw what Fields could do over Iraq last year, and now they bring in a Roshan. They got a Herbert. They got a Deontay. They got these big hog mollies that can literally just
there's no need to run them,
pound them. So when you think about which one of these guys would which one of these guys, if you're drafting right now, do you think the value is going to be there now versus the fall?
So I think the value is still going to be Roshan. I think Herbert is still going to be involved.
Yeah.
I think
they're all going to be involved.
They're all going to be involved, but I think Roshan has a little bit of what each of these guys have, but I also think that it hurts Donta Foreman the most, right? He's going to be the odd man out. And maybe at first Roshan is earning his touches. He's earning his trust in the coaches, but this is going to be his backfield in the future. The problem is just like we said, we initially had 26.5% of the rush share going to Fields. Fields just dropped to quarterback 6-7 in the rankings because we're expecting him now to lose some of these touches, because now you have three capable backs who are capable of running on goal line, running on short yardage, are also able to bounce it outside. I mean, now they have a lot of options in the running game. And like you said, they don't need to run Fields into the ground now. They just upgraded the passing game. They're hoping to be more efficient in that manner. So I would not be surprised to see Fields' efficiency kind of reduce, his opportunities reduce, and it moved him down in the quarterback rankings as well. So I love the landing spot because this gives Roshan an opportunity to make an impact in year one as a rookie.
You ain't got to tell me twice. So when you look at it, you just looked at the Bears. Did you look at him in comparison to these other rookies?
Yeah, so he's actually like a couple spots behind Charbonnet, and just because it's now a two-headed beast
versus three-headed.
versus 3-4 if you include
and
the quarterback.
Yeah.
Come on.
And so it's from an opportunity standpoint and how you'd slice this pie, right?
That makes sense.
I'd rather have a bigger chunk of a pie when you look at Charbonnet. And we know that Charbonnet is a legit 3-down back, has the opportunity to eat into Walker's opportunity as well. I think it's very close. We're within a couple spots, and it's only it's only the beginning. It's only the end of the draft. We have all camp to figure this out.
But you're looking at 2023, right? So in Dynasty, when the Dynasty rankings come out, don't be surprised if Roshan is actually the guy ahead, because he doesn't have Kenneth Walker in his backfield.
Oh, absolutely. I think that this actually catapults Roshan up Dynasty rankings, and I think people will be more in line where we currently have him.
Seasonal Charbonnet,
and
Dynasty Roshan.
And I would argue that
It's close.
When it's going to matter the most, you probably want to have Roschon. Like,
because he's going to be.
you're going to be down the stretch.
Yep.
He's going to be overtaking this backfield from Foreman. He's going to earn his reps. He's going to earn the trust of the coaches. They're going to start leaning on the rookie. I think you're going to want to own Roschon in 2023 when it matters most. And I think it is a real discussion now for Dynasty. And you're going to notice all the sites coming up to where we had Roschon to begin with.
All right, we're going to go through these 4 picks. We're going to kick it over to the couch. The Green Bay Packers take defensive lineman from Auburn, Colby Wooden. Again, we got another line of defensive linemen and offensive linemen and DBs going off this whole entire 4th round, except for the kicker and Roschon. City Sow, Eastern Michigan, offensive lineman, offensive guard, big wide guy. He's going to be playing guard next to Jake Andrews for the New England Patriots. Again, they take Strange last year in round 1. They got City Sow now, Jake Andrews earlier. They're building from the inside out. This is going to be a run-based team. They have not taken a running back yet. Ramondre Stevenson, is he RB7? Maybe. Billy says yes. They're building on the inside out. I like it. Braden Daniels from Utah goes to the Washington Commanders, and Chamari Connor goes to Virginia Tech to Kansas City to play safety. Let's go over to the couch, though, because I know they got a couple. They probably don't have any hot takes, but they got takes.
All right, controversy brewing among the analytics team at Player Profiler. Controversy brewing. I have the machine here. I have Dario. We've been looking at the projections, running them through the models and the machines and the computers and everything. We're computer learning models, learning machine models, everything. And this idea that you would ever rank Zach Charbonnet or even project Zach Charbonnet ahead of Roschon Johnson this year, I think is pure silliness. I don't agree with Billy, but I'm not the king of the numbers like Dario. I want to hear it from Dario. Zach Charbonnet versus Roschon Johnson. Who you got?
In terms of pure projected points, right now, it has to be Charbonnet.
What? Come on! No!
But
No! Take him back to the dungeon! Take him back in the game machine!
But Roschon's upside is infinitely higher because Kenneth Walker is an elite running back. Significantly.
You said infinitely.
You can't take it back.
Significantly higher upside for Roschon Johnson. Where he lands in the rankings could be ahead of Charbonnet. But in terms of the projected points, you have to lean towards Charbonnet right now.
Wrong. If you're on Underdog, you're drafting for a best ball championship, best ball mania, who you got?
Probably Roschon. We'll see where their ADP
Woo! Hey. Rookie drafting. Roschon or Zach Charbonnet?
Leaning Roschon, too.
Oh. Woo! Last one. Roschon Johnson or Kendre Miller?
I'm still going Kendre.
Wrong. That's fair. Back to you.
The answer is always Roschon. I got my partner back right here. The answer is always Roschon. Kendre's an interesting one, though, because Kamara is still currently there. Jamal Williams is still currently there. I love Kendre, but the argument for him over Roschon right now.
No, it doesn't make sense. There's real potential for this Bears offense starting this year. We're years away from the New Orleans Saints offense, becoming what it was under Breeze, if it ever gets to that point again. So you can talk about, look at Alvin Kamara as a rookie. Look at Alvin Kamara. Well, Alvin Kamara is still a Saint. He's going to be back as well. So there's no one at an Alvin Kamara level talent on this Bears roster. There's some guys. Dante Foreman, God bless him, right? The guy came back from a ruptured Achilles. He grinded his way through it. He earned his spot in the NFL, had to re-earn it, did it, right? Khalil Herbert, late day 3 pick, right? Old prospect, came in and earned it. And unfortunately, this is one of the great meritocracies in our society that if you're good, not great in the NFL, your job is always at risk. And Roschon is a lot closer to great than he is good.
Yes. I appreciate all you guys tapping in right now on YouTube. Click that like button, click that subscribe button. We really appreciate all 250 you guys hanging out with us on this Saturday. It's Saturday morning. There's some real degenerates that sit here and watch the NFL draft on Saturday morning drinking coffee.
They wanted to see Roschon get picked in our reaction. That's what they wanted. And we gave them what they wanted. Now, the real debate is, I think we've decided here, the consensus is that we prefer Roschon to Kendre Miller in Dynasty, and we prefer Kendre Miller in seasonal leagues, in high stakes, at the FFPC, on Underdog. These are our preferred fantasy platforms. What about Roschon Johnson versus Devon Achane? I would love to patch in Theo Greminger. Theo Greminger had to fly out early to babysit children today, so he's doing great work. So wherever he is, I'm sure he's having a great time. Not as good as the time as we're having, of course, but we should call him and we should try to patch him in. I want to get his expert opinion on Devon Achane versus Roschon Johnson. I think the industry is going to be clear that it's all about Achane. It's going to be a wide gap in the projections for year one. I agree with that. Actually, it makes sense to me. There's great upside with Achane, especially in year one. But longer term, a small straight line runner, especially one of these guys that plays one of these stretch zone running schemes where the injury rate for running backs is just incredibly high. I wouldn't be surprised if next year Roschon overtakes Achane because his role grows where Achane's plateaus, and Achane's fragility, given his size, is exposed where Roschon is 220 pounds, and he's going to come into the league as one of the most durable rookies on day one.
So you bring up the Devon Achane question. Last night, because we had 12 people in this house, we did a 12-man mock draft, and we ran through where these guys would land. And we can put this link for this sleeper draft in the chat. Running back 3 was Kendre. I took him at the 107. Running back 4 was Devon Achane at the 8. 9 was Tyjae Spears. Charbonnet was next at running back, and then Roschon. If you were selecting Achane or Miller, are you going Achane? That's what it sounds like to me.
This is tough. I think in a win now team, I want Achane for this year for sure. I also think that Achane is going to have more trade value in the short term. So it's just a safe pick to go Achane. But I honestly think that for their careers, if I'm thinking about it objectively, when you game out how these two players' careers are likely to unfold, Roschon Johnson could double, triple the number of fantasy points in his career of Devon Achane, just based on how players that look like these two running backs drafted in the rounds that they got drafted, how their careers end up playing out. So much more often than not, it's the Roschon Johnson who's still commanding touches, Melvin Gordon-like out to age 28, 29, and a guy like Devon Achane flashed for a year or two and then wasn't heard from again.
We've got 4 more picks in 5, actually. A lot of offensive linemen, defensive linemen, linebacker. Carter Warren from Pittsburgh goes to the Jets here in round 4. Ventrell Miller, inside linebacker from Florida, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. John Gaines, a guard from UCLA, goes to the Arizona Cardinals. Cameron Young, a defensive tackle from Mississippi State, goes to the Seattle Seahawks. Offensive line, defensive line, offensive line, defensive line, D-back. And then at pick 124, Tavius Robinson, Murphy McGuire is the agent for Tavius Robinson. Shout out to him from Octagon. Edge rusher Tavius Robinson goes to the Baltimore Ravens here. Again, edge, offensive line, defensive tackle. I want to see some running backs and some receivers.
In this particular round, what you want are small school players. Who was the last small school player drafted in that group? It was Bill Belichick, right? It was
City Sow from Eastern Michigan, just based on the principle that you're going to get more value by going small school player around 3, 4, 5. That was likely the best pick of the group. Bill is deep in these small school dudes. Cole Strange last year, City Sow this year, Jake Andrews from Troy. We talked about this a minute ago, but he's building inside out and he's doing it the right way.
City Sow's a guard. That's perfect. That's exactly what you want. Do you think that every NFL team has the book on City Sow, guard from Eastern Michigan, and feels confident about their evaluation on that player? No. Are all these teams well aware of every player that's any relevance whatsoever on Auburn? Yes. So where are you going to get the... Thank you.
The pick is in, and the Los Angeles Chargers went offense. They drafted a weapon. We finally got one.
Whoa.
Remember they took Quentin Johnson in the first round?
Uh-oh, another receiver.
From TCU. Darius Davis. Darius Davis goes here in round 4 ahead of Trey Palmer.
I disagree with that pick.
But this is the thing, is they had Quentin Johnson and Darius Davis at TCU playing with Max Dugan. They're probably going to take Dugan in probably the 6th round or something like this. Darius Davis, though, speed, burner. He was a guy at the Senior Bowl that the tier at the Senior Bowl was Trey Tucker, it was Darius Davis, and it was Tank Dell. And Tank Dell was the better route runner. Tucker was the consistency. We've seen both these guys go off the board already, and now Darius Davis goes. This is the exact order that they should have went off the board in. Darius Davis comped himself to Tyreek Hill as well. All these little guys do that's the wrong Darius Davis.
There's another Darius Davis in the league
from the TCU Horned Frogs. Darius Davis, though, very agile guy, great punt returner, had a lot of punt return, kick return touchdowns at TCU. Dynamic player, and I think he brings that dynamism to the Los Angeles Chargers.
Classic 4th round wide receiver, a guy that has versatility, special teams ability.
Remember Joe Reed?
This is what NFL teams that actually have to fill out real rosters and not play fantasy football. This is what they do.
Yep.
They had a need for a special teamer.
Yep.
That was reliable with speed, runs a 4.36. So they already have his teammate. They clearly trust their evaluations from TCU. They probably have some connections with the program. It makes sense. The guy capped out at 531 receiving yards. He's not going to be a fantasy producer. He's not going to be that.
Yep.
Okay. There are many more faster, more productive Travis Benjamin types in college that come to the NFL and they become special teams players than even Darius Davis. So that's what Darius Davis is. This is a special teams pick. This is not something to get excited about for fantasy football. That's what it is. And just realize that this is how NFL teams operate. In round 4, round 5, round 6, they're filling out their rosters just like what we talked about with Seattle. The reason why that I'm more bearish on Zach Charbonnet than almost anybody is my fundamental belief that they don't have any intention of throttling Kenneth Walker, that the Seattle Seahawks looked at their roster and said, we have a glaring need at RB2. We need a backup for Kenneth Walker. It's simply a hole in the roster, and we're filling holes in the draft with the guys we have greatest, highest at various points, and we're not as worried about trading down and squeezing as much value positionally out of every pick. We're not the Colts. We're not the Eagles. We're not the Bears. We're the Seahawks. This is what we do. We just pick where we pick. And sometimes we stay put in the 2nd round, the late 2nd round, and we end up with DK Metcalf. And sometimes we make the pick of our highest graded player in the middle of the 2nd round, and it happens to be Zach Charbonnet, and he's going to command no touches because he's going to be behind a superior running back in every way in Kenneth Walker. So just because you draft a player does not mean that you intend to make him fantasy relevant. You are filling needs or perceived needs in the roster throughout the 3 days. That's it sounds obvious, right? That's the most obvious statement in the history of NFL draft streaming. Thanks a lot, Podfather. But that kind of context actually matters when you're sitting down and thinking about, what do I want to do with Kenneth Walker? Mm-hmm. Am I a panic seller of Kenneth Walker? Am I going to go trade for Kenneth Walker? I think this is a buying opportunity for Kenneth Walker because I don't see the signal that other people see that now Kenneth Walker's opportunity share is massively threatened. Do not see that at all. Just like I don't see Darius Davis as any kind of threat to Quentin Johnston or even Josh Palmer. He's not. They have him for a reason. He's going to be a punt returner. They feel like they need that position. They don't have anybody to do that. Jalen Guyton is no longer going to be on the team, even if he was scheduled to be on the team this year. This is the end of Jalen Guyton, and that's what this pick means.
I don't care. Like you said, Darius Davis, always a special teamer. He's a great special teamer, great punt return, great kick return. But it's going to give you that electricity. It's the Kene Nwangwu pick this year, but it's a receiver instead of a kick of a running back. That's what it is.
Yes.
Right. Breece Hall came out of Iowa State last year, and Kene Nwangwu followed him as a special teamer. Darius Davis comes out behind Johnston, and he had some explosive plays, but this is what he is. He's a special teamer with upside out of the backfield, like a McCole Hardman.
We learn from past mistakes. I was too far out over my skis on Kene Nwangwu.
Yep.
I saw the glass half full.
Yep.
With possible fantasy production with Kenneth Nwangwu. I was like, well, listen, Kene Nwangwu, look at this size, speed specimen. You get, this guy just needs 10 touches a game. Mm-hmm. Let's make it happen. And then you start fantasy wanting it into an existence when the intention of that pick, though it was fourth round,
mm-hmm.
Though it was a fourth round pick, it was a valuable pick they use it, but it doesn't matter. You're thinking like a fantasy gamer. That's not how these teams think. They believed they had a glaring need at kick returner, so they used a fourth round pick on that with no intention of ever giving this guy any kind of meaningful touches that would ever make him anything in fantasy football. And he was only a roster clogger for a brief period of time in Dynasty because of it. And had I realized that concept at the time, that would have been yet another roster spot I would not have wasted for however many months I rostered some Nwangwu in deep dynasty leagues.
And we have two picks that have just come through. The Cleveland Browns have selected Isaiah McGuire from Missouri, played defensive end on the opposite side of Myles Garrett. They took Siaka Ika from Baylor early on. McGuire's 32 tackles for loss, 17.5 sacks over the last few years. He's a project. He's a little bit of a guy that should be able to come in and start over Ogbo Okorokono in week probably 1 or 2. Ogbo's not that good. He's from Oklahoma. Isaiah McGuire should be able to come in soon, really quickly, play up side of Myles Garrett. Then the next selection is the New Orleans Saints. There was a trade that they moved up, and the Saints have selected Jake Haener. Yeah, just wait a goddamn. Just wait. You guys are fucking just jumping. Just relax here. Pick 127, the New Orleans Saints select Jake Haener, quarterback from Fresno State, but there has been a trade that has officially come through involving a very, very unimportant running back, and he's going back to brotherly love, the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, it happened. Throw it to the couch. Hey, couch, get ready.
I don't even know what DeAndre Swift to the Eagles. Oh my God. So is Jack ready? Jack said he's ready. Give Jack the details.
Throw it to Jack.
And then we'll go back to the couch.
This is absolutely fantastic news for DeAndre Swift. We are still waiting for the compensation to come in, but he needed to get out of there. There was absolutely nothing for him in Detroit. He was going to be completely phased out. Now the question is, how do the Eagles break down the backfield? Because Kenneth Gainwell, he's going to lose targets, but also DeAndre Swift's a hell of a lot better than Rashad Penny, so that sinks his stock just a little bit as well. Great move for the Eagles. I'm excited to see what the compensation is, but another Georgia Bulldog to Philadelphia. This is absolutely ridiculous. Back to you.
Yes, DeAndre Swift, Philadelphia Eagles, another Georgia Bulldog goes north to Philly. Howie Roseman does it again. The magician, beautiful mind, guys playing chess. Everyone's playing not even checkers. They're playing hopscotch. This guy's out here lapping the field. They don't take running back, but they get a running back, a completely efficient, dynamic runner. This is getting insane.
I mean, how many times are y'all going to let this man fleece you? NFL? Do y'all have any shame? Do you care? I mean, like, if you watched him in Detroit, right? Like, clearly he was used not quite the way that you'd want to use a running back in terms of fantasy value, but in terms of actually getting value out of a running back pick. I think they did really well with what they did with DeAndre Swift while he was out there. There were just a bunch of other guys, and now you send him to Philly to play with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. My God, man. Like, yeah, it's hard to describe to you how good this team is at every level. They have depth at running back. They have depth at receiver. They have depth at offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, corner, safety. Well, I really don't know if you can think of another roster that's even comparable. Maybe San Fran, but that's about it. Outside of them, I don't see anybody else that's literally.
Hey, I want to take a moment to thank you.
Roster for roster, no, Eagles are putting together a massive team. What they're going up against now is Pat Mahomes. Can you take the gang or you take Mahomes? DeAndre Swift. Let me read off a couple things about DeAndre Swift. You know, he fell out of favor in Detroit. He's not a Dan Campbell guy. No doubt about that. Dan Campbell did not want to use him. But there is no doubt that the kid is still electric. He was second amongst qualified running backs in yards per touch, second yards created per touch, seventh in expected points added, fifth in breakaway run rate. He was even sixth in target share. This kid is going to be a stud. He's playing with the freaking Monstars, the NFL Monstars.
I don't know what you do if you're playing the Philadelphia Eagles. God help you. Good luck.
Yeah, have fun. No, you got Eagles. Howie, everybody, you cannot use Dream Team. That is a curse. It happened before.
Fair.
You cannot do that. The Mike Vick Dream Team. Do not say Dream Team. Just put your head down, pin your ears back, get to work. But you know what? Jalen's that type of guy. He's going to keep them kids focused. He's going to keep them all ready to go. And now, oh my God. I mean, if you're an Eagles fan, first of all, like, go throw batteries at Santa Claus because you're having a great weekend.
There has been a migration. The state of Georgia is leaving, and they're all headed to Philadelphia. Thank you, Howie.
Thank you, Howie. What an entertaining ass week.
Oh, my God.
What could happen now? But wait, let's talk about one thing real quick while we still got the camera. Stetson Bennett to the Los Angeles Rams. The one thing you did not want on it was the Rams going QB. And now he is QB, what, 6 off the board or whatever?
Y'all want me to cheer for a 26-year-old quarterback from Georgia?
Yeah.
Who, by all accounts, his best potential comp is who?
I don't know.
What 26-year-old quarterback has ever come into the NFL and done anything? And now this poor man, you know, God bless him. He got 2 national titles at Georgia. Now he's going to play behind a worse offensive line than he had last year. What are we doing? Like, don't get me wrong. I throw it out at a quarterback late. I get it. But I don't understand why in round 4 when there are productive players left. They did this. And, yeah, you know, this just continues year after year. There's at least one Rams draft pick that I just can't stand. And I know that this year this one's it.
What's worse, Tutu or Stetson?
Tutu. I'll never forgive them. Creed Humphrey was still there, guys.
Oh, baby. But, you know, what we wanted throughout this entire draft was entertainment, chaos, fantasy relevant players off the board, bang, bang, boom. And we've had that in spades this weekend. Absolute blast. But make sure you stay tuned in. Keep checking out the NFL Draft Extravaganza here at Player Profiler's YouTube channel because we are not quitting. Even though it is 12:21 Central Time where we are in KC. We're still doing it. We're going to be here through all the rounds. We're still in round 4. And I just realized I lost my prop bet on Stenson Bet. I picked 5th round. He had a little juice, plus 800. He went 4th round. I should have taken the better odds.
I was going to say, was it plus 1,200 somewhere in there?
It was juicy. It was juicy.
Again, Les, what are you doing, my guy? Love you to death. What are we doing here?
What was his off-field problems? Like there was some conservative off-field stuff.
There was a DUI involved, you know, post-national championship game, which kind of seems to be Georgia players. Call an Uber. Come on, guys. You got NIL money too, Stetson. Yeah,
was it?
I can't remember what it was. Public intoxication.
Okay. Either way, if you're going to be in LA,
Go to commercial.
Hey, it's the Podfather. Now, in the offseason, I get into baseball, I get into basketball, and my preferred platform to play fantasy sports is Rival Fantasy, because Rival Fantasy has challenges where you can just take a guy and say, hey, this guy's going to score more fantasy points than this guy. They put two shortstops together, pick one. Point guards, pick one. Spoiler alert, you should pick Damian Lillard. Or they have the fantasy book where you can pick over, under, and up to 5 guys, and then the more you pick, your potential payout quickly escalates. And finally, I submit a bingo card because you can just go over, under across the board, get your fantasy bingo card set, submit it. I'm not the biggest basketball or baseball expert, but I have a hell of a lot of fun playing fantasy sports on rivalfantasy.com. And the best part is with promo code PLAYER, they refund up to $50 of any losses. So the promo code there is PLAYER on rivalfantasy.com. Go have some fun.
Have some fun, especially if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, because you now have DeAndre Swift in your backfield, and you gave up nothing to get him. You move back 30 picks in the 7th round. You move from pick 219 to pick 249, and you give a 2025 4th round pick. That's it. That is all it took to get DeAndre Swift. Obviously, it's a rental on this 1 year, but wow. What? Howie Roseman, Truman Show. What else is there to say? Back to you.
Jimmy Gibbs, baby.
Oh, baby. Jameer. The fact that that's all it took to get Swift, though.
It was free. It was a 4th round pick in 2025. What do we do? Like you moved up 30 spots, a 7th round. Who cares? And a 4th round pick in 2 years. You can make that value back in 2 days, and all of a sudden it's a 0 for DeAndre Swift. Howie Roseman, top 2, not 2.
Why would you take Tank Bigsby on day 2 when that trade was out there? It is irresponsible. It is gross negligence of every NFL general manager on day 2 that was drafting a running back when DeAndre Swift was available for a 7th round trade back in a future 4th.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Nothing. That's literally nothing. We do have a couple picks that did come in though, and the guys on the couch talked about one of them. That was Stetson Bennett going 128, 4th round overall to the Los Angeles Rams. A Georgia quarterback goes to back up a Georgia quarterback. This is a perfect spot, I think, for him because Stafford's dealt with his injuries. There's a question whether he's going to retire next year, last year. Stetson Bennett comes in there. He'll have the abilities, I think, to. He's a gamer. He's a Case Keenum, Chase Daniel type where if something does happen, he's a guy you can depend on, I think, for 4 to 6 weeks at a time. Jake Haener goes 127 from Fresno State to New Orleans to back up another Fresno State quarterback, Derek Carr. 6 foot tall, 200 pounds. Valami Poco, edge rusher from San Jose, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. And it sounds like we have 2 more picks coming in here. Tyler Lacey goes from Oklahoma State to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Charlie Football.
Oh, no.
Charlie Football.
No. Football alert. Football alert. We got a football.
To take Boyd role in Cincinnati next year.
Oh, look at that.
Charlie Football to
Charles F. Football.
To the Cincinnati Bengals in round 4. I'm going to say it again, ahead of Trey Palmer.
I love this pick. Yeah, he's an old prospect, understood. They should have gone Palmer, right? Palmer would be the field stretcher to create more room underneath for Chase and Higgins. That was the right move. But you had Charlie Football with the highest grades at the combine for route running. Number one in the gauntlet. He's a possession receiver to replace Tyler Boyd. This is how NFL teams think. They think in terms of, we have a slot that needs to be filled, and we're going to fill it with a guy that's graded the highest on our board. We have a particular position where our player's contract is about to expire in a year. Let's start to look ahead to backfilling that position a year in advance. That's what this Charlie football. That's what this Charlie football pick is all about. They don't feel like they need a field stretcher, a pure field stretcher like Trey Palmer, because they have T. Higgins, and T. Higgins is already playing that outside X receiver role, and he's already getting into the deeper quadrants of the football field. They already have Jamar Chase playing Z, running those double moves. They wouldn't have the route inventory to assign to Trey Palmer. So Trey Palmer would have been a bad fit on Cincinnati. They feel like for their system, the missing piece a year from now is going to be slot receiver. Hopefully Trey Palmer can land somewhere that needs a field stretcher, and we'll use him in year one, because that's the beauty of Trey Palmer not going to Cincinnati, is that he wouldn't have been used in year one anyway. I know that. Why is he so old? Why is Charlie football so damn old?
I'm assuming he probably got held back a couple times in middle school, and then he went to Iowa and then he transferred. So I don't know the complete story, but I'm just gonna
know why he transferred from Iowa?
Because Iowa sucks at passing the football.
So that was a selfish move by Charles F. Football?
Yeah, he went to go play with Aiden O'Connell, who's a draft prospect. He's not a good draft prospect, but he's a draft prospect where Spencer Petras is one of the worst quarterbacks of all time in college football. Well, I would leave Iowa yesterday if I could.
So that partially explains,
100%.
just like Jaden Reed transferring from Western Michigan, partially explains why he's so old.
Yeah. Looking at this wide receiver crew right now, as we kind of dive into it, it's weird to see Charlie go to this spot, because you're thinking about that Tyler Boyd role, and I'm thinking of an Xavier Hutchinson, I'm thinking of a Parker Washington, I'm thinking of a Keyshawn Boutte, a Dontavian Wicks. These are guys that I think would fit perfect in that spot, and they go for the 24-year-old Charlie Jones off the board, wide receiver 16 in this draft. Tyler Scott's still there. That was a guy pushed up by a lot of media during the process into the second round. Hutchinson had a great Senior Bowl. Elijah Higgins is more of a tight end than he is a wide receiver. But you look at this entire crew of the dudes out there. Keyshawn Boutte, a guy that's 20 years old. And if you can bring him in and put him with a established receiving core like a Chase and a T. Higgins, you would think that's a good spot for him. And okay, he also played with Chase at LSU, so I would have thought Boutte would have fit better in there. Charlie football, 24 years old, nonetheless.
No, Charles,
very sneaky, very, very sneaky spot here.
On our rookie rankings, we had Charlie Jones at wide receiver 21. He's going to be going up from there, but wide receiver 21, what does that mean? That means we had him ranked heading into the draft ahead of Andre Ilisovis. He goes ahead of him. He goes ahead of Puka Nacua. I heard all this Puka Nacua nonsense. Puka Nacua.
Who?
Am I saying that right?
No, I just don't know who that is.
Right. Puka Nacua is a sub-athlete. Okay, and I know that he does some things well. Well, guess what? The things that Puka Nacua does well, Charlie Jones does better. That's why we had those particular players ranked below Charlie Jones in our rankings heading in. And so we're out ahead. What we didn't see coming was Charlie Jones getting drafted before Keyshawn Boutte.
Yeah.
Before A.T. Perry, that we did not see coming, ahead of Parker Washington, ahead of Xavier Hutchinson.
Those are slot guys.
Now Charlie Jones is going to be looking and being compared to these other slot receivers, and now he has the better draft capital on the better team with the better quarterback. So you're going to be this is incredible. Look for Charlie Jones to crack the top 15 dynasty wide receivers in this rookie class, not overall.
Yeah, overall.
Rookie. I feel like I have to clarify always. Like, no, I'm talking about just running backs. No, I'm talking about just receivers. No, I'm talking about just rookie receivers in this case. So wide receiver 15 or even higher for Charlie Jones. Look out on our rookie rankings for that.
I like it. We got a pick in for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and going to Wisconsin seemed to have worked for them just a few years ago. It also worked for them in round 2. They went Big Ten in round 2 as well. Joey Porter. They went round 2 with Keanu Benton from Wisconsin. Remember TJ Watt round 2. They take Nick Herbig from Wisconsin here in round 4. Wisconsin.
This is where you draft middle linebacker. If you want an off-ball linebacker, this is the round to draft them. Not the first round, Dan Campbell.
I feel like we got teams like consistently doing this thing where they're just sticking with like the Chargers, TCU, Philadelphia, Georgia. Pittsburgh's now got Wisconsin. What do you
Weird.
what do you
I don't
think about
understand
this?
that.
It's kind of weird.
No, the scouts are allowed to go to all the schools, right?
No, I think they just pick one school and they
I mean,
just
it's
focus.
not like they knock on the door, right? And they're like, what team are you from? Oh, I'm from the Chargers. Oh, come on in. You can talk to Quentin Johnston, or you can watch practice. And then someone else shows up from another team and they're like, hey, we're here to see all these Georgia players. And like, are you with the Eagles? And then, no, I'm not with the Eagles. I'm with the Dolphins. Or I'm with the Falcons. Nope, sorry, you're not allowed. You should go to Texas and scout Bijan Robinson. You probably need a running back more than you need like a super disruptive edge rusher or anyone at the point of attack. Go draft running back instead.
We have a pick coming in, but I do see a question in the chat here. Swift over Gibbs in Dynasty? Okay, we
No.
have a pick in coming
What?
right now from the Chicago Bears. It is Tyler Scott from Cincinnati, 5'11", 185 pounds. He runs a 4.44, and he's best comparable to Sterling Shepard. Again, this is a guy I talked about all day yesterday. The media pushed him into round 2. Trey Tucker instead goes ahead of him in round 3. Tyler Scott comes here round 4. Very interesting prospect, 21 and a half years old, 85th percentile college dominator, 41%. He's a good prospect.
Yeah, and he now has a higher teammate score. His teammate score on the Breakout Finder, one of our signature metrics on the Breakout Finder, is teammate score, looking at all the teammates he played with. And with Tyler Scott, now because his teammate goes even earlier than him, his teammate score is going to go up. The fact that he has such a high dominator rating, given the offense he played in and other quality receivers, this is great news. And he has one of the more impressive athletic profiles of any wide receiver in this class. I never understood why Tyler Scott wasn't getting more A2 hype. I know you said that he was, but I mean, a lot of mocks I was not seeing much Tyler Scott, and this is what happens. He falls to day 4 now, or he falls to the 4th round. He's the second receiver drafted from his own team. In rookie drafts, if you have the option of a Tyler Scott, generally speaking, you don't want to make that pick. Generally speaking, if you draft a 4th or even 3rd round wide receiver in a rookie draft, he is going to clog your roster. He is going to be a year and a half on your taxi squad before you're forced to cut him for whatever reason. That's the typical outcome for these types of players, even though, again, great burst, right? Above average athleticism across the board. Nice dominator rating. But he did nothing at an early age that would make you think that, oh, this guy has some phenom qualities to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's good, not great.
Yeah.
And good, not great in the NFL is a number 4 receiver and not typically fantasy relevant, where had he gotten the early 2nd round draft pick like a Sterling Shepard did, then that would change his outcome. He might start as the number 3 option on his team and get more opportunities in practice to prove himself. Because he was a 4th round pick, he's not going to get the same number of opportunities. He's not going to have the same expectations. And because he doesn't have true difference-making talent, it's going to be difficult for him to flash in practice in order to earn those new opportunities. And that's how most of these wide receivers end up on this conveyor belt where they just never crack fantasy relevant. So if you're in the 3rd round, you're in the 4th round, and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to pick Tyler Scott here, I would issue a word of caution and suggest going to a deeper position like tight end. It might be a value tight end like a Tucker Kraft available, or go running back instead.
In Chicago right now, Ryan Poles is making these selections. Ryan Poles did not make the selection just 3 years ago when they took Darnell Mooney in the 5th round. Darnell Mooney's a free agent after the 2023 season. 5'11", 185 pounds. Tyler Scott, 5'11", 185 pounds. Darnell Mooney.
But Darnell Mooney's more athletic.
95th percentile burst, 4.40.
I mean, the 4.39 at his pro day. This is the direct replacement. This is what we talk about. Yeah, so technically Darnell Mooney is 1/100th of a second faster with his 40 time if you compare Mooney at the combine versus Tyler Scott at his pro day, which we
profiles are
can't
similar.
do. The profiles are strikingly similar. And this is what NFL teams do. They look at a position of need, or they look at a player whose contract is about to expire, and they say, let's go to the player pool. Let's go to Player Profiler, because we know these NFL teams use Player Profiler. Let's look up a team. Let's look up a college team that we follow closely, like Georgia, whatever it is. Or let's sort by, let's go to data analysis and sort by height, weight, athletic profile, dominator rating. Let's find the analog to that guy in the draft. Again, we talked about it yesterday. The best example in recent memory is the Titans saying, okay, we're going to go ahead and trade A.J. Brown, or we're going to find an analog for A.J. Brown in Treylon Burks. So often that's what these teams are doing. They're just trying to find the guy that will play the role to replace the guy whose contract is going to expire or they don't intend to pay, a year from now. That's the Charlie football pick. Goodbye, Tyler Boyd. And that's what this pick is. Goodbye, Darnell Mooney. So we're getting information. This is the 3 days out of the year where the NFL teams cannot lie to you. So then the information that they're telling you is, okay, Tyler Boyd's going to be a Bengal for only one more season. Darnell Mooney is going to be a Bear for only one more season.
There's 3 ways you can go at this, too. Jacoby Myers, again, was in New England. They let him walk. They bring in Juju. They pay somebody else to come in. The Raiders paid Hunter Renfrow $16 million a year for 2 years. They have an out after this year. It's like $5 million dead next year. They can get out, but they did pay him. They put the contract in front of him. They signed it. Then they drafted Trey Tucker. Or you can get ahead of it like the Chicago Bears are right now with Ryan Poles. They're getting ahead of Darnell Mooney because they're like, we're not going to pay you because you're not an alpha. You're not an upper end number 2. That's not how we're going to build this team. We're going to let you walk. We're not going to pay you 14, 15, 16, 17 million and overpay you. We're going to go get Tyler Scott, and he's going to take your job tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's the difference, right? That's the difference between the Raiders and the Bears. The Bears are playing at this game at a higher level right now. They're seeing the field, more moves ahead. So instead of signing a possession receiver to a bad contract, they're getting out ahead of it and saying, we're not going to wait for the second contract to expire on this guy. We're just going to go ahead and not sign him. We're going to let him walk. And we're going to draft his replacement now for a year from now. So we're saving money. This allows the Bears to save money in 2025 and 2026. Ryan Poles, man.
He's doing the damn
Ryan
thing.
Poles is doing it.
He's doing the damn thing, and I think he's doing it at a very, very high level right now.
Top 5 general manager. Ryan Poles, top 5 general manager.
How many guys do you have in the top 5 right now?
I have about 7 to 8 top 5 general managers.
It makes sense. It makes sense. All right, we got
I have 14 in my top 10.
We're going to finish out round 4 right now. Jay Ward from LSU goes to the Minnesota Vikings. He stays purple and yellow. He goes to the purple and yellow. Jay Ward is a very infamous defensive back. You don't remember him, but you should, but you might. In your memory, you do. Jay Ward was the one that got okey-doked at the Senior Bowl by Tyja Spears.
Oh, I was never going to pull that. There's no – you can't blame him. I mean, it
was a tough one. That was a great route.
He had him on skates. It was great. So there was a question in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
About Gibbs versus DeAndre Swift. So just so everybody knows, you shouldn't be trading Jahmyr Gibbs for DeAndre Swift. You shouldn't be selecting DeAndre Swift ahead of Jahmyr Gibbs in any format. There's been a bat signal put in the sky from the Detroit Lions telling all teams and all members of the media and all fantasy gamers that DeAndre Swift is persona non grata in Detroit. That DeAndre Swift is never going to be a workhorse back. They don't believe that DeAndre Swift is durable enough. They don't believe that DeAndre Swift is passionate enough to be an every down player in the NFL. That is a damning sign when a team is willing to move on from a player and punt him after a couple of years and not even see his rookie contract through. Go back through time to all the first and second round picks where NFL teams decided, no, that's okay. we're gonna move on before the contract before the signature is even dry on the contract, right? The best example of this is Josh Rosen, where the Cardinals were like, hello, Josh Rosen, goodbye, Josh Rosen. The door is opening, the door is closing, right? It's a revolving, it revolves and he's in, is out, right? So that was the fastest, earliest pick to see, like, can we get a redo? Right, where an NFL team just admits like this was a huge mistake. We're moving on. The Detroit Lions have told the league and everybody that the DeAndre Swift pick was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've had DeAndre Swift in the building. They've watched him in practice for now, what, 3 years?
3 years.
3 years, 3 full years to make an assessment. Okay, it's different than scouts that are focusing on the wrong details, evaluating college players. They get it wrong all the time. NFL teams that have had a guy in the building for 3 years rarely get that wrong. If they decide to move on, the idea that he's going to break out somewhere else and another team's going to figure out a way to unlock him, it's a lot more rare. So the signal that we have from the NFL that DeAndre Swift is never going to be a featured back is strong. So the idea that you would even remotely consider trading Gibbs for Swift, you wouldn't do it. Even though the situation, I understand the situation looks so tempting. Oh my God. He just has to outplay Rashad Penny and Kenneth Gainwell. This is too easy. But what's going to inevitably happen is Rashad Penny's going to command a bunch of touches. Rashad Penny's going to come in there hungrier than DeAndre Swift when he arrives. Kenneth Gainwell is electric in the passing game. He's not DeAndre Swift, but Kenneth Gainwell worked so hard in the offseason that his coach Nick Sirianni wore a Kenneth Gainwell t-shirt. So you have some players that are bought into the culture in Philadelphia in a way that DeAndre Swift likely will never buy in. And because of that, the ceiling on DeAndre Swift, the opportunity share he could command in Philadelphia just is not the same as what Jahmyr Gibbs can do in Detroit. They're apples and oranges.
I'm still not going to have any DeAndre Swift shares ever. But we do have a trade. So I'm going to send it to Jack to end round 4. There's a trade for maybe a fantasy relevant player that was once comped by his new coach to Tom Brady.
Yes, he did get compared to Tom Brady by Josh McDaniels. The Raiders are sending pick 144 and 214 to the New England Patriots in exchange for pick 135. And they get Aiden O'Connell, the guy who made Charlie football, or the guy that Charlie football made. And at what point is he going to have to start this year? Because they got Jimmy Garoppolo. He's going to get hurt. Behind him, they've got Brian Hoyer, the worst backup quarterback in the league. I wouldn't be surprised if Aiden O'Connell is forced to start a game or two this year, and that is scary. Back to you, my friends.
Hey, I want to take a moment to thank you for tuning in. It's important to me that all of our media be free, and one of our key missions is to make as much statistics and information and deep analysis available on PlayerProfiler.com for free. This is only possible because of you allowing a true independent sports media enterprise to thrive unlike any other in the business. So please subscribe to the All In package to continue to make all this possible. If you can't do All In, that's okay. We have a draft kit. Or you can just subscribe to the player rankings. Those now include Tight End Premium FFPC ranks, our brand new data analysis package will blow your hair back. And of course, there's our Dynasty Deluxe and our DFS Dominator. Take a moment, check out our premium services to ensure that all of our stats, information, data, content is available to you, especially you, the people that get the site and get the show.
Anand, we're live here. Round 5 just started. And I know you've watched some Purdue football. Is Aiden O'Connell Tom Brady?
Are you serious?
Josh McDaniels said so.
First of all, I don't trust a thing Josh McDaniels says about anything because there's no track record other than having Tom Brady of him being a good coach, period.
I don't know, dude.
You want to comp anyone to Tom Brady? Like they were trying to do that with Burrow when he came out, and even that was insane. Like
he said his release reminds me of Tom Brady. It's like, dude, you coached Tom Brady for like what 8-10 years in New England, and you just drafted Aiden O'Connell. You just traded up to get Aiden O'Connell with the last pick in the 4th round. He probably would have fell to you 10 picks later. This is one where at the Shrine Bowl, there was some reports of him potentially being a 2nd round guy or being, that 6th quarterback off the board. Instead, he falls here to the last pick of round 4.
Yeah, I mean, what's the hit rate on 4th round quarterback that doesn't have a plus arm? You're talking about betting on skills. Like the Raiders clearly wanted somebody at the bottom of round 1, and we're trying to trade up. There are multiple reports that they tried to get back to the bottom end of round 1. Presumably it was for Will Levis, and then now there's Aiden O'Connell coming in here in the 4th round, and you've got Josh McDaniels talking about Tom Brady. He's not Tom Brady. He's nowhere near Tom Brady. I'm not even sure he's as good as any of the backups that Tom Brady had. Stop this. Just ridiculous.
So round 5 does begin here with the Jacksonville Jaguars taking Yasir Abdullah from Louisville, outside linebacker, and then Washington takes KJ Henry from Clemson, an edge rusher. He was playing on the opposite side of Miles Murphy. Watched him down at the Clemson Pro Day. Didn't do a lot in the workouts, but he did look okay. He goes here with the 2nd pick in the 5th round. Again, you look at Washington and what they've done over the last 5 years or 6 years, I guess, along the defensive line. Generally, they're spending capital on early round on the defensive line. Now they come back here and they start spending the late picks. They started early yesterday and on Thursday going Forbes and Jatarvis Martin on the back end. Then yesterday they go offensive line, Braden Daniels, Ricky Stromberg on the inside and the outside of tackle. Now defensive line, Chase Young, Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, Montez Sweat, all 1st round picks. 5th rounder KJ Henry. Do you even he's not going to compete with these dudes.
I don't think he's going to compete with these dudes, but I think they realized what happens when you allocate that much 1st round draft capital to a certain resource, right?
And miss
too, right? Because the thing is, now one of Sweat or Chase is probably going to get moved, and now you're going to have to play him simply because you can't afford 2 $20-25 million edge rushers plus your defensive tackle plus another potential defensive tackle plus 1st round draft capital over and over and over again. So as great as that line was and as much as they carried that team, this is what happens when you force yourself and lock yourself into, oh, this is a valuable position. Let's just draft him over and over and over again at the same time.
I like it. They moved up for him too. They made a trade. They traded up with the Buffalo Bills to make the pick of KJ Henry here. It's interesting. It is what it is. If you're on YouTube right now, we appreciate you guys tapping in here. Again, we're an hour and a half in on this fine Saturday, and when the 5th round just started, we have a considerable amount of picks to go. So make sure you click that like button, click subscribe, share the link on Twitter. We'll retweet that bad boy and stay tapped in as we get through most of these picks. Now, when you look at the best available players right now, best available players. We just brought it up. Okay, we got to go right back to Indianapolis right here because Darius Rush is a dude that at the Senior Bowl, it was Julius Brents, it was Tyreek Stevenson, and it was Darius Rush. That were the 3 cornerbacks that I loved. And Rush falls all the way to round 5 here. I went to that South Carolina Pro Day, and I watched Cam Smith work out next to Darius Rush. Rush has the speed over Cam Smith, but Cam Smith, of course, goes down to Miami, play with Xavier Howard, Jalen Ramsey. He's got that tenacity, that alpha corner ability. Rush is going to be more of a Trey Waynes type, in my opinion. And I think he fits well in that spot. Now you put him literally in Indianapolis with Julius Brents.
They're crushing it. Indy's absolutely crushing it. Rush was consensus across the board, a top 75 player for everybody. He's been our best available player for a long time. He's been multiple other people's best available player for a long time. And again, right, Chris Ballard just sat there and said, okay, nobody else wants to take a top 75 player that's a cornerback at a position that we not only need depth in, but might need a starter in, right? What a swing, what a hit. I mean, man, you got to love it if you're a Colts fan.
Those are the 3 right there. Just wrote them down just because we've talked about all these GMs over the course of the day. We got to start making a list because Indianapolis, Chicago, and Philly right now offhand are the 3 that I'm going to be looking at. When you pull up this Indianapolis Colts draft selection, dude, they got some dogs right here. Anthony Richardson, Julius Brents, Darius Rush, Josh Downs, Blake Freeland, and Adetomiwa Adedebore from Northwestern. 6 animals, and they're on the clock in 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy to trade back and take more swings at freak athletes.
4 5th-round picks today.
4 5th-round picks, and I guarantee you this isn't the last pick that they make that we're going to be excited about. The other team that I would add to that list of 3 that you've got is Pittsburgh, man. Because, I mean, they're just absolutely crushing day 1, 2, and now into day 3 of this draft.
And this is Omar Khan's first draft.
Khan's first draft, yeah.
And this is Omar Khan. So Omar Khan, and I went down to the Georgia and the Clemson pro days, and those were 2. So Tomlin and Omar Khan were not at South Carolina, but they were at Georgia and Clemson. Boots on the ground together, just like Tomlin and Colbert have been for the last few years. And Omar Khan just fit right in there, right? It was like, oh, is Omar going to be boots on the ground with Tomlin? Right there by his side, sweatpants, talking shit with all the kickers. I bet you $10 with that pick right there, 724. It's going to be Podlesny, the kicker from Georgia, if they don't move up for him in the 6th round. But when you look at these selections, Big Ten, SEC, Joey Porter, Keanu Benton, Nick Herbig, all from the Big Ten, and then you get the Georgia boys, Darnell and Broderick Jones. You love this from Omar Khan.
Yeah, this is just pure, I'm building a culture, right? Yeah. And we're going to be mean and nasty. We're going to lean into our past a little bit in terms of Porter Jr. Keanu Benton joins his Wisconsin boy, TJ Watt on the edge, right? I mean, you're just talking about a team that knows what its identity is, despite having a new general manager. And all they're doing is building and building and building on what they've already built in the last decade plus with Mike Tomlin as their coach. If you're a Steeler fan, you have no question what your team's identity is and what they're going to do. But to get the value that they've gotten in the guys that they wanted anyway at the spots that they've taken them is truly remarkable so far.
So we have a pick in, and it may be fantasy relevant because this guy may be starting a handful of games in 2023 at the quarterback position, and that is not because of his talent, but he does have some arm strength, and it will be an opportunity. Pick 130. Cardinals select Clayton Tune out of Houston.
Whoa.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
Jeff Driscoll, Colt McCoy, and now Clayton Tune on this roster. Tune walks in day 1. I don't know if he's got the biggest sack in the room, but he's definitely got the biggest arm.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Jeff Driscoll needs to be starting games in 2023. Do you?
No.
And I mean, Colt McCoy is what he is. You know, we've known exactly what he is for more than a decade now. But, you know, Tune, there are a few guys that are in this range at quarterback that are just interesting. Dorian Thompson-Robinson's one of them. Clayton Tune was obviously certainly one of them. We saw Haener go earlier, another really interesting quarterback prospect. But it's guys like this, right, that have tools that you really like, that you're sitting there if you're Arizona and you're like, oh, I've got to have this guy start 6 games for me, right? It's a lot more interesting than throwing what is 35-year-old Colt McCoy back out there, or God forbid Jeff Driscoll takes NFL snaps that matter.
You look at this Arizona roster, and I'm going to be interested to see what Billy has to say about this in the next hour if we can get him on. But when you look at the receiving room right now, Michael Wilson they take earlier. They still have Hopkins under contract if they don't trade him. Marquise Hollywood-Brown, Rondale Moore, Dortch, Greg, the greatest wide receiver of all time at Wake Forest, and then Zach Pascal. Clayton Tune with those weapons, if Hopkins doesn't leave, I mean, there's some relevancy there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about not just for redraft, but for DFS specifically, right? You know, dive in. You're talking about value, and especially when we talk about DFS dart throws for guys that might provide more value than they cost. They're probably not going to name a quote-unquote starting quarterback until into late July, early August, because they're going to hold out hope that Kyler Murray can come back earlier than he should. He shouldn't. We all know that. And they're not going to tell their fans, hey, there's no chance that he comes back this year. But there is a chance that they just sit him out all year, right? I mean, this team is on Caleb Williams, Drake May watch. You know, they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league this year. We know that. But when does Kyler come back? What does that team look like? What does their record look like? And the thing is, right, we saw this with multiple guys, Purdy last year. Some guys just need a shot. And if Clayton Tune is one of those guys that just needs a shot, then I think you're looking at something here, right? You might be able to get more draft capital than you invested in him this year for him next year if he looks good in that 6-game sample size. So I think it's a really good pick from Arizona.
a better quarterback in a worse position for him as far as 2023 goes. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, a guy we just talked about, Kyler Murray. I think he's got some Kyler tendencies. It's not just the height. He's got a good arm. He had the strongest arm at the combine as far as velocity goes. I can't remember. I think it was 63 miles per hour. I think the number was maybe 73. I can't remember 63. 70. Whatever the Dorian Thompson-Robinson has the arm talent, over 10,000 passing yards at UCLA. He goes to Cleveland here at pick 140 behind Deshaun Watson. How you feel about that landing spot? Because I think everybody knows it's Deshaun Watson's spot. Thompson-Robinson is a guy that is not ready to play right now in the NFL. He's got arm talent, but I think you put him behind a Watson even for a year, it's going to make him a viable backup going down the road.
Yeah, and I think your hope with a DTR is basically that he has that kind of, it's not necessarily the same evolution as a Jalen Hurts, but there are similarities, right? Really strong arm, mobile, got better every single year that he played in college. I think when you look at a Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the biggest question you have is how quickly will he adapt to the NFL game, simply because we've seen Chip Kelley quarterbacks struggle in the past because the system at UCLA and Oregon prior makes life so easy for them that it's kind of a tougher transition for them than for other spots. And I think it's good that he went somewhere that he doesn't have to start right away, because I think that would be kind of a rough patch for him. I don't think that he would do really well starting in 2023. Obviously, you would like a spot where the quarterback isn't as solidified as a Deshaun Watson is in Cleveland. But overall, I think, when you're talking about round 5 draft capital, you're throwing darts here. And I think that's a really good dart throw for Cleveland.
The Vikings just traded up. Is it for a running back? We'll see. But we just watched 2 quarterbacks go off the board. Clayton Tune, who's more of a passer than a rusher, to the Arizona Cardinals. And DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, goes to the Browns, like we said. After the Cardinals, why didn't, just in a quick one here, why didn't Dorian Thompson-Robinson go to Arizona? Why didn't Arizona take him? Because it's the same mold, it's the same prospect essentially, just at a lower level than Kyler Murray. Is it because you think that Tune's probably more pro ready? Or it just feels weird that they would change the offense and be like, all right, if Clayton Tune's our quarterback, he's not a rushing quarterback like Kyler Murray is. Where DTR, you could say, all right, DTR, watch all this Kyler Murray film
and go be Diet Kyler, right? And I think to me, that makes a lot of sense, right? It's how Baltimore operated behind Lamar when they drafted Tyler Huntley to basically be, Diet Lamar if they needed him. I think it made a lot of sense. To me, I probably would have taken DTR over Clayton Tune, but clearly I think one of their problems is they think they might know in the building that they're potentially holding out Kyler for all of 2023, and Clayton Tune's probably just more ready to throw NFL passes tomorrow than Dorian Thompson-Robinson is.
We have a trade up for the Minnesota Vikings here into round 5, pick 141. They jumped right between the Browns here. I don't have details yet on the trade, and we don't have a selection in yet. But I have a little bit of a feel that this may just be for a running back. And if it is, this house might just erupt, because if Dalvin Cook gets cut in the next week and a half, and Alexander Mattison and Tykevius Chandler, the only 2 guys on the in the backfield, this running back that gets selected right here could just be fantasy viable when we're looking at this 2023 season and beyond. The pick is in, and we're waiting for Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah to send it to the marker, and we're going to get an answer on whether this is a running back. Would you go running back here?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Minnesota, you obviously have to move on from Dalvin. Money's it's too expensive for what he is right now. You're paying Kirk all this money. Justin Jefferson's about to cost you an arm and a leg, as we all know. He's worth every dollar, no question whatsoever.
The pick is in. It's not Israel Abanikanda. It's Joquan Roy from LSU, defensive tackle.
They love the big boys in Minnesota.
They love the big boys in Minnesota. They love the LSU boys, and they don't go running back. They trade up. They don't go for Israel Abanikanda. So the fall continues. Kene Nwangwu, who I talked to Nate List 2 Fridays ago about Nwangwu and Abanikanda being comparable guys in the aspect that they're hyper athletes. Again, it was reported that Abanikanda ran a 4.38 or 4.35 on Twitter. He actually ran a 4.47, which translates to a 4.52. He's not the athlete you all expected him to be, and he's not on Kene's level. Kene had 2,400 kick return yards while he was at Iowa State, only 400 or 700 rushing yards. Opposite for Abanikanda, over 2,000 on the ground, only 400 in the return game. Abanikanda falls to the 5th.
It's going to be tough sledding, man. We're going to need an ideal landing spot for him to be super fantasy viable, especially early, which sucks because that's the kind of profile of a guy that you'd like to bet on, that you'd like to be able to kind of invest some of your dynasty assets, DFS throws, whatever it is in.
Yeah.
But it's just the fall continues, right? We're in a round 5, and it's just tough to see the best landing spot available.
For looking at it from an NFL perspective, we see Abanikanda, Dwayne McBride, Chase Brown, Zach Evans, a lot of these big names. Deuce Vaughn, I think, is a 5th, 6th round guy. Kenny McIntosh was once looked that up in that conversation. Evan Hull should start to get into this conversation here. But from an NFL perspective, is round 5 feels like an area where you should be taking a shot on running back?
Yeah. I mean, you can throw your dart here at whoever you think is the best among these guys, right? Because at this point in the draft, you're not really looking for anything other than either a guy that you hope can break out and turn into something that he really showed flashes of in college, or a depth position in a spot that matters where, you get a depth safety in the 3rd round, it looks one way. You get a depth safety in the 5th round, it looks a little bit different.
Is there any prospects or any players from Ohio State, the Big Ten, or anywhere else that you're looking at right now, looking in round 5? I see a couple guys. Luke Whippler from Ohio State, a center. I know you're an Ohio State guy. You got any thoughts on Whippler? Maybe a Jalen Duncan, a Josh Wiley, some guys from that area?
Yes. I mean, Wiley was a guy at Cincinnati that was a really productive tight end for them. I think he's going to be.
He told me, I want to be the next Travis Kelce at the Senior Bowl.
Ooh. Same school.
Yeah. But that's what he said. That's what I want to mold into.
Oh, wow.
Do you think that's even in range of outcomes?
I think that's asking a lot. I think that's asking a lot, right? Jalen Duncan from Maryland, really productive tackle. Whippler, for me, there are guys every year that just get bad draft advice, right? And Whippler was a guy that we all knew at Ohio State probably needed another year. He was projected as a day 2 guy, round 2-3 pick.
Yep.
And decided to take his fortunes to the draft. And this is the part that sucks about football versus basketball, right? Basketball, we allow them to test the draft and then come back if they don't like it, if they don't like the results. In football, you just go once and you're gone. So Whippler getting not even high day 3 draft capital is really concerning, in the sense that I don't know who is going to draft him to be their starting center in the 5th or 6th round.
All right, let's send it to the couch because I see some projections ready for DeAndre Swift and Jahmyr Gibbs. Maybe does Jahmyr Gibbs crack the top 25, 20, 15, 10, 5? Where will Billy put him? Let's see.
Well, the couch is ready to talk about some players that actually matter in fantasy right now for everybody. And so about damn time you kick it to the couch. So Gibbs moves all the way up to RB 18 inside of the projections. We knew he was dominant into the passing game inside of college. He comes in, immediately steps into a major role in the Lions passing game. We have no Jameson Williams for 6 weeks. This opens up the door for him to carve out a large role inside the passing game. He's still going to be the number 2 back on the ground behind David Montgomery. This moves Montgomery actually up into the top 25. So we're back to where we were originally at, with 2 backs inside of this team inside the top 25. Gibbs does, of course, crack the top 20.
Breaking news.
Oh, we got some breaking news.
Oh, no.
I hate the landing spot. Breaking news. Abanikanda lands with the Jets, and that is not looking good from a fantasy perspective.
I like that Israel Abanikanda got the early round 5 draft slot.
Yeah.
Draft Abanikanda and best ball in 2023. That's it.
Yeah. We could hope with this pick that he might be able to carve out a role as they kind of rest Breece Hall in the beginning of the season, and he can kind of shine and then maybe become the RB2 behind him. But that's kind of a best case scenario right now for Abanikanda.
No, this is terrible news for Abanikanda for Dynasty. This craters his value. If he had gone to a running back haven landing spot in the early 5th round, this would have been great. This would have been great. Again, early 5th round is now the new early 4th round. But this is the worst possible world because there's no way he's better than Breece Hall. We know for a true fact, there's no way he's better than Breece Hall. He could have gone to a handful of teams where it's conceivable that he could earn the primary back role within a year or two. That's not in the range of outcomes with the Jets. Unfortunately, this is exactly what we've been talking about. The theme of today is
teams replacing existing players or looking ahead to players that need to be replaced a year from now with analogs. This is their Ty Johnson replacement. Israel Abanikanda is a comp to Ty Johnson. These are straight line, fast players that are good, not great in the passing game. They're classic slashers that when they're best utilized, they're getting 8 to 10 touches a game. This is what they're doing. They're saying, well, we perceive we need an upgrade on Ty Johnson as our number 3 slasher running back. Let's go ahead and do that. I don't even think this seriously threatens Michael Carter in the first 6 weeks of the season. A 5th round pick getting up and running, a 5th round pick getting accustomed to the league. Even Isaiah Pacheco did not start commanding any meaningful touches for the first 6 weeks. Those all went to Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He was an RB1 in fantasy during that period of time. So, but the problem for Abanikanda is while he's getting ramped up, while he's getting acclimated to the league, guess who's recuperating and getting his knee on 100%? Breece Hall. So he's going to need to perform exceptionally well early in camp to earn some touches next to Michael Carter when Breece Hall is not going to be operating at 100% capacity, is not fully online. And for a 5th round pick who was raw to begin with from Pittsburgh, that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, he's going to be competing, like you said. He's competing with touches with Carter, Bam Knight, right? So this is the 2/3 role at best, and I'm not liking the landing spot for Abanikanda. So let's pivot back to the Swift, because we had a chance to talk about Swift. So Swift, of course, gets traded to the Eagles. Here it sounds like an amazing landing spot, and we have to say, the fact that he is now not buried behind Gibbs, not buried behind David Montgomery, is definitely a benefit for his projections for 2023. However, the Eagles do like to use, and Nick Sirianni in particular, like to use 3 running backs. They still really like Gainwell, who also is effective in the passing game. They have Rashad Penny, who, when healthy, has been one of the most dynamic and explosive backs, averaging over 6 yards a carry for the past 2 years.
He's been the most efficient running back in the league in a small sample, and we're going to be that annoying fantasy shop that continues to remind fantasy gamers that Kenneth Gainwell is not going away.
Yeah, he's not going away, and that's the thing. So now we have a 3-headed monster, which we were expecting in Philly, but now you have 3, in my opinion, really explosive backs with Penny, Gainwell, and Swift.
Would you expect anything less from Howie Roseman?
I would not. I mean, they got him for free is what it was.
Yeah. Why is it for free? Explain it. Now, they are giving up a 4th round pick in 2025, but why could that be offset?
So if he walks in free agency, they get the compensatory pick. They get a round 4 back. So essentially, they moved down 30-ish spots in round 7, I think is what it was. Don't quote me.
So it's a free roll. They're getting a free roll on a year of DeAndre Swift. They get the production and they get a free look.
And if they really wanted to, I mean, they have no ties to him. They have nothing that's really any investment into him. If they wanted to give him a large workload to see if he could handle it. So when we talk about projections, right, we have ceiling, mean, and low, and a floor. If we're doing a ceiling play for here, I think DeAndre Swift could be potentially a high-end RB2. Because if they were to give him that role, we know his ability. We know he's explosive. We know it. If he had been given that Alvin Kamara role, we're potentially talking about it in RB1 because of how explosive and elite he is.
Sure, yeah.
Of course, health is part of it. The amount of touches and opportunities he's gotten has hindered that. But ceiling projection, great. Swift to the moon. However, realistically, the Eagles and Sirianni like to use 3 running backs, and we can expect them to do so again here in 2023.
And on the flip side, you saw Brad Holmes fist pump, and bump.
Throw both out there
on that Jahmyr Gibbs pick. And now the number 3 running back in Detroit is Justin Jackson or Craig Reynolds. I'm going to put my money on Craig Reynolds on that. Craig Reynolds, he's team captain type leader in the backfield. They're going to find a way to keep Craig Reynolds around, and he's going to get 0 touches. It consolidates it back down to Montgomery and Gibbs. Gibbs, Montgomery. It's a much more straightforward backfield in Detroit now than it is in Philadelphia.
And now I feel even better. I was on the game plan this morning with my boy Matty behind me, and I told the guy, he said, "Who should I take with my next pick in Dynasty?" And I said, "You know what? I typically lean running backs here, and I like the outs and the paths to success for Gibbs." And I'm glad we had it come back in full circle already.
We knew that Roschon Johnson also had outs.
Yep.
In the 4th round. We thought that Abanikanda, he did have outs in the 5th round, just didn't happen. Imagine if Abanikanda went to the Rams.
What if he went to
and
the
he was
Vikings
the
and they traded
understudy, right? The understudy of Cam Akers, who we know the team does not get along with. What if Abanikanda had gone to the Chargers?
Yep.
And the Chargers and Austin Eckler are at an impasse with contract negotiations? What if Abanikanda had gone to the Vikings?
And they get rid of Cook?
And Cook is just more evidence that Cook is about to be traded, or they announce the trade at that same moment or later in the day.
This is why I talk about landing spot. And I say to people, I'm not a draft analyst. I'm a ranker. I do projections. And for me, finding out where they're landing is just the beginning of my process, to where I now start solving the matrix and figuring out how they're going to fit into the coaching scheme. How are they going to fit into this rotation? What is it going to look like? And this is why I love doing projections. It's trying to have the sight or the vision to look in advance and say, what is this team going to do? And how is this going to break down? And it's, in my opinion, one of the truest testaments of football knowledge and trying to put yourself in the mindset of a GM and coaching perspective. How do you use these players?
That's how human beings evolved. We evolved by chasing game, right?
Yes.
Right. We were
the game.
Persistence hunters. And what we had to do was project, hey, I'm that antelope. I'm that axis deer. What am I going to do? Where am I going to go? Am I going to go left? Am I going to go right? Am I going to try to find shade? Am I going to try to find water? What am I going to do? So we were constantly projecting as endurance hunters where the game is, putting ourselves in the mind of the deer, right? Of the antelope. And over time, this is what we've become really good at. And now we're projecting for what a player is going to do in the NFL and how that game might impact this other game. So we're doing a projection onto a game that's a proxy for another game. Right.
Well, let me look back
this
to
is the level that we're at. This is where humanity has come.
Look back to day one, and
this is what we're using our brains for now.
Day one, when the Lions selected Gibbs, and you guys kicked it down the projections corner, we said we are projecting Swift to be traded. However, it is impossible to project where and to really actually include it in your projections. So we had to incorporate it into the now and then, where we had a 3-headed beast. However, we knew that wasn't going to be the case. We knew he was going to be moved. They signaled that they were all in on Gibbs.
Yeah. Yep. So it was funny that there was this buy low moment that was 24 hours. We said we would do a 24-hour window.
Hope you capitalize.
Yeah, we said they get a 24. I went on Sirius XM with Alan on the RotoWire show. I said you have 24 hours to trade for Swift. I hope you're trying to do it right now. Any dynasty leaguer who is, truly getting after it, right? If you want to be an upper percentile dynasty leaguer and make real money playing dynasty, the FFPC is the best place to play dynasty. By the way, promo code Underworld, then you need to be grinding your leagues and putting out offers to try to get as much DeAndre Swift during this 24-hour period as possible. And now you may have acquired a little bit of DeAndre Swift. Theo Greminger, he's one of those grinders, right? I'm sure he acquired some DeAndre Swift yesterday and throughout the night. I'm sure that Theo woke up this morning with more DeAndre Swift than he had yesterday. I am sure of it. And you know what Theo's doing right now? We should call him. But I'm sure
flipping him.
Theo is now putting him on the block. Theo
instant returns.
He is trying to get rid of all the DeAndre Swift. So now you get him, and then the next day you immediately turn around, and he is the number one player that I am trying to deal, because he's got that sweet smell of the Philadelphia Eagles on him. Now is the time to strike. I actually have some DeAndre Swift where I drafted him in rookie drafts, and I have been resistant to these low ball offers for years.
Yeah.
Now I'm listening for the first time in years.
Because you're going to get some serious offers now. Now it's not, oh, he's not going to fit for the team. They're going to cut him. They're going to get rid of him. They did, but guess what? He's on the Eagles with one of the best O-lines in football now.
I'm listening.
You know what?
I'm listening.
I bet we have grinders inside the chat too. If you listen to the stream and we told you to go out and get him, put it in the comments. Let us know what you acquired DeAndre Swift for. I want to see the prices that we got him for prior to the trade.
Back to you, Cody.
All right, I want to take a moment today to talk to you about data analysis. The data analysis tool, we listen to the users. What do you want? What do you need? And we made it happen. We added popular reports like a fantasy scoring report, air yards report. And if you want to create a new report, but you don't necessarily want to look through every field, we have quick results. Hey, show me the most popular passing data. Show me the most popular rushing data, fantasy data. Done. And the thing just is much faster than it's ever been. And the report builder got a lot easier. I mean, check this out. We break it down into offense, defense. Show me just fantasy data elements. And then when you get results, hey, show me by draft year. Let's take a look at just certain players that played a certain number of snaps or a certain number of games last year. This is the tool that so many of you have been asking for, plus a bunch of dream features that Billy wanted and Cody wanted and I wanted and Dario wanted. So go to the fantasy tools section, click on data analysis, or go to playerprofiler.com/data-analysis.
We're back, round 5, and we have a shocker. The New England Patriots went offensive line with Antonio Mafi from UCLA. New England, guard, center, guard throughout this draft. What the hell are we doing here?
We're going to run the ball, and we're going to run the ball. And just when you think we're going to throw, we're going to run the ball some more.
Seems like a Bill Belichick angle on the life, right?
Yeah.
Run the ball. And
when everyone else zigs, we zag, right?
Ramondre Stevenson looks like a big winner right now. Kevin Harris is there. J.J. Taylor's there. Pierre Strong is there. Dwayne McBride's still on the board. Sean Tucker's still on the board.
Tucker feels like a New England guy, doesn't he?
You know who my comp was for him?
Who was it?
James White.
Yeah. It just feels right.
If he's got good medicals by one team and that one team happens to be New England, Sean Tucker fits.
That's the one.
I don't know, man. We got two more guys that go off the board. Safety, Jamie Robinson from Florida State. He got some juice over the last month into round 3, round 2 in that area. He falls to round 5 to the Carolina Panthers here. And then Jordan Howden from Minnesota goes in round 5 to the New Orleans Saints. We do have a tight end going off the board. It's a guy we mentioned just a few minutes ago. And he's not Travis. A lot of Travis Kelce, and he's the same size as Travis Kelce. His name is Josh Wiley from Cincinnati. He's going to Tennessee to play next to Chigakonkwo. They love Chigakonkwo. We're talking to a couple of Tennessee reporters down at the Combine, and it was like, who are they going to bring in the tight end? Are they going to sign a free agent? They're going to draft a guy high? No, we love Chig. We know they love Chig. They draft Josh Wiley here. We just talked about him. What do you think about Wiley?
I think it's just more of a matter of they probably feel like Wiley's a better pass catcher at this point than they could find in terms of a wide receiver, right? We talked all off season and kind of in this whole process about how wide receiver was kind of a mixed bag this year, and it's kind of you see what you want to see in this wide receiver class as opposed to having guys with defined roles. And I think they probably just went out there and felt that Wiley was just a better fit for what they want to do. If they keep Derrick Henry, they're going to run downhill, 2 tight end sets, a lot of 12 personnel, especially with Treylon Burks in the frame that he possesses. It's basically like another tight end out there blocking on the edge. So, I don't think they're doing anything that they haven't done before where they're telling you exactly who they are and what they want to do. But when they throw, I think Wiley's an interesting player. It's just a matter of, how does he project to the next level and what does he look like next to another guy that we think is going to be a really productive tight end going forward.
The Bears are on the clock here at 148, but you mentioned pass catchers that are still available. Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion still there. Will Mallory from Miami at tight end. Another one that's deeper down is Payne Durham, the big donkey from Purdue. He had a great Senior Bowl week, great red zone target down there. A.T. Perry from Wake Forest is on the board as well. I just clicked a video that hopefully does not play. And Xavier Hutchinson, Trey Palmer, Kayshon Boutte, all receivers that I think would fit well in Tennessee.
Interesting, right?
Why are we going tight? Why are we going backup tight end or grab that second tight end? Is it more of a blocking move?
It's got to be, right?
You would think you would want to put some weapons around your quarterback,
Especially when you look at A.T. Perry and what he brings, right? Like
routes. Xavier Hutchinson, routes. A.T. Perry, routes. Trey Palmer, speed. Keishon Boutte, smooth. All these Demario Douglas, routes. Like all these dudes have their own niche. Why go Josh Wiley unless your angle is Derrick Henry staying in Tennessee and Derrick Henry's going to be we're going to lean on him again in 2023.
I think that's what they're telling you, right? In not so uncertain terms. I think they're trying to tell you we're still committed to running the ball. Does that mean it's going to be Henry? I think so at this point, probably. But, at the same time, it's Mike Vrabel. He's going to run the ball no matter what. Even when, analytics and other things tell you shouldn't run the ball as often as they do. They're going to do it anyway. They're old school. They want, big, tough, physical players everywhere, not just at lineman positions. And it shows in who they draft and in who they retain and choose to pay, right?
6'7", 248-pound tight end out of Cincinnati. Like I said, 23 and a half years old, not 26 and a half years old. Short T-Rex arms, though, 31.5-inch arm length. Runs a 4.69, best comparable to Hayden Hurst on Player Profiler. The Bears were on the clock. They take Noah Sewell, the little brother, to Penny from the Detroit Lions. So Penny and Noah will play each other twice a year now inside of the NFC North. The Green Bay Packers have picked 149, take a quarterback, and it's not the best quarterback on the board. It's probably not the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, or the eighth, or maybe even the ninth best quarterback on the board. They take Sean Clifford from Penn State in the 5th round over Tyson Bagent, Jaron Hall, Max Duggan, Tanner McKee, you and me.
What? What?
They just burnt a pick. Sean Clifford. Right. What are we doing here?
Guys, I watched a lot of Sean Clifford.
Did you?
I watched a lot
I
of
feel
Sean.
bad for you for watching Sean Clifford.
I know, same. Big Ten football, man. It's what we do. We watched a lot of Iowa too. That's a different discussion.
Oh, Spencer Petras? That might have been a better pick here.
What are they doing?
If
you're going to draft a quarterback, why not draft someone with at least a tiny bit of upside?
Tyson Bagent, maybe, because I literally said this is a guy that is the Jordan Love of the class. Well, you're not going to take him in round 1, but you're going to take him and put him behind a guy for a couple years. You put him behind Jordan Love, who is his archetype, for a year. If Jordan Love ain't him, Bagent has a year behind him to mold in. The most prolific quarterback in the history of college football is Tyson Bagent. Why are you taking Sean Clifford here?
Well, the question is, who even had him on their draft board? Like, I'm struggling to find anybody that even had Sean Clifford getting drafted. That's how out of left field this is. And it's not like we're in round 6 or 7 where, we're at the end of the end and you're just taking whoever you think, might be a priority undrafted free agent for you and you're just trying to lock him into a contract. There are still legitimate quarterback prospects available and you decide to go completely off the board. I have no idea what they were thinking.
So you look at the Green Bay draft so far. They take Lucas Van Ness, 13th overall. We love that value from Iowa. They get Musgrave in the 2nd round. They take Tucker Kraft in the 3rd. Of course, we love the Jaden Reed pick in the 2nd. Colby Wooden, a value in the 4th round at defensive line. You can play tackle. You can play 3-tech. You can play on the edge. And then they nuke the entire draft by taking Sean Clifford here in the 5th. They do have another pick in 10 selections and a couple 6th. Why not take Bagent? Why not just add another receiver to the room? And why not just add defense? Like,
why not do anything other than what they did? Literally anything.
All right, we're wasting too much time on Sean Clifford. I'm kind of sick and tired of talking about this guy. So let's talk about the best available players across the board right now at the wide receiver position. Again, we're going to run through these same exact names because they've been sitting here for just a little bit. Trey Palmer's a guy, caught some steam. He ran a 4.3. He played at LSU with Booty, with Jefferson, with Chase, with Terrace, with Racey McMath. He's a guy that went to Nebraska, went for over 1,000 yards with Casey Thompson. Talk about bad quarterbacks in college. Parker Washington at Penn State with Sean Clifford, a guy that weighs 204 pounds, had an ankle injury through the process. He's going to be a value here. Xavier Hutchinson, a guy that struggles in man defense, but he finds areas in the zone. A lot of receivers, I think, a value here in the 5th round. We saw Stephon Diggs go off in the 5th round in years past. Darnell Mooney. I think there's some area where Demario Douglas, Dontavia Wicks, Trey Palmer, one of these guys, 2 of these guys are going to be values, and they're going to be relevant, I would say, in the NFL for the next 5-6 years.
Yeah, and the other one that that comes up often that was mocked in day 2 all over the place, A.D. Perry, right? When you talk about all of these guys that are available, it makes picks like Wiley and picks like Clifford that just came off the board even more questionable to you when these teams need help at actual receiver. It's just strange across the board what we're seeing right now in the middle of the 5th round, but a lot of wide receivers available.
We have a wide receiver going off the board as we speak, as we just mentioned a couple. The Buffalo Bills receiver 18 off the board in the NFL draft goes to Justin Shorter, 6'3", 224 pounds with almost 34-inch arms. He runs a 4.55 at 23 years old from Florida. He's going up to Buffalo. He's kind of a mirror image of Gabe Davis, but he's got a little more alpha tenacity in his head than Gabe Davis does. And I think he can probably put it on the field and give him a little bit of competition. He's not a great talent. 5th round here. Any thoughts on the Florida prospect?
I mean, obviously we all watched a lot of Anthony Richardson, right? Trying to figure out what his profile looks like, what he's going to be as we watch that Florida offense. Justin Shorter is a guy that a couple of times on film you popped and you're watching somebody and you're like, oh, clearly there's something here, right? It's not, we're not talking about a day 1 guy or a day 2 guy, but he's clearly one of those guys in day 3 where you're like, oh, well, if we get him around the right wide receiver coach, give him the right quarterback, an offensive coordinator that can scheme some stuff up for him, maybe we have something here. So not a complete whiff. Yeah, not a complete zero, right? There's something here with Justin Shorter. It's just a matter of, it is kind of a redundant pick in a Gabe Davis that you've already invested capital in. Maybe this is one of those things that's kind of suggesting that they may move on from Gabe when it's time to offer that second contract and that, they're looking to replace him already.
You look at the Buffalo Bills draft, they take Kincaid in round 1. They put him in a slot. Osiris Torrance put him in the offensive line. Dorian Williams is supposed to fill in for Tremaine Edmonds, even though he's 4 inches shorter. He does have dreads. He's not as athletic as Tremaine Edmonds. Justin Shorter here in the 5th round. They haven't had a selection in over 75 picks. Shorter's the guy. They have 2 more in the 6th round. If Shorter's the only receiver that they take outside of Kincaid, it seems like they believe in Khalil Shakir to a certain extent on the inside, and they have competition now for Gabe Davis. But again, it's a 5th round pick, and it's Justin Shorter. It's not a 3rd round pick, and it's not Cedric Tillman.
Yeah, and I think when you're looking at Buffalo's offense, right, I think they've got some stuff that they're trying to clean up in terms of, the last time that we saw Buffalo play, that was a really ugly game that they played against Cincinnati where the offense just didn't look right at all. And we've been asking them, begging them basically to find somebody opposite of Diggs that can consistently get open against elite DBs and competition. I think they're telling you that they thought that Kincaid was a better option than any of the round 1 wide receivers that they could go get. They probably didn't think they could get up to a Smith and Jigba.
Yep.
And then after that, what they're telling you basically is, I think Justin Shorter is your Gabe Davis replacement long-term if they decide that Gabe isn't going to stick around. I think they're clearly telling you here that Dalton Kincaid is going to be their guy in terms of, the target share, and Khalil Shakir also, right? Huge win for him. They haven't even looked in the direction of a slot receiver. So those two, I think, are the big winners. Kincaid landing spot, obviously Josh Allen, elite quarterback, and then Khalil Shakir because they haven't brought in any kind of competition for him.
2 more picks have come in. Colby Sorsdale from William and Mary goes to the Detroit Lions. Here he's an offensive tackle, again, like from William and Mary, where Darren Sharper and Mike Tomlin went. Shout out. 152 overall. 151, though, I want to talk about this guy because early in the process, before the combine, I fell in love with Mike Morris. Mike Morris goes to the Seattle Seahawks here, 6'5", 275 pounds. Played next to Mozzie, obviously the freak athlete that's at Dallas now. He runs a 4.95, though, and immediately nukes his draft capital. He goes here in the 5th round to the Seattle Seahawks. And I think he's an interesting prospect. When you pull up the Seattle Seahawks depth chart on the defensive line, you got Draymond Jones, massive human. You got Darrell Taylor, good first-round pick. But you look at the other guy they brought in, Cameron Young. They know they need to work on the inside. They draft Derek Hall, edge rusher from Auburn. He's not a massive dude, but he's a long, quick dude. Cameron Young, massive out of Alabama. Mike Morris, massive out of Michigan. SEC, Big Ten, big donkeys, inside, stop the run. Is Seattle making the right moves? I know they take Charbonnet, but they also went guard, D tackle, edge, D tackle, corner. Witherspoon's a great pick. Like Seattle's had a quietly good draft other than the Charbonnet pick.
Yeah, I think the Charbonnet pick kind of murks the rest of what we're going to think about it in terms of star potential, but they're getting really productive, valuable players at positions that matter and that they needed depth at late in the draft. I mean, Mike Morris watching Ohio State, Michigan, obviously, I mean, he made our lives hell, right? Like there's something to be said for a guy that is producing against a Paris Johnson Jr., against a DeJuan Jones that we're talking about as potential, day one guys in terms of Paris. And, DeJuan has now obviously fallen, but you're talking about guys that were really, really highly regarded as college tackles and then NFL prospects. And if he can beat them consistently the way that Michigan has against Ohio State the last 2 years, I think you're talking about a guy that has a role and can be productive despite, of course, you'd like to see him run faster than a 4.95, but it's just one data point, right? If he can win, he can win. So we'll see what Seattle does with him because they've notoriously gotten the best out of defensive players.
So Seattle's going to be back on the clock right now as we're speaking, but Tampa Bay just had a selection. And as much as we talk about running backs and wide receivers, it's like, hey, maybe they're going to take a running back. Instead, they take Servachier Dennis. Let's kick it to the couch because I think the couch wanted to see a little Rashad White tandem maybe come in. What do you got for us, Matty and Matt?
We're over here talking about fantasy football, actually.
Yep.
And Alex is setting up his rankings, trying to get it figured out. Who's taking it? There's still this big open question. We're trying to solve it. It's quite the dilemma. It's quite the quandary. Okay. What do we do with Zach Charbonnet? What do we do with Zach Charbonnet? What do you do with Zach Charbonnet? Zach Charbonnet has an all-purpose skill set. Zach Charbonnet was incredibly productive and caught over 30 passes with the requisite size to be a bell cow back in the league. Very few box stuffing running backs available in this draft like Zach Charbonnet. You could argue that the only other one was Bijan Robinson that was at Zach Charbonnet's level of a prospect profile. He then goes in the round you wanted him to go to, day 2. Unfortunately, he goes round 2, day 2, but to Seattle, who drafted a running back in round 2 last year. But that running back was the best runner in all of college football and even better between the tackles runner than Breece Hall, someone who caught passes at a higher rate than expected as a rookie. And I don't see a path for Zach Charbonnet to overtake Kenneth Walker in real life. We believe that this pick was driven primarily by a need to fill out the depth chart, regardless of draft capital.
We're talking about the Seattle Seahawks here, and they got Kenneth Walker, and they got Zach Charbonnet. They just drafted Mike Morris, this massive dude in the defensive line, and now they just took the best center from the Senior Bowl, our boy Oluwatimi, number 55.
Oh yeah, man. I did. Okay.
This is going to be a unit. They hit on Cross last year. They built inside out. Yes, it's a terrible decision to draft Charbonnet, but this is what this offense is. They're surrounding Gino with the right tools. Right. DK, JSN, Charbonnet, Ken Walker. The offensive line's built inside out. Theo mentioned it yesterday. These guys are going to be Super Bowl contenders.
It was an identity pick. It was a depth chart identity pick, regardless of the draft slot. The question is, the quandary is, the dilemma is, where do you draft Zach Charbonnet in rookie drafts in real life? You are OTC. What are you going to do? Are you going to go Zay Flowers, who also landed in a terrible position? Are you going to go Tajay Spears, who is a year away from a full potential unlock? What are you going to do when you're on the clock, Alex Dunlap?
I think you take him at the 202 or the 203 and one quarterback.
What if I love Jaden Reed? So I had a dream about Jaden Reed last night.
You take Jaden Reed. You take Jaden Reed. I think where you start thinking about Charbonnet, this is the only only way I can slice this is around the time I think you could take Charbonnet before you start thinking about Jonathan Mingo, Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt, that kind of player. But I think that the Zay Flowers, Jaden Reed stuff is probably out the window. Of course, the Kendre Miller, the Roshan John stuff, that's out. Devon A-Chain, that's out the window. Addison, JSN, even Anthony. I think Anthony Richardson needs to be off the board for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even one quarterback. Yep. Absolutely.
By the time you're even thinking about it. So my question, should a Charbonnet decision around the area of Marvin Mims, should that decision include like a Michael Mayer, or do you think that he belongs after Charbonnet goes off?
Box stuffing running back over any tight end every time, because it's still a possibility. Running backs miss games. Most running backs miss multiple games every year. If you just pluck a running back off an NFL roster, he's probably going to miss multiple games. That's what you're getting from Zach Charbonnet. I don't want to give the false impression to any fantasy football enthusiast in the world that they're going to get quote unquote standalone value from Zach Charbonnet. You're not going to get that. He's never going to surpass Kenneth Walker. I think he's far inferior. This was an identity depth chart pick, but it is possible that Kenneth Walker misses games, especially the way he plays. Yeah. So that's what you're getting. You're going to get more from Zach Charbonnet in the 1 or 2 games he ends up starting than you're going to get from Jonathan Mingo and most of the wide receivers that are going to be available in round 2. That's why Zach Charbonnet is the pick to kick off round 2 in single quarterback. Woo! Prefer Anthony Richardson. The real dilemma becomes Spears, Reed, and Charbonnet. Charbonnet has the most upside based on the potential of a Kenneth Walker injury, but Reed also has great upside with the potential of taking over as the number 1 receiving option as early as 2024. Spears could take over as the lead back in Tennessee in 2024. So they all have potential. But the guy that has probably the most potential to be a DFS chalk play in year 1 is actually Charbonnet in the event of a Walker injury.
A $4,600 Charbonnet, like this, that everybody has. Yeah, totally. I get that.
So for that reason,
but for Dynasty is cool. But we're talking about a 1-week DFS like spike play. For Dynasty, we're talking about a guy who, I mean, he's going to be on basically his entire rookie contract alongside Ken Walker.
Well, that's why it's such an interesting dilemma, right? Is that Charbonnet has become a premium handcuff for high stakes leagues. Mm-hmm. He's become a guy you want a roster in every seasonal format. Though in Dynasty, he's dead. He's dead in Dynasty. Yeah. There's no window. Spears has a window. Like the window opens a year from now for Spears. The window opens for Reed immediately. There really is no window, realistic window for long-term sustained fantasy production for Zach Charbonnet for 3 years. For 3 years from the guy you pick at any point in the first round, that's not a pick I'm making. I cannot pick Zach Charbonnet in a dynasty league in round 1 because of that. I'd actually be more likely. This is shocking, right? Because dynasty is a long-term prospect, right? You think of dynasty as a long-term investment, right? And the ultimate guy that's going to take years to pay off at this point has to be Charbonnet. So you're like, well, he's only going to have value in dynasty. No. It's counterintuitive. He actually has more season league value for the 2 to 3 games that Kenneth Walker suffers the hamstring injury or the ankle injury, the high ankle sprain for Kenneth Walker. You can see that coming.
Absolutely.
So that's why I like Charbonnet in high stakes. I don't like him in dynasty. And when I first started considering how I feel about these players and strategically, the game theory of it, that wasn't my initial assumption. My initial assumption is my reflex response was, I think Zach Charbonnet is interesting for dynasty, a guy I'm going to park in the taxi squad. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I'm not interested. and then you think more deeply about it, it's actually the reverse.
I agree with that. In Dynasty, now we're looking at what came to mind. We know there's been a lot of Zach Charbonnet talk in the house since the pick happened. It was such a polarizing pick. It's almost like how much we like Tony Pollard when there was Zeke, except it's Zeke in his prime, second year Zeke. So that's going to extend. Remember how long we waited for Pollard?
Pollard's 26 now.
Right. We waited so long for Pollard, and this is worse for Charbonnet because we were less into Charbonnet's profile than we were Tony Pollard.
Yeah, Tony Pollard is a truly special, all-purpose back. He's both a slasher and a satellite back, and he can run between the tackles. I mean, he really if everyone comps all these satellite back plus backs to Kamara, the guy that actually comps to Kamara is Tony Pollard.
Right, and that's why we've been excited for Pollard, waited forever. But Charbonnet is getting on this train 6 stops earlier than Tony
he's
Pollard
not the
did.
same player that Pollard is. And by the way, what Dallas is doing is full validation of the Tony Pollard skill set and Tony Pollard's capabilities to be a primary back in the league. Right, Alex?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I mean, got to hand it to the Podfather. he's just stuck through it the whole time, man. But yeah,
Podfather's right again. Back to you.
We got a couple of sick picks that are in, and the Ravens have done it again. They took Zay Flowers early on. They come back and get Trenton Simpson, and now they take my favorite sleeper, I guess. Maybe I'm not going to say favorite because he's not my favorite, but he's a sleeper here in this class from the Senior Bowl. Kelley. He's a guy that's just going to mirror any wide receiver he plays against. Cornerback from Stanford. He's going to go in here. He's going to play next to Marlon Humphreys, and when Humphrey walks away, Blue's going to take over. Blue's best comparable on Player Profiler. You like this or what?
This is high praise, man. This is high praise. Best comparable for Kelley is Derek Stingley Jr.
Baby.
Which, if we get anywhere close, if you even get 70% of Derek Stingley out of Kelley, that is a steal again for Eric DeCosta and the Ravens in round 5.
Is Eric DeCosta in the top 10?
No question.
Is Eric DeCosta in the top 5?
Right on the edge.
Okay.
If he's not in the top 5, he's knocking on the door.
All right, edge of top 5. We're building the list right here because we've been talking about these rankings for the last 72 hours. We're going to build them on paper. And when that last pick hits at 259, you're going to have a top 10 general manager draft grade. We missed 2 picks here. The first one of which was Darrell Luter from South Alabama, cornerback going to the San Francisco 49ers. The Niners lost Emmanuel Mosley this last year. The Niners have run out just as many cornerbacks as they have run out running backs over the last 3 years. Darrell Luter comes in. It's a 5th-round pick. It is what it is. They got Charvarius Ward, which is 2 years ago, which is what they needed, right? He was a top 5 corner throughout the entire season. Luter, I think, comes in, competes with DeAndre Lenore. I know you like Lenore. It's Ward, it's Lenore, it's Warmack, it's Ambry Thomas. I think he probably slits in right above Ambry Thomas by the time the season rolls around.
Yeah, I agree. And again, just depth signings, right? San Francisco is one of those teams that's been ravaged by injuries, but has found a way to stay consistent and stay competitive, right? And it's because they're drafting a bunch of these guys that they know are going to get banged up. Corner's probably outside of quarterback the toughest position to play in the league, period. I mean, you're mirroring the freakiest of the freak athletes on the field in terms of receivers. And so, I mean, obviously the injury risk is relatively high when you're banging bodies trying to commit to the run. You're trying to chase down a Stephon Diggs or a Cooper Kupp or whoever it is. But again, depth signing, you love to see it.
We got we'll announce this one here. Daniel Scott, safety from California, goes to the Colts. Another solid late round pick for Chris Ballard here. But this year's Romeo Dobbs is Dontavian Wicks and Dante Demas, right? Those are the 2 dudes that were labeled as the kitty cats, as Alex Dunlap labeled them when we were talking about the dog rating last night. The kitty cats of the class, Dontavian Wicks and Dante Demas. Dontavian Wicks goes at the board right here at pick 159 to the Green Bay Packers. So he buries himself just where Romeo Dobbs is on the Green Bay depth chart. Wicks is a guy who had 1,400 yards in 2021 at Virginia, and then through a multitude of reasons, injury, off-field situations, he did not have the best season. He goes down to the Senior Bowl, does not have a great time, looks like one of the lower-end receivers in the entire group, kind of where Josivas was, kind of below that, kind of below Nakua. He goes off here, the wide receiver 20 on the board to the Green Bay Packers.
I'm mind boggled by the picks that are coming in at wide receiver that are not A.T. Perry, that are not Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington, Trey Palmer. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand what we're doing here. And this isn't even in a fantasy football context. It's in A.T. Perry is just going to be a more productive receiver than Davion Wicks ever could hope to be at the next level. I don't get it. You already have the kind of archetype in Romeo Doubs. For a lot of the stuff that we love about Green Bay's draft, the last two picks are ugly.
I thought Alex was coming to talk about the kitty cats, but I guess not. He's walking the opposite direction. Dontavian Wicks, again, fits in right, I think, behind Romeo Doubs. If you had to look at the pecking order, Christian Watson got his spot dialed in there. I think Jaden Reed comes in and owns the slot, and I think the other side's going to be Romeo versus Dontavian. So this just tells me that they don't really believe in Romeo as much as we did. Again, it's only a fifth-round pick. It is what it is, but it is a depth piece after Sean Clifford.
Yeah, and those two back-to-back picks are just nuking what we thought was a really good draft before that. I don't get either of the last two picks that Green Bay made, but hey, if they really liked him enough there to take him above the Palmers and the A.T. Perrys, I'm sure they have their process and their reasons, but it seems redundant to do that when Doubs is already there.
I see some questions in the chat. Just know that if you click that join button and you actually join the Underworld Army, we will pop your question up and we will answer it. That's why yesterday we answered a question from the Fantasy Plumber, because he is a part of the Underworld Army on YouTube. If you want a question asked, send us a super sticker, send us a super chat, join the Underworld, do something that means something. Click like, click subscribe, stay tapped in. Otherwise, I'm just going to ignore all your questions, but I do appreciate you. Click that like button, and we'll continue on that. We do have another selection coming in from the Jacksonville Jaguars. Antonio Johnson, safety from Texas A&M. Antonio Johnson's a guy I thought he had kind of similar to Kendre Miller. Kendre Miller had a wide range of outcomes. Is he going to go round 2 like Javonte, or is he going to fall to round 6 like Jamar Jefferson? Antoine Johnson was that guy on defense for the Texas A&M Aggies. Was he going to go round 3? Was he going to go undrafted? He goes right here in the round 5 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. 6'2", 198. What do you think about him?
There's a lot to like, right? Texas A&M's been recruiting really well. And obviously the results haven't shown up on the field, as Aggie fans know, and if a little bit too much. Shout out to Theo. But best comparable for us is HaHa Clinton Dix, who was really productive for Green Bay for a number of years, right? And if you're getting a productive safety in the 5th round at this point, it's absolutely great value. Just a matter of, will he get on the field? Will he have a similar career? Draft capital is obviously very different between what HaHa was and what Antonio is, but that's what you're hoping for when you draft a guy like this in round 5.
Let's look at the Los Angeles Rams, because I know you're a fan of Los Angeles Rams, and they just took Nick Hampton from Appalachian State. I love these Appalachian State dudes, and the Rams haven't had that many selections as far as the early part of the draft goes, but they did have 2/3, a 4th, and they have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4/5, and this is the first one at pick 27. They have 33, 37, and 43. They got a lot coming up here. Nick Hampton, outside linebacker, App State. Is this a good fit? Do they need outside linebacker?
Yeah, I mean, the Rams need a lot of depth basically everywhere. So right now, their consensus goal should just be best player available. That is a fit for what they want to do, right? I mean, don't need to draft 13 tackles if you already have one. But
come on, man. Well, Bill Belichick's drafting 18 guards.
Bill Belichick also has a different roster than we do. This roster needs a lot of help, man. I mean, we're talking about Kupp, Jefferson, Skoranek.
This is the team that should have drafted a receiver.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. A.T. Perry being there, I'm assuming that one of these 5th round picks is going to be a receiver. Which one will it be? Anyone's guess.
They got to draft somebody to fill in for that Robinson, right? I don't think Van Jefferson's going to maybe fills in for that spot right there, but I need somebody with some upside, a Wheaton, a Yosavash. When you're looking at this receiving crew, there's a ton of dudes out here. I don't know if a DeMario, a Butte, or anything like that fits in here, but I think like a bigger, a 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", maybe a CJ Johnson from East Carolina. I don't know much about him. Haven't watched his film yet, but I know Alex Dunlap has, so I'm going to trust him because he says he looks like Anquan Boldin. But maybe a guy like that, right?
Yeah.
Anquan Boldin, would he fit good in this Los Angeles Rams offense?
Yeah, I think basically what we're looking at here, if you're a Rams fan, is the years and years of not getting blue chip talent without the round 1 and round 2 picks has led to you needing to swing and trade down in round 3, 4, 5 to get more of these lottery tickets, to take some more chances on these guys that are depth pieces, whether it's a Nick Scott, whether it's a Taylor Rapp, whether it's a Jordan Fuller, right, that turned into really good players at safety for them. They've had corners that have turned into really good players, linebackers that have turned into really good players. Michael Hecht turned into a really productive edge rusher at the end of last year for them, right? They just need bodies at this point, right? And the more lottery tickets you have that are basically locked in contracts that can't really be negotiated for a while, the better off they're going to be. And it's why I hated that quarterback pick so much, is you just need so much across this roster to keep yourself even competitive if you draft a rookie in 2023 or 2024. You just need so much here that it doesn't make sense to subject that poor kid, whoever it is, and in this case it happens to be Stetson Bennett, to what that roster looks like right now, because it's not prepared for them to compete in that window.
We got 2 fantasy relevant players that just went off the board right here. The first of which is to the Indianapolis Colts. The Indianapolis Colts take a tight end by the name of Will Mallory. Zach Kuntz is still on the board here in the 5th round. He is not going off the board. Will Mallory fits in right behind or right next to Mo Alley Cox. I feel like Mo Alley Cox and Zach Kuntz on the same team would have been a very good duo. Kyler Grant, because more than just football. Kyler Granson, Jelani Woods, and now Will Mallory fit in Indianapolis. But the big selection here, again, it's 5th round, but this is an athletic running back, and this is a very important when it comes to this because in just a few weeks, Chase Brown from the Illinois Fighting Illini is now a Cincinnati Bengal.
Wow.
Chase Brown famously at the Senior Bowl got knocked out by his own brother in the hole. Fumble, helmet fell off, shoe fell off, had a terrible Senior Bowl, but he does go to Cincinnati.
Ouch. That's just how we introduce you here at Player Profiler. If you get knocked out, you get knocked out twice.
Straight for the throat every time. Chase Brown, though, I mean, the opportunity is there, right? We like Travion Williams back in the day. Samaje Perine was there. I mean, if Joe Mixon's gone,
it's a lot of opportunity.
It's a lot of opportunity,
right? We talk about vacated targets all the time, vacated carries here, right? And they're going to be productive carries because Cincinnati's a really good and efficient offense. And you know they're going to throw the ball, but they have committed at times to running, especially with Mixon and Perine in that run in 2021, a little less so in their run last year. But if Chase Brown can kind of seize some control of that RB1 job early, you're talking about rookie draft relevant, dynasty draft relevant, DFS relevant, and more specifically, would be a really great guy in redraft to stash on your bench till the end of the year when he's really going to take over, you hope, that role for the Bengals and kind of carry you through that fantasy playoff stretch where we know rookie running backs really hold their value.
I'm thinking of 2 different things right here, right? So either Mixon staying on this football team or he's gone and they bring in a Kareem Hunt because they haven't used any of these earlier draft capital on running back. It's been Chase Brown now in the 5th. Travion Williams was a 6th round pick in 2019. Chris Evans was a 6th round pick in 2021. And now this is a 5th round pick in 2023. So every other year, this is their thing. Late round running back, late round running back, late round running back. This is not a Joe Mixon replacement, but it's a depth piece that can take on 300 plus touches like we saw him do at Illinois.
Yeah. And the thing is, right, if you keep doing what Cincinnati is doing, you're eventually going to find an Isaiah Pacheco that's going to take over for Clyde Edwards-Helaire that had round 1 capital in the 7th round or in the 6th or 5th round. And I think they're doing this in a really appropriate manner where it's, hey, we're not going to extend anybody. We're just going to sit there and say, okay, 5th round draft pick, 2 years later, 6th round draft pick, 2 years later, 6th round draft pick. If you keep throwing these darts on these late round running backs with good profiles, eventually one of them is going to hit and you're going to get 3 to 4 years of really productive play for not a lot of money.
The Minnesota Vikings just made another selection here. It was on the offensive side of the football. It was not tight end. It was not receiver. It was not running back, but it was quarterback. This guy's 25.1 years old from the fake Pac-12 school BYU. He ran a 4.69, 4.64 at his pro day. Best comparable to Skylar Thompson. He's 25 years old. He's 6 foot, 207 pounds. He will never see the light of day in the Minnesota backfield. He probably won't be on the roster in 2024, but Jaron Hall had a good career at BYU for that one season. He almost left the team to play baseball. He did play baseball for 1 year. 25 years old. Is there a chance he does anything after Kirk Cousins leaves? Or is Kirk Cousins just going to keep extending his time in Minnesota?
I think it's one of those situations where he needs to follow the prospect of another BYU quarterback in Taysom Hill and find something else to do, brother.
I like
his quarterback ain't it.
I like it. I mean, he's got the athleticism too. 4.64, 40-yard dash. That's athletic enough, 207 pounds. You can be a little bit of a gadget guy. Maybe put on 5-10 pounds, keep that 4.6 speed, and all of a sudden there's a little opportunity for you.
Yeah.
Again, play multi-sport.
Right. The thing is, we try to pigeonhole these guys in terms of draft prospects, and then coaches like Sean Payton come around and they unleash what they can be as a threat on various levels. You kind of hope that Minnesota takes a similar approach with Jaron Hall. Maybe he's just simply in there to run read option. Maybe he's simply just there to take the hits on the 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 that they don't want Kirk Cousins to have to take. Because like we saw in Philly last year, right? If they're not going to force that shove out of the league on 3rd and 4th and 1, why wouldn't you use it? And why wouldn't you take an athlete like Jaron Hall that's capable not only of taking snaps under center, but that can run that for you, right?
What about Nick Mullins? Nick Mullins is back there. Is Jaron Hall going to be able, you think, compete with Nick Mullins at all?
Who knows? It's ugly back there. Is it? The question is, if we're asking if you can compete with Nick Mullins, what do we think of you as a player?
We don't think very much of you because, again, you're 25 years old and it took you 5 years to break out of BYU. So I don't think there's very much upside to think about there. The Chicago Bears back on the clock. They take cornerback again, this time Terrell Smith from Minnesota. We talk about a lot of these guys that got juice, got pushed into the day 2 conversation. Terrell Smith is one of those guys. He's a great athlete. Chicago does the right thing again. They go corner. They take Tyreek Stevenson on day 1. They come back, day 2. They come back, take Terrell Smith on day 3 in round 5. Gervin Dexter, D tackle. Zach Pickens, D tackle. Roshan, running back. Darnell Wright at right tackle. Right pick, right pick, right pick, right pick, right pick, right pick. Ryan Poles, crushing,
right? Their 2 biggest question marks were defensive backfield. Or sorry, the 3 biggest were who are the weapons, who are the receivers going to be, right, behind DJ Moore and Claypool, if they think Claypool is going to continue to be there too. And then the other question that was asked is defensive line and defensive backfield, right? Now you've addressed the offensive line in an emphatic way at 10, double dipped at corner. I'm having a hard time finding anybody who you can definitively say is having a significantly better draft than Ryan Poles is right now. We love the Eagles. We love the Colts, Pittsburgh. But, I mean, Chicago's right up there. We're talking about positions of need, value, freak athletes. They're checking every box in draft picks that you want, especially as we get later into day 2 and day 3, where there are less sure things. They're betting on the right traits.
We're looking right now at the best available players right now as far as this draft goes. You look at the running back position: Eric Gray, Dwayne McBride, Zach Evans, Deuce Vaughn. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock right now. We're going to kick it over to the couch so they can talk about this Kansas City Chiefs selection when it does come in and recap Dontavian Wicks to the Packers, Will Mallory to the Colts, Chase Brown to the Cincinnati Bengals. I want to hear what they think about some of these guys. We'll send it over to the couch right now.
We don't care about Dontavian Wicks one bit.
Nothing left to say.
Romeo Dobbs 2.0. I mean, congratulations. They got their insurance policy on Romeo Dobbs. Who cares? Chase Brown is interesting. This was the landing spot we wanted for Israel Abanikanda. Had Israel Abanikanda landed on the Bengals, I would love to just imagine what the conversation would be if it were Abanikanda, right? And the thing with Abanikanda didn't go to the Senior Bowl because he was too young, right? And he's bigger, faster, better than Chase Brown. Was not necessarily more productive, though. Chase Brown, very productive. The issue with Chase Brown is he's horrific at football.
He was horrific at the Senior Bowl. He's very, very bad.
Chase Brown was awesome in college. It's very difficult for me to understand how this happened. I thought maybe he was tilting. Maybe someone had sabotaged his gear.
No, Matt, it was like a comedy of errors. It was like, do you remember the time he dropped the pass and he fell down and I think his helmet and his shoes both fell off?
Yes, Cody talked about that. Every time I looked up, it was Chase Brown dropping a pass, Chase Brown getting blown up in pass protection, Chase Brown falling down, slipping.
Oh, you make the good point too, because we talked about how Roschon would be a good fit there because taking over Samaje Perine, the great pass pro. One thing that we do know, what we can say about Chase Brown, he was the most productive running back at the combine as far as players last year within the context of their own team, right? As far as his market share stuff, enough passes he caught. He's 5'9.5". 215, and he ran a real fast 4.43.
He's a sick athlete.
He's fast.
He's one of the top athleticism
He's a
scores
really good looking athlete
of any running back in this class.
But
that's all true. That's all true.
He can't pass protect, and that's going to be an important thing in Cincinnati.
He can't do anything. He can't do anything. At some point, at 3 days of practices at the Senior Bowl, you've got to be able to show you have skills. You have to show something. Have you ever in your history covering the Senior Bowl, you've now covered the Senior Bowl for a decade, Alex, because this is another dilemma that we have. We have great statistics and athletic measurements. And 4 years ago, when I was dismissing anything that was happening outside the college stats and the athleticism, I would have been super bullish. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, Podfather would have been super bullish on Chase Brown. But then I started to appreciate, after some wrong calls, I've been humiliated on social media by both Cooper Kupp and Steve Smith. And it was a lesson I learned that if a guy's going to go to the Senior Bowl and he's going to show out and be the clear best player there, then you need to pay attention.
At least
to
pay
that.
attention.
You need to pay attention to that and not just dismiss him as a small school compiler. That's not what he was, right? That's not what he was. So I've learned it's a process, and we're getting better and better and better. We ended up being right about Roschon Johnson. Thank you very much. Jaden Reed, right again. So I'm very happy with how this evolution has taken me to this place where I can look at this Chase Brown pick, and while there's a lot of neurons firing in my brain thinking, oh, think about the possibilities. Joe Mixon, by the way, if they're not going to draft a running back until mid-day 3, he's coming back.
That's a good point.
Right? Joe Mixon's back. He's going to be a Bengal. I know that the media doesn't want Joe Mixon to be a Bengal. The media doesn't want Joe Mixon to win a Super Bowl. But until the Bengals are forced to release him because of some suspension, or the NFL has a way of doing this. Like they will coerce the team to not let the player play, most famously with Deshaun Watson. Now, that could happen, right? But so far, that has not yet happened. The Bengals have not acted, and they have more information than we do about Joe Mixon's situation with these charges. And the fact that they waited rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds to draft any running back to replace him, and the guy they replaced him with is more of a satellite back, is more of a slasher. We talked about Ty Johnson, right? Guys like that. That's Chase Brown. But I question whether Chase Brown's even Ty Johnson, because I'm assuming if Ty Johnson had been at the Senior Bowl, he would have been able to block somebody. I'm assuming he would have been able to catch a pass. I'm assuming he would have been able to hold on to the ball. Do you realize how rare it is for guys to fumble in drills where you're not allowed to be taken to the ground
on consecutive plays?
No. Listen. Yeah. So here's how the Senior Bowl works, Matt. You basically, it's just you get arm tackled, and if long as you can run through arm tackles, they're not allowed to put their full weight behind their tackling because you're not allowed to take you to the ground. So they're just basically grabbing at you. They're grabbing at you. They're not really, hitting you with the full bodily impact. They're not allowed. It's just not. It's called practice. That's what you don't. Well, that's just how practice works. You're not allowed to do that. So it's a rare thing to see the ball on the ground. And sometimes you're on your phone, you're distracted, and you hear ball, and it's like a rare thing. Oh, the ball's on the ground. Holy shit! How the hell did that happen? So the idea that it would happen for consecutive plays is wild, and yet it wouldn't happen to him in college, which it's such a mystery to me how you could be so productive and athletic and look completely incompetent when you're playing up a level against all future professional athletes.
Hashtag bad at football.
Yeah, and just let me just ask you, because we were just talking about it. You're on the clock. You got the gun to your head. Not really.
There was no. We went a whole day. That was it. Just one day.
It's just a clock.
Rank these players.
Well, no, I've got a toaster hanging over me in the bathtub.
Yeah.
I gotta rank.
Tank, the Jacksonville Jaguars version of Tank Bigsby. Is he a Banacanda who's Breece Hall's backup for the next 3 years? And Chase Brown, who's stepping into a lot better spot, but a guy that we clearly don't like as much as.
So in this trip, I've learned about outs. The poker term, outs. You look for outs. So in this case, I'm going to take Tank Bigsby because he has more outs to get production. He's going to get some carries, an injury away. He could be a star, and we like his profile. We like what the kid can do in college and what we hope to do in the pros. I will then go Chase Brown, even though everything you said, Matt, is 100% correct. And I also think an indictment on the selection is how far he's fallen, considering how athletic he is.
That's the correct answer.
Really, really tough there to say that.
I think that's correct.
No, Bigsby's going to be the number 2 running back.
Yeah, I think that's
day
correct.
2 capital in what is an ascending off. I was going to say aspiring, but they've already they're not aspiring anymore. They fully ascended, and they're still in the process of ascend. They are aspiring for a further ascendance, aspiring to a further ascendance of offensive prolificness.
You sound like a Chad.
Yes.
You sound like a Chad GPT in real life.
Yeah, that was a Chad GPT answer. So the answer is Bigsby easily. He's also much better at football. I mean, Cody likes Tank Bigsby because he's a good football player. Doesn't like Chase Brown, not a good football player. The Brown versus Abanikanda is very interesting because we didn't get to see Abanikanda at the Senior Bowl. So it's possible that Abanikanda is just Chase Brown 1.5.
Yeah.
That he's just as incompetent. Yeah, he's just as incompetent in all these phases, and that he was just a product of a system and athleticism, and it doesn't translate to the next level. It's very possible with these slasher types. You get fooled by them more than almost any other profile at any other position when we're executing rookie drafts, because here's the thing. We have no choice. In the 3rd, 4th round, I'm going running back. I'm going running back almost exclusively unless there's, an athletic quarterback or an athletic tight end that I can talk myself into. Almost never going wide receiver because that's the surest roster clogging option almost always. I've learned my lesson there. So I'm going to go running back. And so you're just trying to find a narrative that you can tell yourself to how this could work out for this player. And so you're much more likely to see the glass half full on an Abanikanda, where with Chase Brown, you have to sort of imagine he didn't go to the Senior Bowl because neither did Abanikanda, and then give him the benefit of the doubt in spite of seeing all the fumbles and drops that maybe he had a bad week. Right? Who knows? I don't know. Maybe he can, through hard work, he can clean this up. Though I doubt it. It doesn't matter. If I'm in the 3rd round, I'm going to be chasing the athleticism on that team, and I'm going to end up going Chase Brown, even though I think Abanikanda is a much better player. The path for Abanikanda is blocked.
Really bad.
It is really blocked.
Bad. Yeah.
And we talked about the difference between dynasty and seasonal leagues, and that actually Charbonnet is more interesting for seasonal leagues.
Exactly. Yeah. Last time we were here on the couch.
So it's not the case with Abanikanda.
No.
Abanikanda is not interesting at all. At all. There's no scenario because even if Breece Hall is delayed in his recovery, it's going to be Michael Carter.
Right. Or Bam Knight.
Bam Knight is there. This is so bad. So bad for Abanikanda, where Mixon is going to be a Cincinnati Bengal, but Mixon can also pick up a high ankle sprain.
Yeah.
And the depth chart is thinner. It's more hollowed out in Cincinnati. They're a better team than New York. So the outs that Chase Brown has are significantly better than those of Abanikanda. This Abanikanda landing spot is so maddening. I'm tilting on it hard. You can hear how hard I'm tilting on it because even if Abanikanda had gone to a place where he was just a straight up number 2, set it in stone, he's not going to get any touches in year 1. Have Abanikanda go to the Giants.
Okay.
I'm happy to draft him in Dynasty. Would gladly take him in Dynasty. Want him in Dynasty. Great pick in Dynasty. But now you're telling me that he's behind Breece Hall, who's going to be there for at least the next 3 years. And even in the short term, he's behind Michael Carter.
Back to you guys.
Now, I know many of you are looking for a secret weapon for your Dynasty League, and I have it. It's called the Dynasty Dominator app. You go to the App Store, go to Google Play. It's right there. It's $5 to download, and then every year it's $5 to load the next incoming class of rookies. You can add Superflex, add tight end premium. It's incredible because it allows you to look up players. It allows you to vote on whether a player is a buy, hold, or sell, and then see the market sentiment on that player. And you can compare their lifetime value rating from Player Profiler to their Dynasty ADP at the FFPC, all in the price lookup tool. And beyond that, we have a trade analyzer, so you'll never lose another Dynasty trade again. And in our settings, you can set this is a win now team, this is a rebuilding team, and then we let you compare players. Look at their metrics side by side, prospect metrics, NFL metrics. It's all there. It's $5 in the App Store. There's some add-ons for Superflex and to buy the upcoming rookie class. Every year, you're going to spend $5 on this thing, and it's going to be well worth it.
And we are back. The Minnesota Vikings have traded up to land quarterback Jaren Hall, who is interesting because he's not accurate, but he's an athletic specimen. And the Vikings have refused to commit to Kirk Cousins. They have been very, very against it. Last year, Kwesi Afo-Mensah would not commit to Kirk Cousins as his long-term plan. This offseason, they break off contract talk. They tried. Kirk wanted too much money. It failed. Now, I'm not saying Jaren Hall's going to be the replacement for Kirk Cousins, but what I am saying is this is just another tick that the Vikings really don't love Kirk, and I will not be surprised if they add another quarterback next year to replace him. Back to you guys.
I got my boy Matty Kiwoom here at the counter. He came over from the couch to talk about a couple of these boring-ass prospects that are going off the board in the 5th round. We had the Raiders trade up to get a safety, Chris Smith. He is a bona fide dog. He wore a padlock around his chest during the NFL Combine, and he said, I'm him at the Combine podium. So I'm going to go with him and agree that he's probably him. He's going to the Raiders here at pick 170 after a trade up. B.J. Thompson from Stephen F. Austin goes outside linebacker to Kansas City. They need a little bit of edge help there. And then Henry Te'o from Alabama goes to the Houston Texans. The one I want to talk about, though, was Owen Pepoa from the Auburn Tigers going here at pick 168 to the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals and Monty Austinfort have had a pretty solid draft, I think, top to bottom. They trade back from 3. They trade back up to 6. They get Paris Johnson, who was mocked to them at 3. Value, you probably could have gotten him at 9, 10, 11, but they take him at 6. Very good spot. They need that protection for Kyler Murray when he does come back. Take John Gaines from Florida in the 4th round, a guy that can play guard and center for you. It's just called depth and building from the inside out, something we've talked about throughout this broadcast. B.J. Ojulari in round 2 from LSU goes to the Arizona Cardinals as well, and Garrett Williams from Syracuse joins the Cardinals. Now, Owen Pepoa right here joins a star-studded linebacking core from an athletic and from a traits and from a talent perspective. When you look at Myjah Sanders, when you look at Kaiser Smith, Kaiser White, you look at Zaven Collins, and you look at Cameron Thomas. I think that Owen Pepoa is a guy in the 5th round, 6'2", 225. He's a hyper athlete. And I'm going to let Matty talk about his player page a little bit. But Owen Pepoa, from a prospect standpoint, 5th round is an insane value. This is a guy that you're going to be able to plug in and use kind of in that star position, that joker position, safety, linebacker, edge. He can come off the edge. He can do everything. I love Owen Pepoa. Talk to me about him.
So I'm going to go ahead and rip off the new head coach over there in Arizona and just say, pew, 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 shots, right? Because this is what we're doing here. We're taking shots in the 5th round. And if you're going to take a shot on a linebacker, you take a guy like Pepoa. Super athlete, 4.39 40, 100th percentile. He also has speed, burst, a guy that can help you out in a number of facets. And you mentioned the Cody. He's going to play on a team with a number of linebackers, with a lot of talent, a lot of athleticism. There's a lot that this kid can learn. And hey, again, if we're going to take a guy with the 34th pick in the 5th round, you could do worse than a linebacker who's super fast and has the speed and the size. I don't know a whole lot about this kid other than that he's an athlete, but he was the 11th most athletic linebacker in the class. So, again, take your shots, guys. Take your shots.
The Dallas Cowboys also take Awesome Richard from North Carolina to come in and play guard. Again, the Dallas Cowboys are a team that used to spend first-round capital on the offensive line, and now they're ended up spending later-round draft capital on the offensive line to build it up. Awesome Richards from North Carolina is going to come in and play guard and tackle. They take Schoonmaker in the 2nd, Mozzie Smith in the 1st. I think you're going to have a guy plug in right next to Tyler Smith, next to Tyler Biadasz. As soon as Zach Martin decides to hang up the cleats, it looks like it's going to be a year or two. Next in line, like we talked about, Christopher Smith, 170 off the board from Georgia to play safety. Dog. Not only a Georgia dog, but just a bona fide dog. At pick 171, Payne Durham, the big donkey. The big donkey from Purdue is going to go down to Tampa Bay, and he's going to play with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right next to Cade Otton. Again, it's kind of a weird fit. Payne Durham is a guy that's going to excel in the run game. He's a massive, massive human, 255 pounds, and he's a red zone target. This is going to depress Cade Otton in the red zone. Don't look for Cade Otton to catch 7-8 touchdowns or be the red zone leader or be the red zone target share hog if Mike Evans were to move on or whatever you want to say. Cade Otton's going to be a 0 when it comes down to the red zone. Payne Durham's going to excel down there, and Cade Otton's going to be your guy between the 20s. Payne Durham, pick 171 here. We have 6 selections left in round 5. At pick 172, we have a running back going off the board to the New York Football Giants.
Interesting.
He ran a 4.64. He's slow as shit. His name is Eric Gray, and he's going to play behind Saquon Barkley.
Hey, Eric Gray, a guy that has had some helium throughout the draft process, but has kind of sunk here as of late. But again, a good landing spot. He really has just Saquon Barkley, who is on the franchise tag. If he were to move on, could potentially see a resolution here, but I doubt it with the draft capital. But still, we're looking here in just 2023 for fantasy purposes. He's going to be a handcuff a guy who could have some outs here if Saquon were to get hurt, could see some time, but not a lot of athleticism here, not a lot to really get excited about. Only 207, so he's not even that bulky. Best comparable player is Brandon Bolden, and I'm a Patriots fan, so I have seen a lot of Bolden. No, nothing really that great. But I do want to ask you one question. You said a Georgia player was taken and he did not go to the Philadelphia Eagles? Is that allowed in the NFL anymore?
That's not allowed. It's actually disallowed.
I think there's going to be a fine. I think McDaniel's going to get fined for this.
I think the Rams are going to get fined, and I think the Raiders are going to get fined for taking Stetson Bennett and Christopher Smith.
They have to. You cannot let Georgia Bulldogs not go anywhere other than Philadelphia. I thought that was the new rule in the NFL, but hey,
you look at the running back. You look at the running backs in New York right now with Saquon Barkley being on a franchise tag, not having an extension yet. It's Matt Breida, it's Gary Brightwell, and it's Jayshon Corbin. I know that there were some analysts that had Jayshon Corbin in their top 5 last year. That was complete fugazi. Eric Gray, though, is a pass-catching back, 207 pounds. He's over the Trey Mason-Dixon line per Alex Dunlap. And Eric Gray is a pass catcher. So I think it's a guy that, again, he's not the best, but he was a Devy guy. He came from Tennessee, goes to Oklahoma. He showed that he could do it. He had 1,300 yards on the ground last year. And I think it's a guy that it doesn't press Saquon Barkley to have to, come back and train. But I think Gray's a guy that definitely can be depended on by the New York Giants if they need him in week 1.
Yeah, Eric Gray, like you said, he former Devy guy, so there has been some hype behind his profile. But again, 1,300 rushing yards, we like that. He does have some pass-catching abilities. But again, 5th-round pick here. We're not going to get super excited. But again, we talked about Chase Brown. We talked about Izzy Abanikanda on the couch just a few minutes ago. This is a landing spot that Matt Kelley actually brought up, the Giants. We would have much rather seen Izzy go to the Giants where the outs are there and there's a chance for some playing time here in year 1. But You know, again, you have to temper expectations there, great, but at the same time, you know, this is somebody you might be spending some fab on in 2023.
Can we talk about a big winner?
I love winners.
His name's Tony Pollard.
What a winner. We have seen true winners here with Tony Pollard and Rashad White, but let's talk about some Tony P.
Mozzie Smith, D tackle.
Mm-hmm.
DeMarvion Overshone, linebacker. Valami Fihoko, defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome Richards, tackle.
Yep.
Schoonmaker, not a pass catching tight end.
Right.
Blocking and defense, no running backs. They have 2 selections left, one in the 6th, one in the 7th. I don't care about a 6th or 7th running back when I have Tony Pollard.
Nope.
Malik Davis is there. Tony Pollard's there. But
Rojo. Don't forget about Rojo.
Who?
Rojo. Don't you Ronald Jones, bro?
Well, Fournette's still free agent too.
That's fair enough. They could bring in an old vet.
Fournette's going to come in there and say peace out to Ronald Jones.
They could bring back Zeke, but it doesn't matter. This is Tony Pollard's backfield. The Dallas Cowboys are telling us so. They had multiple opportunities to bring in, just an athlete, someone who could actually help at the running back position. They haven't. This is Tony P's backfield, and again, the NFL talks to us during the NFL draft. They tell us things. We've said it here on the stream today. This is the one time they can't lie to us. Their selections tell us exactly what they're thinking in-house. And, of course, they're looking at the medicals of Tony Pollard much more closely than any of us. And what they're telling us, Tony P is going to be ready in 2023.
That sounded pretty good. San Francisco's on the board right now, and then it follows by the Rams, Colts, and Rams. The Rams have 3 selections out of the next 5 to finish out round 5, and the Rams have a couple of positions of need.
Mm-hmm.
One is notably called wide receiver. They have Steve Avila in round 1, Byron Young, edge, Kobe Turner, D tackle, Nick Hampton, outside linebacker, and Stetson Bennett at the quarterback position. Now, are they going to take Kyrus Jackson out of Georgia to pair him back up with Stetson Bennett? I sure hope not. I hope that they take a bigger wide receiver on the outside, maybe a Bryce Ford Wheaton or something like this. What I really like to see is maybe a Yossi Vash or a Butte go and play with the Los Angeles Rams here, but I don't have much optimism around that. The San Francisco 49ers selection is in, and it is from Georgia, so they will as well get a fine from the NFL for Jake taking a Georgia player and not letting him go to Philadelphia.
Cannot do that.
Robert Beal, edge rusher, is headed to San Francisco. He's headed to the Bay, and he's just going to add to the depth that is the never-ending defensive line for the San Francisco 49ers.
A resident Niners fan is excited about it. No, hey, listen, the Niners make good picks here at the end. Are you at all surprised they didn't take their traditional 3rd-round slug running back prospect?
No slugs for the Niners.
No slugs. Does that show a little bit of a growth from their front office?
Probably not, because Mohamed Ibrahim is still on the board. Mohamed Ibrahim still on the board, and I would bet you $5 he goes 7th round to the San Francisco 49ers. Look at the wide receiver position. We got the Rams 3 of the next 4 picks, and the Colts as well inside there to end out round 5. Let's talk about some of these receivers, because I sure hope one of them goes off the board right here. Trey Palmer.
Yep.
Still on the board.
Fast.
Keyshawn Booty. Still on the board. Slot. Trey Palmer outside with speed. He's got alpha tendencies. He's an archetype guy. Not alpha tendencies, sorry. He's got upper percentile number 2 qualities with the archetype being 196 pounds, with the speed in the 4.3s. I think he can be a dude. Parker Washington, 204 pounds. He's a slot guy. He's a strong built I can't try to think of a comp. I can't remember what I have him comp for, but Parker Washington, I just love straight up out of Penn State. He had an ankle injury, so the medicals may be an issue with Parker Washington, not knowing right now. Xavier Hutchinson, a slow player, but again, Xavier Hutchinson had 167 targets at Iowa State, and he was an All-American last year. He's still on the board right now as we wait for these Rams selections to come in. A.T. Perry is the best available player, according to grades from Mel Kiper. Demario Douglas from Liberty sits right here also. That's probably a guy that I would like to draft if I was a general manager. And then Andre Yasovich. Andre Yasovich is an interesting one, because when you come into the year, it was this is this year's Christian Watson. And it was like, no, it is not.
No, again, they're telling us it's not. The NFL just told us it's not. But again, if you are the Rams here, you are in the back end of the draft. You were talking about the last 2 rounds. You got a bunch of picks. I like what you said earlier, that they need somebody with a little bit of size. Somebody that can go get the ball. Somebody that can kind of fill a little bit of that Allen Robinson role. Someone they just traded away. Andre Yasovich, you could do worse than this. 6'3", 205.
Are you ever going to say this guy's name right?
Yoshivash. Didn't do that right. Hey, it is what it is.
There you go.
You think that we've done enough of these together, but hey, it is what it is. It's been a long weekend. But Yoshivash was the 6th most athletic receiver in the class. Here he is, ready for the Rams to take. Take a couple of shots. Take an A.T. Perry and Xavier Hutchinson. take a Andre Yoshibash and somebody else. Take these guys in Demario Douglas. Start taking these shots.
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask me a
So
million.
we're got 3 picks left in the 5th round,
Mhm.
and there's a player that just went off the board to the Rams, and they need help on the offensive line. This guy, 2 years ago in the national championship, shut down Aiden Hutchinson.
That's that's quite the accomplishment.
I mean, that's a pretty high
Aiden Hutchinson
accolade.
was
Which is a pretty
pretty
high
good at
accolade. It's
football.
pretty important accolade. To shut down the number 2 overall pick in the draft.
who was a dog.
Well, that's debatable, but he's number 2 overall pick nonetheless, right? Aiden Hutchinson, of course, was the Detroit Lion that played for the Michigan Wolverines. Warren McClendon is the overlooked guy that's going to play tackle for the Los Angeles Rams. It's a good spot. It's a good land spot. It's a good take from the Los Angeles Rams. Again, taking a Georgia player. So that is 3 of the last 5 picks that have come from Georgia. Christopher Smith at 170 to the Raiders. Robert Beal, 173 to the San Francisco 49ers. And Warren McClendon, 174 to the Rams.
Fines. A lot of fines here. But hey, again, we're talking about the end of the draft. We're talking about shots. We're taking a tackle here from Georgia from big time schools, played against premier pass rushers his entire career. But Cody, let me ask you, at 306 pounds, 6'4", are you a little worried about the weight if he's going to play tackle? Can he even play tackle in the big league level?
They got Rob Havenstein right now. I think he's going to ideally play a right tackle, but I think it's a good spot for him. I think it's a good year, 2 year, 3 thing.
So we're now the Rams are they're trying to just take assets that they can develop.
I'd agree.
Okay.
I like the landing spot here. And they're on the board again. They're on the clock. The selections is coming in right now. Again, receiver. That's all I'm hoping for. Receiver right here. I don't have trust. But they're kind of trying to be like the knockoff Eagles, right? They take Stetson Bennett, they take Warren McClendon, they're like, hey, we're going to build the offensive side. The Rams are going to be the offensive Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah. Well, if the Eagles have the AAA ball club that is the Georgia Bulldogs football team, I guess the Rams have the AA club that would be from the Georgia Bulldogs football team, because they're not getting the premier guys. They're not getting the Jalen Carters or the Nolan Smiths, but they are grabbing kids from big-time programs that have big-time pedigrees, that have played in some big-time games against really, really good competition.
Who's another player I'd like to see come off the board? Maybe not now, but a little bit later when we enter round 6, Tyson Bagent.
Let's talk about Tyson Bagent. Let's talk about him.
Most prolific quarterback of all time.
Where did he go to? Stanford?
Shepherd
From West Virginia. But he looked good at the NFL Combine. He made some good throws. Made a lot of the throws look easy, and he was throwing it in the premier group.
Yep,
the first group. I like Tyson Bagent. If there's long shots and there are longer shots and there are the longest shots, he might be in that third category. But if you're going to take someone, you take someone who has that little bit of that dog in him, that killer instinct, someone that, sees the opportunity, had a chance to go to a big time school, declined. Do you think that kind of hurt his draft status and his overall, vibe about him, the outlook on him?
I didn't think it would. I thought that staying at Shepherd, being a true teammate, would actually help the NFL kind of understand him as a human.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're looking at the prospect and the upside and his intangibles of taking it to the next level, it does make sense. But the thing is like, it was like, okay, he could have went to Virginia Tech or West Virginia or Maryland. It's like Tawalia Tagovailoa's there. JT Daniels is at West Virginia. Like, why go these places and deal with quarterbacks that are 5th and 6th year seniors that you're just not going to get pushed over them.
Right.
You're a transfer. You're not going to you can go in and take that job, but everything's against you in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a wide receiver like Jordan Addison that can go across the country and just get zapped. You're a quarterback that's going in with new weapons, with an entirely new offense. You're putting yourself against the 8 ball instead of staying at Shepherd, throwing for 17,000 yards and 160 touchdowns, and just doing the most with what you have.
And that's I look at that as a positive, but it seems like the NFL has kind of looked at it in the opposite direction. But
have got themselves a pass catcher.
All right, let's talk about the pass catcher. I went to the Rams.
He's a tight end.
Oh,
his name's Davis Allen, and he's 6'5". He's 200. He looks like he's 235 pounds. He's got a very slender mid body. I don't think he's going to be doing anything for us. He's a big body guy. We needed a big body outside receiver. We got a big body inside guy. I'm not a fan of Davis Allen. He comes from Clemson. I saw him down there at that pro day. And honestly, Luke Price is not very good. He's actually probably one of the worst tight end prospects in this class. And Luke Price looked better than him at the Clemson pro day. And Luke Price ran a 5.29 at tight end.
Well, Davis Allen saw that 5.29, said, hold my beer, because he ran a 4.84.
Yep.
Not good. Not a whole lot. Their best comparable player, Josh Hill.
That
You're probably
comp
saying
is
yourself, who?
That's one of the best comps on the site right now.
Let's correct that, though. Best in terms of likeness, not best in terms of excitement.
Is anybody excited about Josh Hill?
That's my
ever
point.
in the
That's my
history of
point. That's my
life?
point. So
Maybe
we're
Josh
letting
Hill's
you know.
parents, but that's about it.
I'm sure Josh Hill's parents are very proud.
That's probably it, though.
That's probably it. Yeah, but hey, Davis Allen, they go ahead. Is he a good blocker? Is this going to help Cam Akers at all? Is this
Luke
gonna help?
Price was the better blocker.
Okay, so this was just a bad pick.
He's just a bad
This
pick.
was just not a good pick. With all these receivers on the board, again, 6'6", 245 is big.
The thing for me is that you look at where they selected him. The Colts just took Will Mallory,
who is super athletic.
One thing when you're drafting in anything is knowing who's in front of you and behind you and knowing your room, right? If the team in front of you just drafted a tight end, maybe you can probably wait if you have the pick that's directly after them to take a tight end. Maybe you could take a position that they might need.
You don't
And
think
maybe
someone
you
would
could
trade up in the 6th round
have
for
the
a
old school
a
snipe? And you
tight
could be
end?
like, oh, maybe the Colts need a receiver or a defensive tackle or a guard, and then you take the player that you like at that position because you know the tight end's going to be at that next pick.
Yep. And we talk about it in fantasy. It's called being flexible. It's called letting the draft come to you as opposed to just freaking out and tilting. The Rams here obviously did not necessarily look at the pick behind them, but at the same time, is the intern making the pick at this point? What are they doing in the 6th round?
Who cares? Davis Mills isn't going to do anything for these guys. I don't quite, again, I don't know. We're ending round 5 here with Davis Allen going off the board in front of Zach Kuntz.
Zach Kuntz is still on the board.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, what do we do in LA?
Tight end, though. Like, it just doesn't, I don't know, dude.
Okay, so what is it about Mr. Zach Kuntz here that the NFL is not liking? The number 1 tight end athlete in the class, his best comparable player is Mike Gesicki. We're in the area that you take the shots. This is supposed to be the LMFAO territory. Shots. And you take a dud. I don't get it. Is there anything about this kid's personality, history? Why aren't they taking this kid this late?
Injured. But the question is, so we just talked about being
Okay.
flexible and having the draft come to you, and maybe you have Cam Akers in that backfield. And if you're going to replace a Ronnie Rivers or a Kyron Williams and upgrade that backfield, if you do not trust Cam Akers, which I think they do, maybe you take a running back here instead. Like we talk about, they had 3 out of 4 picks with the Colts in between them once. Maybe if you have an inkling that the Colts need a backup running back, you take that running back instead of a tight end. Instead, the pick is in. The Colts take Evan Hull to go right next to Jonathan Taylor instead of right next to Cam Akers. They trust Cam Akers.
They certainly trust Cam Akers. We've seen now a few.
Or they're idiots and they're going to take Sean Tucker right here.
Sean Tucker, Zach Evans still available. Tyon Evans. Deuce Vaughn. Let's go little deucey at the end. No, Evan Hull, we've talked about him now in fantasy circles. We've talked about him in terms of prospect circles. He's exciting. He's
These
a
guys
producer,
in the background that you guys can hear in the background, they're flexing about Kyron Williams currently being safe with the Los Angeles Rams, but what they don't understand is that they have Cam Akers like 37 spots too low in their rankings right now. Cam Akers is the big winner. Don't get this twisted.
Well, didn't Kyron Williams ran the same 40 as Davis Allen, right? Aren't they similarly speed, except one's
I think
6'6" and one's
I think
a
Davis
running back?
Allen and Kyron Williams worked out together and ran the same 40.
Just to kind of show the math that's involved right here at this table, we have him at running back 19, which is 37 spots too low.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah,
37.
But see, this is where we have to pick up what we're putting down.
He's not picking
We
it
speak
up.
a certain language here. 37 doesn't mean 37. We can count to 37.
It means 96.
Yeah. Huh? Oh, another donkey.
All right. The pick is in. And the Rams still suck. Puka Nacua goes out the board to pick 177, the last selection in round 5. He's a clone build to Cooper Kupp. Is this their next Cooper Kupp? No.
No. He's luckily he is a bit bigger than Tutu Atwell. But again, with all these receivers on the board, this seems like more of a super low upside, but also really low floor. I don't see the point in taking the pick here in the last pick in the 6th round when there are, clutch hand, Xavier Hutchinson still available. Keyshawn Boutte is still available. There are more upside picks here, but 6'2", 210, slow as molasses, not really an athlete, but best career player is Stevie Johnson. Stevie Johnson had a decent career. Stevie Johnson? No, don't you dare disrespect Stevie J.
Who the fuck is Stevie J?
Don't you
That's
dare
the
disrespect.
song. You never heard Lil Wayne?
I don't remember that.
Come
Dude, my
on,
brain
man.
now,
Come
I don't know,
on, man.
dude. You know what I listen to now, Cody? Do you know what I have to listen to now? We don't talk about brew. That's the shit I listen to now.
Wheezy, baby.
But Wheezy
baby.
is the man. Yeah, I did listen to him back in the day, but I'm old now. I don't listen to it now.
All right, so we have a trade to start out round 6. We're going to kick it up to Jack here in about a splitski, but I just want to recap what the Rams just did. They took Warren McClendon at pick 174, which is a great pick again. Remember, he shut down Aiden Hutchinson in that championship game, and then they absolutely nuked the fire. Davis Allen Clemson to the Rams to play tight end. Ain't going to do a damn thing. And then Puka Nacua to finish it out 177. Let's kick it up to Jack, and hopefully he's got some better news because we can get a better pick here to start out round 6. Trey Palmer, Keyshawn Boutte, Sean Tucker amongst the remaining skill position players, and our boy Zach Kuntz at the tight end position. Jack, what do you got for us with the trade?
I can't promise it's going to be good. I can't promise it'll be a skill position. But I have hope because it is the Dallas Cowboys that have traded a need a run. Not Hal Jones be their RB2. Maybe they re-sign Zeke. Maybe they draft someone that's still available. Maybe they add a receiver to replace Michael Gallup down the road. Either way, they send a 4th-round pick next year to Kansas City for pick 178. So they send a future 4th to move into the 6th round. Interesting decision by the Dallas Cowboys. All I can say is I hope it's a relevant position. Please, Jerry, please, back to you guys.
Hey, I want to take a moment to thank you for tuning in. It's important to me that all of our media be free, and one of our key missions is to make as much statistics and information and deep analysis available on PlayerProfiler.com for free. This is only possible because of you allowing a true independent sports media enterprise to thrive unlike any other in the business. So please subscribe to the All In package to continue to make all this possible. If you can't do All In, that's okay. We have a draft kit. Or you can just subscribe to the player rankings. Those now include tight end premium FFPC ranks, our brand new data analysis package will blow your hair back. And of course, there's our Dynasty Deluxe and our DFS Dominator. Take a moment, check out our premium services to ensure that all of our stats, information, data, content is available to you, especially you, the people that get the site and get the show.
The pick is in, and it's not a running back. It's Eric Scott from Southern Miss to play cornerback for the Dallas Cowgirls. That was a great selection as far as depth goes because they need it on the back end. Trayvon Diggs has ankled about wanting to get out of Dallas, and Jordan Lewis has not been a top 40 cornerback over the last 2 seasons. They just traded for Stephon Gilmore from the Indianapolis Colts to come in, but he is also aging. They took a shot on Nahshon Wright in the 3rd round last year, and his brother Rajon has yet to be drafted this year. Nahshon is a long corner. He's got some upside, but again, they just need to start adding pieces here, and so they get Eric Scott from Southern Miss. Now, Green Bay's on the clock to start out round 2 as well, followed by the Arizona Cardinals, Tampa Bay, and the Rams again. We'll see if the Rams can correct their wrongs and come back here. Carl Brooks from Bowling Green to play edge for the Green Bay Packers. The Packers, low-key, also the Dontavian Wicks pick, have had a very strong draft.
Well, they certainly like guys from the Senior Bowl. They've shown that throughout the entire draft. I do want to ask you something, though, here, okay? We've got another answer. We asked the Cowboys once again how you feel about Tony Pollard. They went ahead and answered. But with Travius Hodgins still on the board, this is a massive slide. This is someone who was pretty productive at TCU.
Yep.
4'4", 140. Not super athletic.
Read that comp off for me.
Asante Samuel. That's a pretty good comp.
Junior.
It's a pretty good comp. He's got a pro athlete in the bloodline. What's happening? Was he hurt? Is he or is he just not that good at covering receivers?
He's pretty damn good. He's just
I
small.
thought he was pretty good.
He's pretty damn good. He's just small, but he's a nickel corner. And they don't use nickels as much as they use these flex linebackers.
Okay, well, I mean, they are. We're seeing the corners come off the board be more flex linebackers. That makes a whole lot of sense. The position flexibility does make sense, but nickel corner is getting more and more important in the NFL. We're now in the 6th round. It's time to start looking at a guy who can make these type of plays, even if it's a nickel corner.
I think he's a very interesting one. I think Corey Trice from Purdue is also another interesting one. He's 6'3", 206 pounds. 6'3", 206 pounds right there from the University of Purdue. He's the best available player at the cornerback position next to Travius Tomlinson.
Number 4 athlete in the class at the cornerback position. Like you said, Cody, big kid, 6'3", projectable, right? Well, that's what we're looking for at cornerback here. No, did he cover the best receivers in the sport? No, he didn't. But at the same time, he's got the size, he's got the athleticism. Take some shots on the big fast guys, right? Isn't that how you do it at the end of the draft? That's what we do in fantasy. We take shots on the high upside guys.
This could be, I know we talk about Julius Brents being like this year's version of Tariq Woolen, but like Tariq Woolen didn't go in round 2, round 3.
Nope.
Corey Trice is going to go round 6, round 7. That's going to be the conversation that should be had this year, is where Ken Trice at 6'3", 206 pounds, 32.5-inch arms. Again, 1.5 inches shorter than the Brentses, than the Tariq Woolens, but the athleticism is on par. When not quite to Tariq Woolen's level, but he's more athletic than Julius Brents.
Yeah, and what we're seeing, but we are getting kind of that baked into the rounds we're talking, because Woolen was a 5th-round pick. We've now lost a 5th-round pick. That is in the rearview mirror. So if you are looking for a discount Tariq Woolen type, Corey Trice seems like that type of prospect profile.
I would agree. I'm waiting for the Cardinals pick to come in. We're looking at pick 180 right now. We have about 79 picks left to go in this draft. 79 picks, okay? And we look at guys that are available. So if we have 79 picks, you look at the running back, the wide receiver, and the tight end position. I'm starting to get a little bit worried about some of these guys that may actually not get drafted. 79 picks. And when you look at the running back position, count them off for me there, Matty. Dwayne McBride, Zach Evans, Deuce Vaughn, Sean Tucker.
I think you can count Chris Rodriguez even. We thought he would be taken off
But he's
the
a
board.
4-7 guy.
He's
Those
a
are
plug.
those 4 running backs that I really expect to get drafted. Receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Receiver is going to be a deep one right here. All right. Kayshawn Boutte. Xavier Hutchinson.
There's 2.
Parker Washington. Trey Palmer.
Yep.
A.T. Perry. Andre Yasovich. How many guys is that?
That's 6.
That's 9. That's 9 total dudes now.
Both of them, it is 9, yeah.
Plus
that's
Zach
a lot
Kuntz.
of guys
That's
that we
10.
have. That's
so
10,
we're
yep.
expecting 10 of the next 79
and
picks.
us personally badging.
So 11 out of the next 79 picks are going to be fantasy relevant. That's tough. And to expect any output from these guys.
I mean, see, this is the time that you have to dig back. You have to think, and you cannot get tricked. What Isaiah Pacheco has done with the Kansas City Chiefs is not you can't replicate that year in and year out. So if you see one of these teams that have high octane offenses, like we saw the Bengals get Chase Brown, but we've already established he ranks too high on the kitty cat scale for us to get super excited. But we do put him above Israel Bandicoot. We talked about it there on the couch. But again, you cannot get super excited even if these premier offenses take a running back in round 7. Isaiah Pacheco's do not grow on trees. If they did, I think most teams would have an Isaiah Pacheco tree in their yard.
What kind of tree do you think that Isaiah Pacheco is?
It would be.
Is it a Honeycrisp?
I don't know much about trees. I actually proved that today on the game plan when I used the bad tree reference. So what? Not many times in my life have I had a double tree references in a given day, but that is today. So
double tree. I stayed at a double tree.
Double tree. Well, shout out to the Hilton.
Free hot cookies. Free hot chocolate chip cookies. What?
We need some chocolate cookies. Boys, get us some chocolate chip cookies. What are we doing? Let's go. I want some chocolate chip cookies.
The Arizona Cardinals just made a selection, and this guy is puny. He is tiny. He is teensy. He's 158 pounds, dripping wet. Kytrell Clark from Louisville.
So you know me too well because you knew to build up my spirits here. I thought you were going Deucey Vaughn, and you hit me with
Kytrell Clark.
He's
a stud. This guy was. I got to find my notes here. I got my notes here. Let's see if I can pull up my Kytrell Clark notes. He is a. Let's see here.
He's not as light as you said, 181. You said 150. So you were trying to dupe me. You were trying to put my mind in Deuce Vaughn. You were trying to make me think of Deuce Vaughn. And you pulled the rug right out from under me, Cody. But that's okay.
You know, I actually have notes in here about Kytrell Clark. Did you know that?
I did know that because you're a beast. You are the establisher of the dog rating because you're the dog. You're a dog, and you
This
have
guy's
rankings on
quote-
this guy.
This guy's quote from the NFL Combine. You can see it on this piece of paper right here. All right, right here. He said, "I've been an underdog since I came out the womb."
Well, that's kind of indictment on his mom, I would say. At least his mom should have liked him.
He's also been a pretty small dog since he came out the womb.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I'm an underdog since I came out the womb. I mean, you should have at least a little confidence built at first.
Is that not like an all-time quote?
It is a great quote, though. Anytime you say "out the womb," it's probably a pretty cool quote.
It fits and it ships. I think he's going to slot in here. They need cornerback help, right? They got Garrett Williams in the 3rd round. They come back to get Kytrell in the 6th. I would have liked to have seen them spend a little more draft capital on the cornerback position. Antonio Hamilton's there. Marco Wilson's there. That's a fast guy, Marco Wilson. He was in the 4.3s, but he just hasn't been on that level. He took a step up this last year, but it's going to take a little bit more to get to that next level. And where did they get just sliced and diced last year? Over the top.
Over the top. Yeah. They were a bit handcuffed. Of course, the Paris Johnson pick will probably work out for them. He is a premier tackle. They needed it. But when your quarterback that you gave all that money to requests him personally, it puts you in a place where you probably want to lean on that selection. When they could have gone Witherspoon, they could have grabbed one of the premier cornerbacks in the class.
I think someone just died.
I think someone just combusted here at the house. We've had a lot of fun here at the NFL Draft House, but I think someone just combusted to put the cherry on top.
All right, so Josh Hayes, cornerback from Kansas State, the opposite of Julius Brents, goes up the board right here at pick 181 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Rams are back on the clock after they just finished out round 6, and then the Broncos will be back on the clock again at pick 183. The Broncos have not been on the clock in a minute, and the Broncos have a Javonte Williams problem.
I've said it before. I've said it on the game plan. I've said it in Mock Draft Mania. I've said it ad nauseum. Where's the one spot we all wanted to see Deuce Vaughn go? Reunited with Sean Payne. Well, reunited with Sean Payne, but go with Sean Payne.
Sproles, the Sproles spot.
The Sproles thing, exactly. We want to see the guy who was able to get the most out of Darren Sproles get the next guy who could be a potential Darren Sproles type. So we are on Deuce Vaughn watch.
That would throw an intense wrench in rookie drafts.
Ooh, I mean, at this point,
just because of the art, like where Javonte is at right now,
right?
I think that would throw an intense wrench in the whole rookie draft.
They brought in Samaje Perine, but Perine provides much more football possibilities than fantasy possibilities. He's great in pass pro, good in pass. He can catch the ball. So if there is a Javonte Williams issue in terms of that recovery, which we all kind of expect to see some obstacles, some hurdles for him to get over in the coming months, Deuce Vaughn to the Broncos would cause a pandemonium, and I will be leading the charge.
The Denver Broncos have made 3 selections in this draft. That's one of the lowest in the entire draft so far. Marvin Mims was that selection in around 2.32, which is when they moved up for him. Drew Sanders, the 4th pick in the 3rd round, and then Riley Moss, the 20th pick in the 3rd round. They haven't been on the clock in a hot minute. They have pick 6 right here, and then they'll be up in 12 more picks. Only 5 picks in this entire draft.
That's crazy.
They have to take running back with one of these next 2 picks, it feels like. And based on what they've done so far, small, athletic wide receiver, large, athletic linebacker, light, athletic cornerback. How about a small, athletic running back?
Let's go. I'm on. It's officially Deuce Vaughn watch. Let's go. It's Deuce Vaughn watch.
Are we on Deuce Vaughn watch or are we on Keaton Mitchell watch?
I mean, we're on running back watch. We are on fantasy potentially fantasy conversation. Uh-oh. What do we got here? Give it to me now.
Pick 182. The Rams have come back and completely redeemed themselves. Nickelback Travius Hodges Tomlinson goes to the Los Angeles Rams at pick 182. The nephew of LaDainian Tomlinson.
Hey, keeping it, both California now. It's San Diego, now LA. They get the Rams from LA, get Hodgins Tomlinson. Again, we just talked him a few minutes ago, best comparable player, Asante Samuel Jr. He's fast. He's not all that big, but he did fill up the box score at TCU. He was a very good cornerback and made a whole lot of plays. And playmaking corners, even if they are nickel corners, they have a place in the NFL. There's a lot of times where you need these corners because how many more? We see a lot more 4 receiver sets. We need to cover those guys. Travis Hodgins seems like a steal, and my man Anand is pumped.
I love what the Rams have done at cornerback the last couple of years. Robert Rochelle was one of my favorite guys coming out of which was it? I think it was did he come out of Wichita? No, he didn't come out of Wichita.
You
He
are
came
on
out
your
of
own on this one.
Wichita a couple years ago. Baptist a couple years ago. Not him. Anyway, Robert Rochelle came out just 2 years ago in the 4th round. Jacoby Durant came out last year in the 4th round. And Darion Kendrick was a guy from Georgia and Clemson that came out late in the draft. It's just a lot of young dudes in here that I just feel drawn to every single year. Travius Hodges-Tomlinson obviously fits in the nickelback spot here where Jacoby's currently slotted. I think it's just a good group of guys. Again, you kind of have a large shoe to fill with Darius Williams leaving, Jalen Ramsey leaving the last couple seasons. It's going to be a weird situation, but I think Travius is going to have a day one job.
We've talked about it with Anand. We've talked about it in general in terms of what this Rams team needs, and it's not immediate impact. It's guys that they can take. It's balls of clay that they can mold into what they need 2 years from down the line. So Travis Hodgins could be that guy that they bring in and someone they can develop into a playmaker in the nickel corner position.
The Rams have had a pretty solid draft. I'll say that Stetson Bennett selection, I guess, and of course Davis Allen.
Davis Allen was that was not a great pick by any stretch of the imagination.
I want to go back to the Broncos though, because like we talked about, Marvin Mims, wide receiver. Again, that's a perfect selection to kind of replace that KJ Hamler situation. Drew Sanders comes in and plays linebacker.
Yep, arguably the best linebacker in the class.
Riley Moss is going to come in and play that safety spot, that cornerback spot. I think he can play both for the Denver Broncos. Again, they have 2 spots here, 6'6" and 6'8", and 2 of the biggest needs are running back and center.
Okay. Well, at this point now, quietly, they have had a solid draft. 3 picks, though, and it is kind of rough. But through the 3 picks are good picks. I like Mims. I like Sanders. I like Riley Moss. I think they all can contribute on either side of the ball here in year 1 in 2023. But they need to grab a running back here. They need to. And we're not going to get, like I just said a few minutes ago, we're not going to be overly excited in terms of what we expect from them right away. But the fact that there are a pretty solid grouping of running backs that can contribute and they have a little bit of football acumen, they should be looking here in these next 2 picks.
Look at the center. Pull up the center and see who the best available player is at center for me quick.
I will.
Because I think center's a sneaky one as well. Because, again, they have 2 picks the next 12. But I think as far as what they need on the surface, it falls to running back. I think Whippler is still on the board from Ohio State. Another interesting one when you're talking about building inside out and protecting what Russell Wilson tries to bring you. And Jets are on the clock after the Broncos, then the Jaguars, Titans, New England, and Philly. Not a lot of running back spots. You could hold off. You could take Whippler here. We'll wait and see.
That's probably the smart move here. Whippler was projecting, a lot of some of the other outlets did have him ranked as a 3rd round grade potentially, and he slipped.
Ooh.
What do we got here? We got a selection? What do we got?
We got a selection.
Give me the sounder, baby. Give me the sounder. I need it.
Safety from Boise State, J.L. Skinner.
Do they need a safety?
Next to Riley Moss.
J.L. Skinner is one of the better safeties, at least initially throughout the process, right?
As far as the mentals go, he is the top of the food chain at the safety position.
King Skinner.
I can't remember what his injury is. I got to look this up. I think it was a pec. Torn pec. He tore his pec right after the Senior Bowl. That's what it was. Okay. And he didn't get to go to the combine, didn't get to do any of the testing because of it. I think Skinner's going to profile very well in kind of like a Justin Simmons role. I think they can kind of put him in that spot. I didn't see safety. I think they took Riley Moss already.
Was this a value pick? Because, again, then maybe they can let him get healthy. They don't need him right away. But 6'4", 210, he's got some size. And like you said, he's got the mental capabilities. He's got the football IQ.
The safety class just isn't tier 1. Like the safety class is very below average this year. And Skinner's a guy that personally, of course, a lot of these guys believe they're the best in the class. I didn't think he was the best in the class, but I know like mentally he's there. It's a good value pick. I don't love it, but I think as far as what they're trying to build on that back end, I think Skinner and Riley Moss gives you speed, length, and ability just to cover the entire back end. And I don't know. It's a good pick. He's long. He's 6'4".
Is this also a pick made by a team that only had 5 total picks? So they need to take shots. They need to take chances here. They only have 1 more pick. And at this point, you have to think center is more important than running back even. Whippler, I think Whippler is a pretty good shot to take here in these next, 12 picks from now they select again?
Can I kick it to the couch and see what we got? A resident Texas Longhorn in the building. I want to get a thought on Caden Stearns. I wonder if we got any thoughts on Caden Stearns, because I know that's a guy from the University of Texas. I don't know if Alex even has a mic, but we're gonna send it over to see what he says.
Damn right he has a mic.
Caden Stearns, man, the Wolf of DKR. Caden Stearns was a starter the minute he got to Texas. One of the better players, one of the leaders on the team. He's been a better pro than I would have originally thought. But yeah, they did go. I mean, are we sure that they're gonna? So they just took JL Skinner, and I had not watched him, but Jesus, those highlights. He looks like he's a big dude. Was a murderer back there. Be interesting to see how he fits in. How Wiley Moss fits in, because Wiley Moss, the one thing at the combine was that, he kept on having to answer the question about, like, what's it like being basically every reporter was just like, well, what's it like being a white dude that plays outside corner? That was the one question everybody asked. Then they walk off, and the next dude comes up and he doesn't know it was asked.
That's got to be tiring.
He got tired answering that one. But I mean, I'm just saying that to say, he's a versatile guy that can probably play in a couple spots. I'm not sure, I'm not sure what – do you have Caden's, like – why are you asking about Caden, though? Just about whether – yeah, well, I'd have to look at Caden's contract and kind of see where he is, but clearly, it's something that they feel, I mean, at least somewhat important about. It's not like there's a ton of draft capital here super late. But yeah, Caden Stearns is a good, really good player at the college level, and he's been better than we expected as a Denver Bronco.
You know who else is a good college player?
Who?
Good, solid football player.
Who?
Sneaky, interesting landing spot.
Oh, Evan Hull.
Evan Hull.
Yeah, I like that too. Evan Hull was the out of the guys at the Senior Bowl that were like sort of the pass catcher types. And the guys, farther down the list, whenever you look at the guys who can really, really catch in this class with the high target shares, you look at, Bijan Robinson, of course, can catch. Jahmyr Gibbs, so that's like an elite part of his game. Regardless of what happened with Charbonnet and his landing spot, that was a real big part of his game, and it also was with Devon Achane. As you kind of go down to this next tier, the dudes who you think about is like the pass catching guys, the guys who really have those chops, not just the dump off specialist. You think about Chase Brown and you think about Evan Hull. And I think Evan Hull at the Senior, was certainly better.
He was a better receiver than Chase Brown.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it was the second best receiver after Tajay Spears.
And you just look at the depth chart. You brought it up. So Deion Jackson is still there.
I don't think he's going to outplay Deion Jackson right away. Deion Jackson,
he's
a quality player as well. He's athletic. He was, I think at one point,
he's better
Deion
than
Jackson
Zach
had a
Moss.
10-target game.
He's better than Zach Moss. He's better than Darrington Evans, who every team that's had Darrington Evans has hated him.
Well, he's a football player named Darrington. That's tough.
Yeah.
That's always going to be tough to do. I think that Evan Hull is the long-term answer at satellite back. They've needed this. Naheem Hines left for Buffalo last year, and this is a role that that a team with a Jonathan Taylor type running back. Jonathan Taylor is an adequate pass catcher. He's a guy that's going to give you at most 40 receptions in a season. That's probably his max. So you're going to need another running back to pick up the other 40. So who's that going to be? Deion Jackson for the first half of 2023, and then it's quickly going to become Evan Hull. Evan Hull also showed some nice athleticism and great mentals. Love talking to him at the Senior Bowl. The guy's just feels like a complete football player. He had that. I talked about how Luke Musgrave had that Kelsey swag at the swagger at the Senior Bowl. Evan Hull had a real Austin Eckler vibe to him. He comped himself to Austin Eckler.
4.47. I forgot. It's faster than
I thought. Really personable, super hardworking guy, and it seemed to be from everything that everyone we talked to, all about that life. And that's part of what it is with a guy that's going to get drafted in the 6th round. Does he have the base athleticism, the base pass catching skills? Check. And then, like Austin Eckler, does he have the insane work ethic check there too?
My business partner at Roster Watch, Byron Lambert, was very, very adamant with his comp for Evan Hull. Very adamant.
Too?
A guy who we know that Matt Kelley loves, Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
A what? Are you serious? That's not. If you're going to comp a 6th round pick to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Okay. First of all, he's athletically not even comparable to Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but it is
play
interesting.
style, just play style comp. And Byron was adamant about that he wanted that to be the first comp listed on.
Well, that's just wrong.
On our rankings.
That's wrong. I like the potential. I like the best ball potential for Evan Hull in the second half of 2023 and into 2024. He's going to have these spike weeks when the Colts are behind. I like it's not a landing spot you ever think about, but for a pure satellite back, the Colts make a lot of sense.
What about a Franken comp of Alex Barnes and Clyde Edwards-Helaire? Is that a little closer for you?
No. The Franken comp would be Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Austin Eckler. He's not Austin Eckler. No one is. He's also not Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So you take a bad running back and a good running back, you put them together, you have a pretty good running back, and that's Evan Hull.
Did you think that he was going to did you notice him much as a Northwestern fan?
Yes, he looked great. I was surprised that he didn't look better at the Senior Bowl. Like, he wasn't Tajay Spears. He wasn't that kind of electric, but he wasn't getting blown up in pass pro the way Chase Brown was. It was interesting to see Hull and Brown, because Hull was doing the things that you wished Brown would do at a similar size. And so that's the thing that stood out to me. One more point before we throw it back.
Well, I have one other thing I'd like to ask you.
We'll continue
before we throw it back. Okay, so just on the Evan Hull thing, you're on the clock.
On the clock.
There's no gun to your head.
No. This is the type of guy I'm drafting in the 3rd and 4th round of rookie drafts.
Okay. Charlie Football, Eric Gray, or Evan Hull?
Evan Hull by a mile. Eric Gray is a slow satellite back. He's like Evan Hull, only not nearly as athletic. And Evan Hull was more impressive than Eric Gray at the Senior Bowl. You would agree.
Yep.
And Charlie Football is not going to have a role in year one. And I don't draft receivers. I mean, it has to be a rare thing. I think there's some potential that in like the 4th round, depending on where Trey Palmer, has Trey Palmer been drafted yet? No,
I don't think so.
When Trey Palmer gets drafted, if he goes somewhere interesting with those 4-3 wheels, I might dabble a little bit in the 4th round on Trey Palmer if the Evan Hulls that I like are off the board.
And the draft is a flat circle, so we're back to this. Evan Hull in Indy or Chase Brown in Cincy?
I'm going Evan Hull. I just want the better football player, and Chase Brown has no possibility of being an every down football player in the National Football League, and neither does Evan Hull. So I might as well take the guy that's actually good at the thing that he's been hired to do by the league, which is to catch passes and accumulate first downs.
I think that's right.
Especially in 3rd and long situations initially, and then his role can grow. So it is right. And speaking of Chase Brown, he's not the number 2. So you might think, pencil him in to number 2. No. He's not the number 2. Chris Evans was also a day 3 pick. Chris Evans, bigger, has that sort of Chase Brown explosiveness and agility, has not fired at all. Why? Because they preferred Samaje Perine in pass protection. Well, guess who is completely and utterly incompetent in pass protection? That's Chase Brown. So you could pencil in Chris Evans to be the true handcuff for Joe Mixon, and could 1-for-1 replace Samaje Perine in a breather back, satellite back-ish role where he's going to catch some passes out of the backfield. He's going to be in there for, a 25% opportunity share. one of the sneaky late round picks in all formats is Chris Evans.
We got to go back to Cody, man. This is a big pick.
All right, we got a couple of wide receivers now off the board, and I am Charlie Dick Stifferson happy right now. Kayshon Boutte goes off the board right here to the New England Patriots, and Parker Washington goes off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Kayshon Boutte, we talked about this landing spot in potentially round 2 or round 3 earlier in the process. It came out last week that Daniel Jeremiah said, it's really going to be up to a team that really falls in love with Kayshon Boutte to see if he goes anywhere earlier than round 6. We're now here in round 6, and Kayshon Boutte goes to the New England Patriots, which is the ideal landing spot because he can sit behind Juju Smith-Schuster for a year. He's going to get run. He's 20 years old. He'll be 21 when the season starts. But Kayshon Boutte, who was once looked at as the best receiver in this class, this was, of course, a year and a half, 2 years ago, playing with the Chases and the Jeffersons of the world, now had a couple off-field issues, didn't run the best at the combine when he ran a 4.50. He had a 29-inch vertical, which is horrendous. But that 4.50 was clocked in the 23-mile-per-hour GPS range. And on the field, where Charlie Football excelled, doing the routes, running routes at the combine, where the people at home on TV didn't get to watch. And this is why you go to the combine, is to watch this. And that's why we like Charlie Football. That's why we also still are in on Kayshon Boutte, because he excelled and he was top 10 in routes at the combine.
We're talking rookie drafts. He's probably on the side of a roster clogger more than anything else as of this moment. But football-wise, we like it. I mean, they just lost their slot guy in Jacoby Myers. They did bring in Juju Smith-Schuster. Juju Smith-Schuster's a little bit more versatile in what he could do. But again, he can learn from Juju. Juju's already been in the league a while. He has something to teach somebody like Kayshon Boutte. And listen, if there's a place to go where you can get somebody on the straight and narrow, Bill Belichick and company, now Bill O'Brien in town, this is the good landing spot for Boutte. This kind of saves his potential NFL career, in my opinion.
It can.
There's a possibility.
I was going to say there's 2 range of outcomes right here for Kayshon Boutte. One, he gets to New England. He shuts his mouth. He gets to work. He's better than Kendrick Bourne in year 1. He overtakes Juju Smith-Schuster in year 2, and Boutte is the guy we thought he was. Or option 2, he's cut before fall camp gets out.
And that's an absolute possibility here. We're talking about a 6th-round pick, a kid with off-the-field troubles. I'm sure they've spoken with him, and I'm sure they told him, listen, you come here, you put on the hard hat, you bring your lunch pail, you get to work, you do your job. That's the slogan in New England. If he does those things, he will have a shot. It's not a guarantee. It's not a lock. It might not even be a 51% possibility. But there is a shot that he can resurrect and actually have a nice little NFL career in New England.
This is going to be the video that you see come out in July, and it's going to be of Bill Belichick picking up the phone going, Kayshon, you want to play wide receiver for the New England Patriots? Kayshon's going to say, yeah, man, I'm ready to come play. He's going to say, all right, put your hat on, come to work. Shut your fucking mouth and let's work.
Let's do it.
Click. And that's gonna be it. But it's gonna be like this viral video, and then Kayshon's gonna be out there, doing his thing in fall camp. That's the goal.
Hopefully, that's the hope.
The idea. Right?
That's what we're hoping.
It fits just too perfect, and that was why the fit always made sense.
Best comparable player on PlayerProfile.com.
Christian
Kirk.
I love it.
We love it. We love Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk is a good football player. But again, there's a lot of things that Kayshon Boutte is going to have to do to get right, to do the right things and work hard and try to, resurrect what was supposed to be a promising NFL career. That's kind of just been now just reduced to ashes. So we're hoping for a little bit of a phoenix rising from the ashes, if you will.
And that's why he's here in round 6. There's a lot of question. Again, we're not going to slot him in to be the best receiver in the damn field, even though New England needs help. But there's a lot of range of outcomes for him, and he's going to be a later round pick in these fantasy drafts, and you got to take advantage of that. Now, there was another receiver that fits the archetype as well, and the archetype is 195 to 205 pounds when you look at these wide receivers, and that's being 5'10 to 6 foot. Parker Washington, who had a bad ankle injury during the process, ran a 4.49 in high school. He is also 21.1, so he's barely older than Kayshon Boutte Cheeks, and he's in Jacksonville. So he fits the same mold as Christian Kirk. He should be working directly behind Christian Kirk.
Right.
Parker Washington from Penn State, 96th percentile, 18.5-year-old breakout.
That's what we like to see, right? We talked about it earlier in the show. We don't always want the best season to be the last season, the season right before the draft. We like for them to break out before they enter the draft process. He did have an 820-yard season in 2021, and his low is 489. So it's not a complete dud. But Parker Washington, again, long hill, very uphill battle for him to become someone that we rely on in fantasy. But again, in terms of the football fit, we're seeing some good fits happen for the football sake. And as fantasy players, that's what we're hoping for in round 6.
We got a handful of picks that have come in over the last 3 minutes. Tanner McKee from Stanford is going to go play quarterback behind Jalen Hurts. He's 6'6". He's a towering Davis Mills-esque quarterback. Not going to do a lot for fantasy or for real life, but he's going to sit in behind Jalen Hurts and be a very competent backup. O'Shane Mathis goes to the Los Angeles Rams here from Nebraska, defensive end. And 2 offensive linemen have come off the board finally, one being Luke Whippler at pick 190 to the Cleveland Browns, so he stays inside the state of Ohio, and the other at pick 186 to the Tennessee Titans, Jalen Duncan from Maryland. This one, just like Whippler, both of these guys, again, as Anand said earlier, did not get the best advice coming out of college this year, and they fall to round 6.
Fall to round 6, but Jalen Duncan, he has some promising attributes. Big kid, 6'6", over 300 pounds, 75th percentile athleticism. He was the 9th most athletic offensive lineman in the class, according to our athleticism score. So there is some promises. His best comparable player, Elijah Vera Tucker. We all like Elijah Vera Tucker and his versatility. So Jalen Duncan going to the Tennessee Titans seems like a great pick here late in the draft.
It is. And I love Jalen Duncan here. Again, they have Peter Skoronski earlier in the draft in round 1. They take Levis at quarterback, Spears at running back, Skoronski at guard, and Duncan can play guard or tackle wherever they end up putting him. But they need help all over this offensive line. Petit Frere from Ohio State is currently slotted to play right tackle. Daniel Brunskill is at right guard. I think Duncan can probably come in and beat him out. They brought Andre Dillard, a former first-round pick, over from Philly, but he's struggled mightily over the last few seasons.
Right.
This offensive line is kind of in shambles in comparison to where it was 3 years ago, but I think their process is starting to pay off and go in the right direction. What this tells me is still Tyjae Spears goes off there at running back, but this still build feels like it's same old Titans.
There's no way they're letting Will Levis cook out of the gate.
No,
we know that.
No.
We know that for certain. Treylon Burks, of course, we like his promise. We didn't really like how it unfolded entirely due to injuries and whatnot in 2022. But 2023, he's going to be the unquestionable wide receiver 1, the go-to pass catcher. But again, the NFL teams are talking to us, and us fantasy players need to listen. Go get Chigakwankwu. They haven't got a receiver yet. Chig is going to he's going to be thrust into that number 2 pass catching role for the Tennessee Titans. Our projection guys have him at tight end 10 right now. And the Titans are telling us they're not worried about clogging up this roster here with some skill positions here late. They're going and they're making the smart moves, getting a Jalen Duncan.
I think we get a trade coming in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Do they allow trades this late?
I guess they do. I guess we're gonna send it up to Jack here in about a split second. We're gonna get some details on this trade. Tampa Bay has come up. Tampa Bay hasn't drafted a running back, have they?
No, we can safely say we have cleared the worry zones for Tony Pollard, Ramondre Stevenson, Rachaad White. We've cleared those places. They will not be nuked in this draft. And I would even go as far to say Isaiah Pacheco is safe as well.
That's a safe bet.
I think so. He was a producer for him through the Super Bowl.
Let's go see what Action Jack Cavanagh has to say about this trade details and what the move is, if Tampa is moving up or what's going on.
Now, I know many of you are looking for a secret weapon for your Dynasty League, and I have it. It's called the Dynasty Dominator app. You go to the App Store, go to Google Play. It's right there. It's $5 to download, and then every year it's $5 to load the next incoming class of rookies. You can add Superflex, add tight end premium. It's incredible because it allows you to look up players. It allows you to vote on whether a player is a buy, hold, or sell, and then see the market sentiment on that player. And you can compare their lifetime value rating from Player Profiler to their Dynasty ADP at the FFPC, all in the price lookup tool. And beyond that, we have a trade analyzer, so you'll never lose another Dynasty trade again. And in our settings, you can set this is a win now team, this is a rebuilding team, and then we let you compare players. Look at their metrics side by side, prospect metrics, NFL metrics. It's all there. It's $5 in the App Store. There's some add-ons for Superflex and to buy the upcoming rookie class. Every year, you're going to spend $5 on this thing, and it's going to be well worth it.
Some news. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded back in the draft. They pick up a 2024 fifth-round pick. They need it. They've moved up enough. They've lost enough picks, so they're trying to replenish so that Howie Roseman can move up again in the future with those picks. But the more important note is that this is to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the person they drafted. Trey Palmer to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They needed a speedy replacement for Scotty Miller. They needed a speedy replacement for Brashad Perriman, for Julio Jones. Outside of Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, if you consider him a downfield threat, he's not at this point. Some do. They needed someone to take the top off alongside Chris Godwin. This is a fantastic move. I cannot believe the fastest skill player in the draft went this late, but tip of the cap to the Buccaneers. Absolutely phenomenal pick. Back to you, my friends.
The internet.
Oh, did you just unmute it? R.I.P. to our friend Russell Gage.
Oh, whoa, okay. You think so?
R.I.P.
R.I.P. to Russell Gage. He ain't as fast as Trey Palmer. Similar size.
He ain't as good as Trey Palmer neither.
You don't have that dog in him like Trey
He
Palmer?
definitely does not have that dog because he's not the number one ranked dog in the entire rankings.
Right. Trey Palmer, good pick. Absolutely good pick here. I'm not mad about it.
Menace level dog.
He's a 9. He's over a 9 on the dog rating.
He don't follow anybody on Twitter.
That's a dog.
He talks shit to everybody he encounters.
That's a dog.
He went for 1,000 yards for Nebraska with Casey Thompson at quarterback.
That's a dog.
He went to LSU out the gate and played with Kayshon Boutte, Jamar Chase, and Justin Jefferson.
That's a dog.
He set a record in the 200-meter dash in Louisiana that held for 56 years.
That's a dog.
He's 196 pounds and he ran a 4.33.
That's a dog.
That's the dog.
The number one dog in the rankings.
We've been waiting for this pick for
Yes,
a
we
while.
have.
Trey Palmer is a guy. He comes off as a one-dimensional receiver, but he is definitely not a one-trick pony like one Jalen Hyatt. The problem is that Quez Watkins went in the 6th round. And I love Quez Watkins, and he fits the same mold. The problem is he went in the 6th round. There is upside here. He's 195 pounds. He runs a 4.33.
6 feet.
The comp was Santana Moss because the projection was he was going to be inside the first 3 rounds.
Right. That obviously is going to change based on the landing spot here. But at the same time, listen, Trey Palmer is a good dart throw here late. He's tall, 6 feet, so he's above that threshold. 4.33, fastest receiver in the class. He's going to go play with, checks notes, Baker Mayfield.
I don't hate that. I don't hate it.
Why?
Baker,
how can you not hate that?
Because Baker is kind of a lunatic.
Baker has made us all believe he's kind of a lunatic. But on the field,
no. His play style is he's a lunatic. He doesn't have the patience and the tenacity to sit down. All right, okay, Chris Godwin, look wide open in the slot. Oh, look, it's Mike Evans in a mismatch, 6'4" against 5'11". It's no. Why, roll out and then go, oh, Trey Palmer's 67 yards downfield. I'm just going to rip this thing as hard as I can. And Trey Palmer's going to catch that football and be worth it.
It's not going to get to him.
I think he can.
Baker Mayfield is not going to get.
I'm not saying Baker's good. I think Baker sucks at this point.
You know who does have a big arm that's on that roster, though?
Not Kyle Trask.
Okay, well, not Kyle Trask. That's what I was going to say, Kyle Trask. So
okay.
You just cut the legs right out of me, Cody. What are you doing?
The New England Patriots picked 192.
Oh, boy.
Your Patriots. They took a kicker earlier, right? Like yesterday?
No, today.
Today?
Yeah.
And they took a punter now.
Oh, boy. Well, I will say this. Okay. Glass half full. Sometimes you got to think glass half full. Jake Bailey has sucked lately. They gave him a contract extension. He's fallen off a cliff. It was time to get a new punter. But when you're sitting here at the main desk talking about draft picks, you don't want to talk about a punter. I don't even know what his name is.
Bryce Behringer.
That's kind of a fantastic.
Sounds like
name.
a third baseman.
But I would say, and this is totally off the rails here, punters and kickers, baseball players, kind of like similar. I feel like Just like they have the same type
In
of
what
vibe.
world?
I don't know. I can't really explain it. It's just like something
Like
you
a
know.
pitcher, maybe a pitcher and a punter and a kicker.
No, pitchers are more like quarterbacks. He's more like punters. I don't know. I'm just thinking like in terms of they usually look more similar in terms of their builds. They're not freaking 6'8" stud athletes. They're the guys who look like they played baseball as a kid.
Richard Jackson in the chat, we appreciate you for staying tapped in. Please click that like button, that subscribe button on the YouTube channel. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the weekend, so do the damn thing. We appreciate all of you guys for sticking with us for 4 hours of mostly commercial-free football coverage of the NFL draft. We thank you. Again, 12 hours over the last 3 days of just straight-up NFL draft coverage, doing the damn thing. We got one more hour for you because we're at pick 193, and there's 259 to go. Make sure if you want that all-in package at PlayerProfiler.com, you use that promo code DRAFT, D-R-A-F-T, DRAFT. Get you $20 off the all-in package. You've heard us all saying our names, code Matty, code Billy, code Cody, code Dario. Get $10 off. Not today, buddy. $20 off with the promo code DRAFT for the all-in package at PlayerProfiler.com. Get over there. Stay tapped in. Stay tuned in. Rankings, projections, DFS dominator in the season, rookie rankings, you name it, it's there. DFS optimizers, data analysis. There's 197 tools over there and 267 million options to do in data analysis to break down your fantasy rosters and win day after day. We just had a massive donkey drafted in the 6th round. He runs a 4.9740 almost. His name's Chris Rodriguez, and he's going to play next to another donkey named Brian Robinson.
Oh, I mean, Ron Rivera loves them stables. Got a couple of donkeys out there, but he loves those tough straight runners. Get hit the hole, hit somebody, lower that helmet, yeah, football. That's what he likes. Do we care for fantasy?
Somebody needs to buy Antonio Gibson a toaster.
The most athletic guy in that backfield continues to get buried around donkeys. Chris Rodriguez, number 22 in our running back rankings currently. Do we care?
Listen. Read his stats. 6 foot tall, 211 pounds. 4 point what?
4.57.
We don't want this.
No, we don't.
We don't want this.
We don't want this.
This is literally a Brian Robinson.
Yeah, without draft capital.
We have a trade, my friends, and we're going to send it to Jack Cavanagh for a trade that has just come through featuring a New Orleans tight end on the move on draft day. Action, Jack Cavanagh. Give us the good news because the Podfather is going to be amped for this one.
Godfather, you can rejoice. Adam Troutman is free. He is no longer stuck behind Juwan Johnson. But this does complicate things just a little bit because it's actually his former coach, Sean Payton, that sends the 191st pick, a 7th rounder, to the New Orleans Saints, gets his former tight end, Adam Troutman. And if you've been paying attention to Player Profiler today, you know that Sean Payton isn't exactly a fan of Greg Dulcich. He said that the tape was hard to watch. Could this mean that Albert Akuyibunam is on the way out? Could this mean that Greg Dulcich is going to take a step back? I don't know, but I do know Captain America is back with Sean Payton. Back to you, my friends.
All right. That's big news. Adam Troutman is going to reunite with Sean Payton. And one more pick has come in since this Chris Rodriguez debacle. Puke. Keandre Coburn goes to the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 194. That's a Texas defensive lineman. We have a Texas orange blood writer in the other room. We have an Adam Troutman fan in the other room. Let's kick it over to the couch and see if we got some information on Adam Troutman, Keandre Coburn, and maybe some other safe running backs like a Tony Pollard, Rashad White, maybe. Let's see what these bad boys got to say about some of these situations on day 3 that we're being dealt with.
So we want to talk about running backs that are safe so far in the draft, and I can't help but think somebody had a certain somebody named Ramondre Stevenson ranked pretty high in the rankings, and throughout the draft so far seems pretty safe, boys. What do you think?
Good job, Bill. Good job. I'm a big Tony Pollard enthusiast. We're feeling this is just wiping the sweat off your brow moment here. Even those with Joe Mixon just drafting based on, hey, this is a running back that's still been relatively efficient. He's not shown the dusty yards per carry numbers that you're getting from an Ezekiel Elliott or a Leonard Fournette quite yet. So Mixon had a year left, and you lean into the uncertainty. That's getting paid off.
How many more picks do the Patriots have? So the Patriots have 2 more picks.
The Patriots have 2 more picks this round, but there's no more running backs that would be even close to a threat to Ramondre Stevenson.
The one bullet that's still out there is the one bullet that's still out there. Cody's exactly right. It's Sean Tucker because what Cody was saying about the Patriots having a clean medical on him. That was a big issue, right?
Well, there's a potential heart condition.
Well, that's only that I don't know about that. I just know that it was in the Bob McGinn write-up, and
that's right.
Took it from every like that's one sort. Like I don't know exactly about it. If there's a heart condition, clearly it's a big deal. But apparently, New England is one team that's at least fine with it. So I'd say that Sean Tucker is a guy who you love him or hate him. You have to at least kind of look at the film and see a guy that honestly who has the requisite size, who looks like he shot out of a goddamn cannon every time he touches the ball. I would say that's Andre fan. Things could fall into line to maybe hurt him, but it does feel like he's gotten by pretty scot-free.
He is skated through Ramondre Stevenson.
I'm not a doctor. I understand Tucker was explosive, but you think after the Hamlin issues or the injury last year that anyone's going to want to touch a heart condition right now going into the draft? I think it's something that we have to look at and say he probably is going to go undrafted. They're going to probably bring him into camp, or someone's going to sign him as an unrestricted free agent, bring him in, give him a chance, get good evals, really be able to kind of take a look at him. And I would agree he has the explosiveness to actually do something on a team, but as of right now, it's looking like anyone else, and even if it is Tucker, Ramondre Stevenson has a pretty safe chance at getting another massive workload inside of this offense. Pollard, who Matt mentioned earlier, is just looking outstanding, who we moved up to the top 5 after the first 2 days inside the draft. The other one I want to talk about right now is Gibson, right? We had beginning of the draft, even in the offseason, we were talking about the potential of them moving him, and we saw that it's consolidated now between Robinson and Gibson. I think it's a pretty
What about Chris Rodriguez?
It doesn't matter. I think it's a pretty clear path right now to success of Gibson in the passing game. Woo! Here we have a rookie quarterback, and what does a rookie quarterback do when they're inexperienced? They like the dump off passes. So I think that we can say that Gibson is his needle is pointing up, and he looks like he's becoming a draft day winner. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
There's another running back that hasn't been drafted yet. We keep forgetting because we expected him to go around 4. But because he wasn't drafted in round 4, wasn't drafted in round 5, we're starting to forget that, because the idea that he would go around 6, 7 was not even a possibility in anyone's head, is Zach Evans.
Yeah, there's also I don't think Dwayne McBride's going either yet.
Dwayne McBride's not gone.
So,
no.
Dwayne McBride's available. So in terms of best available running backs, we're looking at Dwayne McBride, you're looking at Zach Evans, you're looking at Cameron Peoples. There's a handful of running backs still available. I feel proud because you have to understand, we have thousands of premium subscribers at PlayerProfiler.com, and they have opinions, and they listen to a lot of other analysts that are not us. And I get emails about how we're too low on Chase Brown. I get emails about how we should be ashamed of ourselves of how low we have Sean Tucker. And I say, we have the best crew of real football and analytics-based analysts doing this. And if they say that Sean Tucker may go undrafted and we cannot steam him up ahead of a bunch of receivers that have potential to be excellent at the next level, we're not going to do it. We're not going to put him ahead of running backs that we think have real potential, like Evan Hall, for example. there's a bunch of running backs that we had below Evan Hall, and Chase Brown being one of them. And that was one of those dichotomies where we were called out for it. And I was like, listen, now I look up and I would rather have Evan Hall, even though Chase Brown landed in a better situation technically, because especially for Dynasty, Joe Mixon only has 1 year left realistically in Cincinnati. Evan Hall is going to be the long-term satellite back in Indianapolis, and that has real value. He's just a better football player, and that will play out over the course of the next few years. Cody goes to these pro days in the combine, and he hears the whisper campaigns for and against certain players. He knew, as much as you might love the Sean Tucker film and the Sean Tucker theoretical athleticism, that there was a very real chance that enough teams had crossed him off their board that he would not get drafted. And that's all baked into our rankings. The one guy that we moved up later in the process because of how athletic he was Israel Abanikanda. Then it came out later, he wasn't actually as athletic as Twitter was reporting him to be at his pro day, and he comes back down. Now he lands in a situation that's much worse than Chase Brown. Had he gone where Chase Brown landed, we would have nailed that particular ranking. He just didn't. It was the stone cold worst possible landing position for Israel Abanikanda. We are Bayesians. We are going to adjust that ranking, but we're talking about one guy that I can see requiring a significant adjustment other than Zach Evans. But we were already much lower than consensus on Zach Evans anyway. So yes, we're going to be cratering Zach Evans. Of course, we're going to pull the rug out from under him, and he's going to take the elevator to the basement. But it's not going to be as far of a fall as it is with some other ranking services. I can tell you that much, boys.
Well, I just the one thing I'll say was with Zach Evans, it's a guy that Houston area player, right? And there was as hard as it is to believe, he was an unbelievable prospect out of high school. And the Texas football staff had Bijan Robinson not really shown a lot of interest right at the very beginning. They had Zach Evans higher on their board than they had Bijan Robinson. They would have preferred, yes, they would have preferred Zach Evans. So all I'm saying is with Zach Evans, I think that there's room to not create. There's something there built into the profile that we are talking about a formerly world-class sort of number one at his position in the country type of recruit.
Vaporized. Okay. Back to you, Cody.
I'm wearing Cody's hat in honor of Cody Carpentier. He has finished the rookie guide. It is a masterpiece, the best rookie guide you will read that combines both real NFL draft analysis and fantasy analysis. This guy goes deep. I mean, do you know who Tyon Evans is? This man wrote up and ranked 40 running backs, 40 wide receivers, 15 quarterbacks, and 23 tight ends. 23 tight ends? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. We've got fantasy rookie draft cheat sheets for Superflex and single quarterback to go along with these write-ups that include analytics player comps and play style player comps. All the stats you need, the analysis you need to understand what kind of impact these guys are going to have in the NFL and for your fantasy team. So go to playerprofiler.com, go to any player page, go to the NFL draft section, and click the button to get the rookie guide. It's just $10. That's it. That's all. It's not the most expensive, but it is the best.
All right, we're back. We got a couple of picks to update you with since the Keandre Coburn and the Chris Rodriguez selections. A.T. Perry
finally
goes to the New Orleans Saints. Finally, the long-awaited fall of A.T. Perry. Where do you think he slots in here? Chris Olave, Michael Thomas, Adam Troutman's gone.
I don't know. I mean, I still think
Shaheed
showed enough last year.
You think so?
I think he showed enough that A.T. Perry's not just going to come in and push him aside. Different type of ball player, though. 6'3", sub 200 pounds. 4.47, which is fine at 75th percentile. But again, we're not talking about anything special here. Didn't get the draft capital. Didn't really get the good situation. I think this was kind of one of the worst type of outcomes if you're looking for a receiver sleeper in this class.
Yeah, I don't love it. He's a good route runner, which is exactly what Olave was, right? So they're going after the right prospects. When you look at kind of what they've done throughout this draft, D tackle, D end, Brian Brisset, Isaiah Foskey, then they come back with the offensive tackle in round 4, Nick Silveri from Old Dominion. And then they go for the offensive weapons. They go Jake Haener in the 4th round to plug him in behind the other Fresno State quarterback, Derek Carr. It's a good idea for a couple of years. We'll see if Jake Haener can take those steps up. But again, he is a guy that is literally just as small as Bryce Young. Went to Fresno State, showed that he could play some football. Kendre Miller in round 3 to play running back. Love that.
Of course. Love that.
Jordan Howden from Minnesota to play safety. And then A.T. Perry here in round 6 to finish the draft out for them at the wide receiver position. A.T. Perry, good route runner from Wake Forest. Like I said before, he was projected to be like 6'5". I think he finally came in at like 6'2.5" or 6'3".
Yeah, he was 6'3". On our website, 6'3". So again, good route runner, which will always keep someone possibly employed, which is a good thing. You can't discount good route runners, but again, nothing really in his profile suggests to me that I'm going to be any bit excited to go out and get him. For me, undraftable in rookie drafts, and unless it's super deep, he's pretty much undraftable. I'll look to maybe see how it goes in OTAs and slow play here. But if you got a rookie draft coming up, I am not really looking to acquire any A.T. Perry here.
Tampa Bay has spent some draft capital on the defense, right? Kalijah Cansey in round 1, Yaya Diaby in round 3, Savashier Dennis from Pittsburgh, dog, in round number 5. Cornerback Josh Hayes from Kansas State in round 6. And now Jose Ramirez with the last selection, 19th overall in round 6. A good day at the office for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when it comes to the defense, the interior and the exterior, and then the weapons, Payne Durham and Trey Palmer. Again, Trey Palmer, cliche alert, hit us with it. Trey Palmer's going to be more of a best ball guy than anything, especially in year 1. If Baker can even keep this team afloat, Payne Durham, the big donkey, I'm going to keep saying that. He's going to be a red zone target. What's it going to give you? Maybe a touchdown to 2 touchdowns as a rookie. Nothing. Just going to be annoying if you're trying to have Cade Otton on any of your fantasy teams at all. Tampa Bay, how do you address this draft?
I was going to ask you the same thing. Like, how would you grade this draft? I think it's a pretty good draft. I'm going to give them a B- here.
I totally skipped over Cody Mock, too.
But I think you did that on purpose because you got to save the best for last. Because he is a Buccaneer pirate. He looks like one. Redbeard. Grande Redbeard. He's pretty good. The Mauler, the Mock, Cody the Mock Mauler. It's a good draft. I think the Buccaneers are doing some good things here. And sometimes in team building, you have to pull yourself back. And it's not all about the moment. It's about the big picture. And if you take this draft and they go and do what we kind of expect them to do, which is suck, and then you take the 2024 draft and you compile that together, now all of a sudden you're cooking with gas. If you could get a Drake May, if you are bad enough to get a Caleb Williams, if you can get one of these upper echelon quarterbacks, you do have some weapons in town. I would imagine Mike Evans is on his way out ski, whether it be by father time or by a trade, but you still got Chris Godwin. And at the end of the day, Rachaad White, again, the Buccaneers have told us they are okay with Rachaad being that dude because we made the mistake last year getting excited for Chase Edmonds. Never again. Never again.
We had 4 more selections since that one right there. Jarek Reed goes to 198 to the Seattle Seahawks. Safety, Meliesa Ayumave Leula from Oregon, offensive tackle.
Fantastic pronunciation.
Absolutely hammered that one. I feel really good about that. Goes to Baltimore. Los Angeles Chargers select Scott Matlock from Boise State, defensive tackle. But the one I want to talk about is Elijah Higgins because going into the Senior Bowl, he was projected and thought of as the best wide receiver from Stanford. And in the middle of the Senior Bowl, he said, psych, I'm going to play tight end because I'm not good.
Yeah. Sometimes it's tough to come to grips with the truth. We don't know what happened to Hutchinson, but we do know what happened to Elijah Higgins. He did go to the Miami Dolphins, who did lose their tight end. Mike Gesicki.
He's a nappy kitten.
He's a sweepy kitten. But Higgins at tight end is exciting. 6'3", 235. Athletic kid. He's 95th percentile 40-yard dash, 86th percentile speed score, and 83rd percentile burst score. Again, you want pieces of offenses. And hey, in tight end premiums, you got your deepest of dynasty leagues. This is the type of kid you pick throw him on the old taxi squad and hope for the best in coming years.
When you look at what Miami's done, again, we came in here knowing that Miami wasn't going to have a lot of draft picks. They had 4. They've spent 3 so far. Cam Smith, seatbelt. Devon A-Chain, speed. Yeah. Elijah Higgins is going to fit into this tight end spot where the tight end spot's kind of empty.
It's very
Durham
barren.
Smythe. It's Durham Smythe. That's it.
Yeah, he can compete with Durham Smythe. But also Durham Smythe has played well for what Mike McDaniel wants. So he'll get first crack at it. But again, Elijah Higgins is athletic. They did list him all on ESPN as a wide receiver. Wrong.
The thing is,
Wrong.
they split him. He came in as a receiver to the Senior Bowl. He goes to the Combine, and I said, who's your best comparable player? He goes, Evan Ingram. I talked to Thor Nystrom, who was also at the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
He talked him at the Senior Bowl. He said on day 1 that Elijah Higgins entered as a wide receiver. He talked to Elijah, and Elijah said, yeah, they want me to play tight end. So wide receiver, tight end, Combine, best comparable to Evan Ingram, according to himself.
Good for him.
Now, back labeled as wide receiver, he doesn't fit in this offense as a wide receiver. He just straight up doesn't.
No.
They have talent around him. Waddle and Hill, all right? Whatever you think about Chosen Anderson, he's there. River Craycraft is better than what Elijah Higgins brings. Ezukama, better than what Elijah Higgins brings. Cedric Wilson, Braxton Berrios, Freddie Swain.
Mm-hmm.
That's 9 dudes that are better than Elijah Higgins at the wide receiver position. And Durham Smythe is the only tight end that you really have to worry about. And Elijah Higgins at 235 pounds, put a couple pounds on him, knowing and how talented he is at the wide receiver position, which is mid at best.
At best.
He looks like Devin Funchess. And you have Devin Funchess with the athleticism that Higgins brings. It's an interesting aspect to look at when you're comparing the offenses to what San Francisco built.
Right. And
I know we're talking about Miami. I did say San Francisco on purpose.
You do most things on purpose. You usually have a good wits about you. So I'm excited for you to draw to connect the dots here.
Look at that 40-yard dash.
4.54. It's good.
You know, I know Billy's going to choke over his own spit over this one. Do you know what George Kittle's 40-yard dash was?
4.61.
I'm tying that line right now.
What are you tying? What dots you connected?
Read that 40-yard dash when that populates.
4.52. Billy was going to say 4.56, so he knows his players.
6'4", 247 for Kittle, runs a 4.52. 6'3", 245 for Elijah Higgins, runs a 4.54.
Dog. And what do coaches do? What do coaches like?
Traits.
They like traits, and they like coachability. And say what you will. If he showed up to Mobile and said, listen, guys, I'm a wide receiver, and they said, buddy, look it, you have a chance in the NFL if you play tight end, he said, bet. I'll take that bet. So guess what? If he's able to make such a big decision in the spur of the moment, you got to give that as a positive. It's not a negative. Elijah Higgins competing with Durham Smythe. Hey,
shouldn't take much.
Shouldn't take much. We were running routes out there the day. There was a couple of player profile guys that I'm just not going to go there.
All right, we've had a couple more selections come in. Jarrett Patterson, center from Notre Dame. Very interesting selection to fall here to the 6th round. A guy was looked at as a 4th round projection. Christian Braswell from Rutgers to play cornerback for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They need help on the defensive backfield. Jacksonville last year traded C.J. Henderson. They got Darius Williams, but they still struggled on that back end. You look at what they got in this draft. They have 4 more selections. When you look at this entire draft and what they have, they're literally going to end up with what looks like 14 draft picks.
A lot of draft picks. But when you look at the way they've compiled these draft picks, I kind of think that maybe they should have attacked that defensive side of the ball earlier as opposed to going with Strange and Tank Bigsby early. They could have taken these cracks at these skill positions late.
Do you know there's just one tight end that's still on the board? You could have passed on Strange at 2.30 and taken this guy named
I'm going to go to Old Dominion for that one.
Kuntz? Yeah. 631 for Zach Kuntz would have been a little bit better value than Brenton Strange at 230. The problem is medicals. This seems to be the guy that's falling due to medicals.
I mean, at this point, the free fall is so real. I mean, undrafted is very much on the table.
I don't.
If people are taking Davis Allen and all these other donkeys over Zach Kuntz, over this hyper athletic prospect, I'm starting to think that he goes undrafted here.
The Las Vegas Raiders pick 203, take Amari Burney from Florida, outside linebacker. We have 56 picks left, and we're starting to look at some of these skill positions go off the board. If you look at the last 20 picks, we've gotten Elijah Higgins, A.T. Perry, Chris Rodriguez, Trey Palmer, Tanner McKee, Kayshawn Booty, and Parker Washington. Now you look, like I said, at the next 55 selections. We still have the likes of Corey Trice, 6'3" from Purdue, Moro Ojabo, Texas defensive lineman, Xavier Hutchinson from Iowa State, Zach Kuntz, Dwayne McBride, Ivan Pace from the
Still
Senior
there.
Bowl, Lonnie Phelps, a pass rushing savant from Kansas. A lot of real talents.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if they're one-trick ponies, even across the board, Ivan Pace is a 6', 225-pound savage at linebacker.
Yep.
He's tiny, but he gets the job done. Lonnie Phelps, edge rushing is he's the Jalen Hyatt edge. One thing, third down pass rush.
Yeah.
But that's what Elvis Doomerville was.
There's a place for that in the NFL. It's a needed position. You need that type of thing. And I mean, according to you, the New York Football Giants took a one-trick pony a hell of a lot earlier than these guys.
I think the Jets are a team you're looking at the slot position for, right? They just got rid of Elijah Moore. The Jets could go slot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's send it over to the couch and see if maybe we got a little Xavier Hutchinson. Could Xavier Hutchinson fit here? He was an All-American last year.
He could absolutely fit here. I want to see what the couch has to say, though.
I think Seth D's over there, and I know Seth loves him some Xavier Hutchinson.
Seth D loves himself some Xavier Hutchinson.
Let's send to the couch.
All right. We're talking about the best drafts. We're analyzing the picks from Thursday, Friday, and so far today, Saturday. And to me, it's clear. We're going to have a debate here. We got Shervon, we got Seth, we got Alex. The debate is who had the best draft. I contend that the best draft has to be, and I don't think there's a question. I'm guessing there's consensus on the couch for the best draft. Has to be the Colts. Chris Ballard, most improved general manager, top 5 pick, Anthony Richardson, swinging for the absolute fences. If you want to compete with Patrick Mahomes, you want to compete with Josh Allen, you need the weaponry, the ceiling weaponry at quarterback. He did the only thing that you could possibly do in this draft, which is to swing as hard as you can from the heels and potentially get the caliber of weapon, the technology at quarterback that a handful of these teams with a competitive advantage year in, year out have. And that was Anthony Richardson. He made it happen. Didn't even have to trade up. That was the beauty of it.
I was about to say.
No, he made it happen by just staying put and letting teams do weird stuff in front of him, right? Just let people be weird in front of you.
The Texans, their division rival, traded a future first to go get Will Anderson.
Let him do it.
Exactly.
Let him do it. Let him do it. Someone wants to trade up and draft Anthony Richardson, trade a future first to come up and get Anthony Richardson. Fine, go ahead. Or I can just stay here, and if he's there, I win. And the fact that Julius Brents was available in the mid-second round is a crime, given how bad he made every receiver look at the Senior Bowl. Josh Downs
in round
was a
3.
second round. Josh Downs was a second round wide receiver drafted in round 3.
Elite target earner too. Give your rookie quarterback a weapon right out the gate.
Okay, so to recap, you have a 101 overall talent in Anthony Richardson at 4. You get a first rounder in Julius Brents in the mid-second.
Yes.
You get a second rounder in Josh Downs in the mid-third. You get a bona fide early day 2 pick in Blake Friedland. Blake Friedland,
athletic freak,
one of the most athletic and playmaking offensive linemen with the requisite size. It wasn't like, oh, he was athletic. No, our athleticism score on playerprofiler.com factors in size. So to be top 3 in athleticism score and to get that guy, and that never happens. Okay, just so you guys know, it never happens. The athletic linemen always go early. Always, always, always. I don't know what happened. I asked Cody. There's no explanation. There's no off-field explanation. There's no medicals. There's no concerns with mentals. Nothing. No concerns. It's just every year, a couple very high quality players drop a couple rounds, and it's inexplicable
for no reason.
It's absolutely inexplicable. The best example was the Seattle Seahawks getting the most athletic corner in the draft in round 5 last year.
Tariq Woolen.
You get Tariq Woolen in round 5. That's inexplicable, and there was no reason for it. It didn't make any sense. He was invited to the combine. Everybody saw him test. You have access to his tape. There was no excuse for it. It just sometimes it happens, and all you can do is push the button on those guys when that happens. And to get Adebawore,
You haven't got to the Northwestern kid,
right?
Darius Rush.
Darius Rush.
We have is it Adebawore? Adebawore. Get Adebawore in round 4 as well. So in the early
another
fourth,
athletic freak, and on day 3, the freak of athletic freaks on the defensive line.
But Chris Ballard always says, like he says at the combine, he says it in interviews, that his philosophy is if possible, take players with traits that are impossible to duplicate, right? And it's like whenever you stick by that, that's what this draft is, from pick to pick to pick to pick. Whether it's Anthony Richardson breaking the quarterback models, whether it's Juju with the arms that have that length of arm in a quarterback simply just doesn't fail. Adebawore, like if I'm sure on Player Profiler, every single
90th percentile.
It's through the roof for all of them. All these guys, they have traits that are impossible to replicate. And when you build it like that, you stick to it. This is the kind of draft you end up with.
It's Darius Rush, right? Daniel Scott. These are quality defensive backs. That's the place to get. You can still get depth at defensive back. That's a good landing spot in the 4th round, in the 5th round. Chris Ballard did that.
Evan Hull in the 5th round as well.
Well, hold on. Before they drafted Evan Hull, they got one of the most athletic tight ends in the draft. You know, Rob Gronkowski, he was not a 1st-round pick.
Nope.
Travis Kelce was a day 3 pick. George Kittle, 5th round pick. Okay, so Mark Andrews, third round pick.
Yep.
Okay, what do those guys have in common, especially Gronk and Kelce? Incredible athletic profiles. Who is one of the best athletes in this draft at the tight end position? Will Mallory. There were 2 athletic freaks available at the tight end position, Kuntz and Mallory. Of course, Ballard gets one of them, and then he gets the best running back on the board in the draft slot where you need to be drafting running back. In the Aaron Jones draft slot, they go Evan Hull. I couldn't in fiction, when you talk about like the future of the franchise and Anthony Richardson, you talk about the best value edge rusher, the best value tight end, the best value running back, the best value tackle, the best value cornerback. This was the dream of all dream drafts. And Chris Ballard is now officially a top 3 general manager. He was in the top 3. He fell out of the top 3. Now he's back in the top 3. Do you guys agree with this?
He's earned it.
He's certainly. I mean, it's hard. Yeah, I mean, probably. It's an incredible draft.
You agree, Siobhan, number 1 draft?
Has to be.
Has to be. Last one here. I also like the Bears draft. Let's hear from Seth. The Bears, first of all, they kicked this whole thing off with incredible value on the 101, trading down and still getting the right player at the right pick at the right time. Darnell Wright, okay, 330 pounds. Perfect fit and need. Bears had one of the league's worst offensive lines. They have a young quarterback that needs to be protected. It doesn't have the greatest pocket awareness. Made so much sense. But in the process, they got the Panthers, who are rebuilding, they got a rebuilding team's 2024 first, which will likely be a top 10 pick, plus two other second rounders, plus DJ Moore. So that was the masterstroke. They started off that masterstroke weeks ago. Then they don't get too cute. They don't overthink it. They just go Darnell Wright. Then again, they don't overthink it in the second round. Where Javon Dexter. Javon Dexter is just a monster, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. Alex loves Javon Dexter. And then Tyreek Stevenson from Miami, a cornerback that is a big-time playmaker. Could have easily gone in the first round. Zach Pickens, another big. They were the worst team on the defensive side of the ball week in, week out. They were the team that you wanted to exploit, the defense to exploit in DFS. They were giving up the most fantasy points to opposing quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, like everything. It was the team to play in fantasy football. So what do? You start at the foundation, 2 D tackles in Dexter and Pickens, and then you shore up the secondary with Tyreek Stevenson and great value at running back. They didn't fall for the Lions trap, the Falcons trap of going first round running back. They waited to the 4th round to get a second round talent in Roschon Johnson. Tyler Scott is an underrated wide receiver. He is
another day 2 talent, but
he was a day 2 projection, comparable to Sterling Shepard, who was a second round pick. Noah Sewell, inside linebacker from Oregon. See, I don't know who Noah Sewell is, and it doesn't matter. Where you draft linebackers, you draft off-ball linebackers in round 5. That's where you draft linebackers and running backs, not the first round, right? And just because you have the same last name as a guy, Dan.
He has 3 brothers that play professional football. So I mean,
And then Tyrell Smith, cornerback from Minnesota. Incredible draft. Ryan Poles is the breakout young star general manager in the league. We mentioned Chris Ballard, most improved, but the chalk, the GOAT, the savant, right? The the John Nash, the beautiful mind, right? That's it.
He's doing this the right way.
That's the Eagles. That's the Eagles. I thought for sure after round 1 that the Eagles would end up with the best draft. I knew they had a bunch of extra picks. I couldn't imagine a scenario where the Eagles wouldn't end up with the best draft. And then I looked up and I saw what the Colts did. And I said, okay, I guess Chris Ballard said, hold my beer.
Yeah, no, Brian Poles is doing this the right way too, because I mean, the Bears had so many holes that they needed to fill, especially on the offensive line and defensive line. And look what they did. Darnell Wright, you mentioned the defensive lineman they took. That's one of the biggest holes they tried to fill right away when he took over. They signed, I can't think of his name right now, but defensive lineman, now he plays for Pittsburgh, was one of their big free agent signings, and then he failed his medical. So that defensive tackle, that 3 technique is a big part of that defense. So he's doing, I mean, it's been a while as a Bears fan seeing a GM work this way. Usually we were used to the Ryan Pace. Oh, let's trade up to get a tight end. Let's trade up to get an inside linebacker in the top 10. That's not how you do it. This
is on the board. Let's go ahead and trade up for Trubisky.
Yeah. So
trade up for Trubisky with Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson on the board.
Like this is just, I mean, I can't be happier. You can't be happier as a Bears fan. I mean, if you're a Colts fan, I mean, Anthony Richardson,
it's amazing.
I mean, and then continuing to do what they've done. I mean, they're set up about as well as you can be set up. I mean,
they are. I think I know why the Eagles draft just can't compete with the Bears draft and with the Colts draft, especially. It's because they didn't have enough picks. They didn't have the volume of picks that the Bears and especially the Colts had compiled a bunch of extra picks. But the first round, I mean, Carter, Nolan Smith, and then, Keely Ringo.
And a risk-free year just to take a test drive on DeAndre Swift. That's part of this draft.
Getting DeAndre Swift on a free year, just a free look. You get a free look and all that free productivity, a test drive on DeAndre Swift for a year. Tyler Steen, he's right there. I mean, I thought Tyler Steen was the best value lineman in the draft until the Colts took Freeland. Yeah. Right. And then until Cody Mach. Right. So Cody Mach goes to the Buccaneers. That was the best value. Then Freeland comes along. He's the best value. So they're just banking value at offensive line with Steen. Sidney Brown, the safety from Illinois, he's a big time playmaker, right, Alex?
Oh yeah. For as much trouble as we were giving Chase Brown with his evaluation earlier, his brother Sidney. Are they twins? By the way, they look exactly.
They're twins. Yeah, they're twins. And Sidney Brown was a menace. This was the problem for the receivers at the Senior Bowl. It was both the cornerbacks and the safeties were incredible. And then Keely Ringo never should have made it into day 3. He was top of Mel Kiper's board. That was one that Mel actually got right. Good for him. And then, why not? Why not a luxury pick to upgrade the backup quarterback position? They're like, we're set. We've got veterans in all the key positions that are, Pro Bowlers up and down the roster. We're really only interested in upgrading those positions with Pro Bowlers on top of Pro Bowlers. We're just trying to stack all pros. Okay, Nolan Smith. Okay, Jalen Carter. Okay, Sidney Brown. It's amazing. So they didn't need the extra picks. They don't have the roster space. These guys are going to come to Philadelphia, and they're not going to be able to make the team anyway. They draft a bunch of extra guys in round 6 and 7. They're not going to make the team anyway. You might as well just come away with this draft with 6 studs. And that's what they did. Ringo, Brown, Steen, Smith, and Carter. That's 5 high-quality players. They don't have the preponderance of talent that was accumulated by the Colts and the Bears to rank them as the best draft. But when you add in DeAndre Swift, you add in the trade back banking picks in 2024, it's right there. It's right there. If I had to rank these drafts, I would rank Colts 1 for all the reasons where it's unanimous. And that big trade down to get a top 10 pick next year plus DJ Moore, that with all the great just point of attack upgrades that the Bears executed, I think that's why the Bears need to be the second best draft. Third best draft, got to be the Eagles. Got to be, it's really, I know you say it's the beautiful mind. It's the Truman Show. I contend it's a Truman Show. Still, it doesn't seem possible that the league let Howie Roseman do this. It's almost like it was rigged. Cody, back to you.
We got a wide receiver update here. Xavier Hutchinson goes to the Houston Texans. An All-American goes up in the round 6. And then another All-American goes to the next pick from the FCS to Princeton. Andre Yosivas goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. Earlier, we saw Charlie Football go. He is the Tyler Boyd replacement. Andre Yosivas is the ideal replacement for T. Higgins.
Whoa.
Don't shoot the messenger.
We say the draft is a flat circle. Yeah, it is. You were on Yosivas. I was on Yosivas. Now you're telling me he could be a replacement.
Charlie Football is replacing Tyler Boyd next year. Yosivas, in an ideal world for the Cincinnati Bengals, replaces T. Higgins.
Well, T. Higgins is a little taller, right? He's a little
6'4".
bigger. Yosivas is 6'3".
Same shit.
And he's fast. He's the best comparable player is Denzel Mims, which I know we don't like, but that was an athletic wide receiver, so we do like the athletic wide receivers. Okay, now you got me a little bit more intrigued here late in the draft. I thought maybe he was Dunzo, D.E. dead.
I like the Yosivas selection here. I was not in on Yosivas. I'm in on Yosivas now because I think that I understand where he's going to go. They got a receiving core here. It's built. They don't need Yosivas to do shit.
Right. They don't.
Round 6, he's an All-American from Princeton. I don't love him, but I like him in this spot.
Yeah.
I think he can learn from T. Higgins for a year or two, and he'll be a useful guy. And if they can't afford T. Higgins because Joe Burrow's a trillionaire, then he will move into that spot.
Because the state of Ohio has been awarded to the quarterback, they might have to move on from T. Higgins. So Yoshivash steps right in, 6th most athletic wide receiver in the class. All right, now you're talking here. I like it. I like this little Yoshivash. But then we got to talk about Xavier Hutchinson. Seth D's in the house. That's his guy. We got to talk about a little bit of Xavier Hutchinson.
All-American, 167 targets. He's going to Houston. There's a quarterback in Houston.
Whoa, I think they just took somebody. What was his name? C.J. Stroud.
Who was the guy that he threw the ball to most last year?
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
What position did that guy play in the receiving room?
Slot flanker.
Gotcha. So where does Xavier Hutchinson fit in this offense?
Right there, baby.
Gotcha. That's what I thought. Okay, I love me some Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Even though it's round 6, they needed somebody to play it in the slot, and Xavier Hutchinson can do that tomorrow.
We needed 2 Hail Marys. 2.
Oh.
Keyshawn Boutte.
Got
Xavier Hutchinson.
Caught it.
Ding, dang, doom. 2 Hail Marys have been completed in terms of landing spots. Now, there is still a long way to go for this to cash in for our fantasy teams, but there is the wide receiver room in Houston is it's not great.
It's mid.com.
It is mid.com, mid.org, possibly mid.net. But either way, it's super mid. Hutchinson has a chance due to what he brings to the table, what his profile suggests, what they need, and what they just got at quarterback. Possible match made in heaven. So Keyshawn Boutte, Xavier Hutchinson, not dead yet. Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Let's go.
Nico Collins is the predictable X in this offense, 6'4" on the outside. John Mechie's back from leukemia. Shout out to John Mechie. I absolutely love the fact that he's back, period, and healthy. Should slot in as the 2. Robert Woods, again, 67 years old. He's in the slot right now. They just drafted Tank Dell. I think Tank Dell's a guy that can move around anywhere in this offense.
Right.
But the guy that should supplant Robert Woods by week 8 is Xavier Hutchinson.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm getting amped up over a 6th-round pick, but this is an All-American that went to Iowa State, played with Brock Purdy. So I know Billy can't get mad at me when I say that he should be projected high. 167 targets last year. You can't argue against that. Like, that is high targets at a Division I, Big 12, Iowa State school. Robert Woods is standing in his way.
All right, so what caused his fall? It was
Brock Purdy was not there.
Oh, we got something to talk about after this, but let's just wrap up these receiver run because we got a few of them.
Oh my God, called that shit like 3 months ago.
You did, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it, but
we got one
let's
more
finish
receiver.
off.
We got one more.
Yes,
receiver.
let's talk about the last receivers. Let's talk about the last one here.
The pick is in. Sounders coming in for this 3rd receiver in this run, and this little guy is from Liberty. Demario Douglas, route technician, goes to New England. What's your issue with this landing spot?
I don't really have an issue with this landing spot. Now, this is because 2 things came together at the perfect time. First, last night, before we all headed off to bed, there was a conversation about receivers that was being had. And what was your comp for Douglas? You said it last night. B. Cooks.
Brandon Cook. I did.
B. Cooks.
I was trying to.
Who excelled in that offense?
Brandon Cooks.
Brandon Cooks. Now, Douglas, is he a special teamer?
A little bit.
A little bit. So that could be the need here. But again, we talked about how much we loved Jaden Reed.
Routes.
Right. Of course, routes are going to keep you on the Patriots. Routes. I mean, that's Route City.
That's
Route City, bitch.
That's the guy. That's the guy that fits the West and the Edelman spot.
Right. That they don't have. They don't have that on their roster. A little undersized, but he's fast. And again, why did we love Jaden Reed at the beginning of the process? How good he looked on special teams, because we thought he was going to be more of a sleeper prospect.
Yep.
We didn't know he was going to be off to the races like he is. The special teams aspects gets you on the field, keeps you on the field, gets you some confidence within your coaching staff. And then all of a sudden, bang, bang, boom. I mean, that's where Edelman started. Punt returns. We got. Don't play with me, Cody. Don't play with me, Cody.
Pick 212, 6th round, exactly where he was projected to go. Deuce Vaughn is going to Dallas to play with his dad. His dad, Chris Vaughn, is a running back coach for the Dallas Cowboys. Deuce enters the chat with Malik Davis and Tony Pollard. Pollard's still winner in this draft,
Of
but
course,
Deuce
of course.
is a D-O-double-G, Deuce dog in Dallas right now. He's going to get some receptions. Is he in the Darren Sproles role? I'm not quite that hot because he is a midget, 5'5", 155 pounds. He's going to get that work though.
But you know, again, another guy that came up in conversation in the house. He's got big hands, so he's not just like a petite human. He's short, but he's not.
He's compact.
He's compact, right? He's not going to supplant Tony Pollard. Okay, we don't think he's going to step in, do anything Tony Pollard's 2023 and beyond. So that's good for Tony P. People who roster Tony P. But we cannot stop. We can't act like this kid didn't dominate at K-State. 2,900 rushing yards over the last 2 seasons. 2,900 rushing yards. What, 800 receiving yards over the last 2 seasons?
We had 55 receptions last year.
42.
42.
We had 49 the year before.
55 targets.
55 targets. I mean, I like Deuce Vaughn. I've been excited about where he could go. Going to Dallas, it's at the very least, it's fun, baby.
I like Gooner Boy in the chat. Short, but his hands big.
Boom.
If there's going to be one guy that's later in the draft that's going to hit and stay on a squad, I'm going to bet on the guy that's dad is the running back coach there. He probably has the playbook in his hands last month.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah.
Like, this guy's going to make the roster, and this guy's going to have opportunity. I want to say it's a perfect spot for him, and it's not a perfect thing for Pollard, but it's a weird mixture. It's going to be harder for these guys to project because, again, Gibbs was always we're scared of Gibbs because he's going to take away the pass work.
Mm-hmm.
But Deuce is actually just as good as a pass catcher as Gibbs is.
He's a very good pass catcher,
but he's just not the talent. He's not near, and you got a 6th-round capital versus 1.
Well, I mean, if he had this production, this skill set, but he was 5'11", 215.
Yeah,
he's gone off the board a long time ago. So there
conversation.
are red flags with a player who is 4'5".
Yeah,
but again, he's small, short, but compact, and he was a mega producer at K-State. So again, goes to a good landing spot. Are we drafting? Are we running to the draft board to get him in rookie drafts? No, but what do we like to do at the end of rookie drafts? Pepper in those running backs, baby. Boop, 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 boop. Give me running backs. I'm taking Deuce Vaughn in a lot of late situations here in my rookie drafts. Ain't no doubt about that, baby boy.
Last night, 10-man mock, player profiler only in this house. He went 502 to Alex Dunlap. Deuce Vaughn did.
Dunlap does it again.
How much Dunlap does it again, drafting Deuce Vaughn in Dallas? How much higher does Deuce go from the 502 up?
I think he creeps into the 4th. Let me read off the running backs that went in the 4th round. He's going above Dwayne McBride if McBride went there.
Tyon Evans.
He's going above Tyon Evans.
Sean Tucker.
He's got to go above Sean Tucker now.
Dwayne McBride.
He's going above McBride.
Evan Hull.
No, that's probably the spot.
Zach
probably
Evans.
Again, I think you're going to see those are 3 guys that'll be bang, bang, boom. It'll be bing, bang, boom. It'll be Hull. It'll be Evans because I think people won't give up on it, even if the NFL has. But Deuce Vaughn deserves to be right in that conversation.
The Cardinals just selected Dante Stills, defensive lineman, 6'4", 286 pounds on player profiler. Shout out to John Adams. Already got the goddamn draft picks plugged in, and that thing happened 37 seconds ago. 4.85 40-yard dash, 87th percentile speed score, best comparable to Shy Tuttle on PlayerProfiler.com.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very underrated defensive tackle for the New Orleans Saints. Arizona adds depth to this defensive line.
They're having a good draft.
They're having a very good draft.
They're having a strong draft.
We got Austin Fort labeled here as a top 18 GM. We talk about 7 GMs today, but he slides in, it looks like, at top 18 according to this sheet of paper.
Well, the sheet of paper obviously is gospel, so he is at GM 18. But we are looking to see him climb over these next couple of years. They're doing the right things, but then there's a big question to be asked. Do they have the quarterback, and do they have the head coach?
So this other guy that just went on the board, 214th overall to the New England Patriots, Amir Speed. Do you remember when I tweeted about Amir Speed here about a month and a half ago? He's a cornerback from Michigan State. He worked out at Georgia. Do you remember this tweet by chance?
I do not, but I would love to hear about this tweet.
Amir Speed was a specimen that I'd never seen before or heard of until this Georgia Pro Day. And again, he did not go to Georgia. He went to Michigan State because he transferred from Georgia to Michigan State. Amir Speed, I want to say he ran a 4.36.
So he's fast.
but he sucks.
So he's aptly named.
But he sucks.
So Bill Belichick did not get a good one here.
4.26 shuttle, 4.34 40-yard dash, 6'3", 210 pounds, 32.5-inch arm length, 6'9", 3 cones, very solid. But this is what we talked about before. You're drafting the trait, the athletic trait.
Right.
That's what he has. And Bill's going to bet on himself to build this guy up. He was a Georgia commit. He went to Georgia for a year, didn't play, went to Michigan State. He's got the speed. I made that tweet talking about him as a specimen, his 40, his speed. Seeing him in the flesh was awesome. And it was completely filled with Georgia fans saying, toast, burnt, fuck this guy, all this stuff. And I was like, whoa.
Right.
No, but like Amir's speed, everything's there except for the coverage skills.
He's just not good.
So Bill Belichick's got to put his sneakers on, get out there, and show Amir Speed how to cover an NFL wide receiver.
That would be hilarious thing to see. But 6'3", 210, fast. There's tools there. And like you said, we're drafting traits at this point. We're taking shots.
It looks
So,
like
I ain't mad about it, Patriots. I'm not mad about it. But again, they already got a kicker and they already got a punter, so I'm expecting a long snapper here if they have another selection.
The Rams are trading this pick to the Bills.
Wait, they are allowed to do trades this late?
Yes.
He says, yes, you moron.
This one's kind of goofy. I don't know if Jack's listening. If Jack is listening, Jack can give me a thumbs up and I'll throw Jack on, but I don't think he is. So I'm going to read this one off. The Rams are trading 215 for 252 and a 2024 sixth round pick. So they get a sixth round pick next year to come into the late part, the literal third to last pick in the sixth round this year.
Mm-hmm.
They're giving them a sixth round pick next year, and they're moving back 40 spots.
Interesting.
So it's a weird value flip there. Bills are coming in at 215. Okay. The Bills have not drafted a running back today.
Why would they? Back?
The Bills have just selected running back from Ole Miss, Zach Evans. Rest in peace, Kyrie Williams.
Done.
Cam Akers, Zach Evans, two dudes that are known to have off-field issues but are mega talents. Zach Evans to the Rams, instant reaction.
But aren't they? Isn't it a thing that none of them really catch passes, though? So there is an opportunity for potentially more of a pass catching back, or is it within their skill sets we just haven't seen it?
Do you know how big Zach Evans' hands are?
Yeah, they're like the way I was told last night was a pizza. Alex said that when you shake his hand, it's like a piece of pizza tickling your forearm. Big hands, 10.25.
10.25, 10 and a quarter inch hands for Zach Evans. Now on the Los Angeles Rams, the question is, can he catch a football? You don't have to be that talented at catching footballs to catch a football with a 10.5-inch hand. I'll tell you that right now. But it is the third to last pick in the sixth round. And the Rams did trade up. They traded a 2024 sixth round pick and traded up 40 spots to get Zach Evans with their last selection in this draft.
Well, we had been saying it throughout the entirety of the end of the fifth and into the sixth that they weren't going after the running back. They continued to go on other selections, but here they are now trading up and making sure that they get another piece for their backfield. Zach Evans, who has had hype in the past. Man, did we think we would be here with Zach Evans just a couple years ago?
No. A couple of years ago, he was in the tank in the Bijan conversation, and he would have potentially been a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
We're 2 picks away from the last pick.
This is Kendra Miller's fault? Did Kendra just go, buddy?
I think it's Zach Evans' fault. I think it's Zach Evans'
okay, well, that's not good.
I think Zach Evans just lost that gas that he once had.
Oh, that's not good. Well, I mean, Sean McVay's a motivator.
Being a five-star prospect is one thing. Justin Schroeder was a five-star prospect at one point. Justin Schroeder was a fifth-round pick today to the Bills.
Woof. That's right.
Stephon Diggs was the same way, though. Stephon Diggs was a 4 or 5-star prospect, goes to the Vikings in the fifth round. Like, those guys, they can come full circle, come right back around like a flat circle, like Alex always talks about. But it's a tough land spot here. Evans is a nice prospect. He's a nice talent. Cam Akers, Kyron Williams, Ronnie Rivers. It's going to be a hard room to crack, in my opinion.
Listen, I've said it in the stream, and I'll say it again.
What? What?
What?
Ronnie Rivers makes it a hard room to crack. What the fuck are you talking about? What time is it? Is the draft almost over or
It's a
what?
pass catcher.
Oh
Pass
my
catcher.
God.
Okay. But what
Zach Evans will be RB1 by week 6 in the NFL.
Whoa! Hey, but there are outs to some playing time for Zach Evans, but we don't like this draft capital.
I think Cam Akers is a perfect spot for him to go to because they can just walk in and stare at each other.
Well, we just did this exercise. Let's do it again. Okay, so he's ahead of McBride now.
Yep.
We didn't have a landing spot 2 seconds ago when we said Deuce Hall and Evans. So we got Evan Hall, who went first to the Indianapolis Colts, competing against probably the best running back of the three.
Mm-hmm.
And Deuce Vaughn going to play with Tony Peake, getting coached by his dad, has had the playbook for a month.
Yep.
And Zach Evans now with Sean McVay and company in LA. How do you rank those three? Because that's probably a chunk of what you're taking in rounds 4 or 3, 4, 5 in rookie drafts.
I'd take Deuce.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
What's that?
Did Cody Carpentier just summit some good fortune for my man Goosey? I love it. I love it.
The San Francisco 49ers just made a selection. We're out of round 6. We're in the home stretch. The last 40 picks are en route as we speak.
We are in the witching hour, or we've been in the witching hour.
The witching round of the NFL draft.
We are in the witching round of the NFL draft. And we've had a marathon stream today, and we ain't going anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here all day until the end of the draft. We are here giving you our analysis, giving you pick by pick by pick by pick.
We're closing in on 20,000 subs. We should be closing in on 500 likes on this video. We appreciate all you guys in the chat.
You're the
Make sure you
best.
click the like button,
You're
click the
the best.
subscribe button. Stay tapped in because I tell you what, we don't not have a lot of shows coming for you down the next couple months as we enter towards the season. D. Winters is a machine from TCU, number 13, going to the San Francisco 49ers. D. Winters is going to be a nice piece right here. He reminds me a lot of Dre Greenlaw, so I really like that this is actually the landing spot for him because he's going to be able to get plugged in right next to Dre Greenlaw, right next to Fred Warner. Strong landing spot here for D. Winters. And then Brad Robbins, if that does not sound like a puncher, I don't know what does, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Baseball player. Again, I told you.
Pitcher and a punter.
I told you.
Pick 217 from Michigan goes now. Jake Moody and Brad Robbins, both from Michigan, get drafted before round 7 in the NFL draft. Goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. That's round 6, baby, and we're going into round 7. Full force, all tilt. Chicago Bears, OTC, followed by the Detroit Lions, the New York Jets, the Indianapolis Colts, and the Minnesota running backless Vikings.
Is there a running back that can be selected here in the 7th round? Not that gets us overly excited because I think we've now seen Evans, Hall, Deuce Vaughn go to spots that we like. That gets us at least intrigued, I would say. Maybe we'll ponder them a little bit. Is there a possible running back still available that the Vikings could take that makes us go, ooh, we are now intrigued in this player, much like we were with Hall, Vaughn, and Evans?
Well, I wish that some people were here like Theo. I wish Theo was here to talk to me about Dwayne McBride because I don't think Dwayne McBride's good.
The NFL doesn't either.
And the worry and the question, not the worry, the rumor was that the NFL loved Dwayne McBride.
Mm-hmm.
Dwayne McBride had 10 fumbles and 7 receptions during his time at UAB. Not a stat you want to be known for. Shout out to Jim Nagy for that one.
That's a good stat.
But Dwayne McBride, as we enter round 7, is on the board. He's a big brute. He was a PFF favorite when it comes to the advanced metrics in college. Kenny McIntosh, a 4.7 guy with a pass-catching ability from Georgia. Keaton Mitchell runs in the 4.2s. He wishes he was Chris Johnson from East Carolina, but he's not. Sean Tucker, the medicals, Deneric Prince, this year's Zamir White. Zamir White went in round
5?
7. Was it 5? I think it might have been 5.
I think it was 5.
But Deneric's from Tulsa. Zamir was from Georgia. Mohamed Ibrahim. So Roderick Thompson. Lou Nichols. My boy Tyon Evans is going to go undrafted, hopefully, so he can pick his spot. I don't even care at this point if he goes in round 7.
Aiden Bourget. Not
Aiden
going-
Bourguet
he's
is
probably not getting
definitely not
drafted.
getting drafted, but
Yep.
that's fine.
Right.
I'm okay with that.
Running backs, I mean, James Robinson.
Yeah.
You know I'm a fan of James Robinson. There are opportunities, not great ones, but again, we are looking for every bit, and we are leaving no stone unturned. So yes, you have to be not optimistic. That's too strong. But
optimistic. You can't be optimistic about these guys.
you're not optimistic, but you
hope.
could
You have
be.
to wish.
You
have to-
have hope.
You have to
You
dream.
have
You have to
hope.
pray.
A morsel, a single morsel of hope.
Yeah.
Something that's all you need.
Yeah.
Something. What's the saying? An ember can create a forest fire.
Can it?
I don't know if that's actually physically possible. I don't know, but I think that's a saying.
Do you know if you pee on an electric fence, you can zap yourself?
Yeah, of course. Have you ever done that? Let me ask you. Have you ever peed on an electric fence before?
I've never peed on one, but I've touched one on purpose.
Yeah, I've done that. I've never peed on one, but I have touched one. Yeah. It feels like, you know, those stun gun, remember those prank pens? That's what it feels like.
You ever been tased?
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
No, it's not.
Kind of.
No, it's not. It's being
It's
tased.
fun when you go like 10 volts. Bzz,
No,
20,
it's not
bzz,
fun. It's not
30.
fun.
Bzz.
It's not fun. What it is, it's like running. You hate running, but when you're done, you love it.
Running blows.
No one wants to be
Nobody
tased,
likes it
but
after you're
afterwards you feel cool about it. You feel like Johnny Knoxville or something.
You feel like shit.
Yeah,
There's a
it's
few
the
wide.
same thing.
There's a few wide receivers out here I want to talk about. Ronnie Bell's not good.
No, he's just straight not good.
Bryce Ford Wheaton's a hyper athlete.
I am actually, what I am happy to see though is the NFL didn't fall for a DK Metcalf.
Yep.
They haven't.
But
But there's a difference. But you know what it also tells me is the Jonathan Mingo hate always stemmed from people saying to you, "Why are you falling in love with the next DK AJ Brown? He's not that." Well, the NFL decided that he was a second round pick. Hands up in the air. What do you got here? Oh, baby.
We have a round 7. The most athletic tight end in the history of Player Profiler. Zach comes from Old Dominion to the New York Jets.
Great landing spot. Aaron Rodgers is in town and he is trying to go scorched earth on the AFC East. And on why he fell is his health, right? Well, they got CJ Uzomah. They have Tyler Conklin. So they can let him marinate, let him get
This
healthy,
is a
let him
massive
learn.
human.
Massive human. Super athlete.
Where does he fall now in the tight end crew of everything? Because he's literally a 7th round pick at tight end. It's the Jets. They got Ruckert. They got Uzomah. They got Conklin. It's like you can't even. It's so weird because you can't even draft him.
You can't draft him. No, you can't draft him. And he's after. I mean, would I take him over Payne or Allen?
You just can't.
Of course.
The thing
but
is,
not over the guys that got legit draft capital in day 2 or even early day 3.
if you have a taxi squad where you can not draft a guy, so he goes all the way through the draft, and then you can add them to the taxi squad for free. That's the guy to do it right here.
Oh, yeah.
in tight end premium especially.
Yep.
If you have to draft them though, I just wouldn't draft him. I would just bet on waiting 3 years and then being the guy that spends the dollar fab in the offseason and gets him.
Exactly. That's the perfect way to put it. You don't have to break the bank. You can go ahead and get him after the draft. Don't waste any draft capital. Don't waste any fab. Just grab him on the low, throw him in your tax squad, and hope for the best. DC does not help us out any, but the athleticism is there. Best compared to play to Mike Gesicki. That's going to change because the draft capital is Dookie. 6'7", 255, ran a 4.55, 98th percentile burst and speed scores. Again, if you're going to draft, if you're going to stash, go cheap. Go Mr. Kunz here cheap and stash him in your taxi squad.
I don't get it. It's complete health, dude. It's completely
It has
health.
to be.
The problem is
What was his injury?
His knee. But the problem is that he came back from the knee injury and tested at a 4.50 at his pro day. Like, if he wasn't healthy, there's no way he's the most athletic tight end in the history of football.
That's actually a fantastic point. But I mean, you hear knee and you hear if just one doctor, one physician, one athletic trainer use the term degenerative,
you're done.
You're fucksville.
And he's large.
Which again goes
Which is just like the Darnell Washington thing. He's just as big as Darnell Washington, and Washington fell for the same reason.
Right.
Knee.
Exactly.
But also Darnell's not that athletic. We missed 2 picks. Travis Bell, Kennesaw State defensive tackle to the Chicago Bears. Filling spots they need depth at. Doing the right thing here. Travis Bell to the Chicago Bears. Antoine Green from North Carolina to play wide receiver for the Detroit Lions. They just lost Jamison Williams, and they fill in a wide receiver here. Antoine Green from North Carolina. He is not going to be a factor.
No. I can't imagine he'd be a factor here.
He's not
I
gonna be.
can't.
Marvin Jones is there. Josh Reynolds is there. Josh Reynolds is just a pro's pro. Marvin Jones is a pro's pro.
Jones is a pro's pro, and
I
he's
know-
familiar with that organization. He's loved at that organization. He's a nothing, and they also spent a second round pick on Sam Laporta.
I could probably yell to the other room, but I know Alex probably has a ranking on Antonio Green.
Kick it to the couch, baby. Let's do it.
All right, we like the Kuntz pick a lot. He's athletic. That's if you can find a hyper athletic tight end anytime in day 3, you push the button, whether it be Will Mallory, Zach Kuntz, terrific pick, love it. Jets made some mistakes, not the best, Abanikanda, what? Right? So some weird picks, but some it's been a good, not great draft for the Jets. We do have the worst drafts, though. So I did want to talk about the worst drafts. Easily the worst draft by far and away, not even close. San Francisco. Let's talk about why this was such a bad draft for San Francisco. San Francisco traded a treasure trove of picks to move up to draft Trey Lance, a quarterback they don't even like. And in the process, could have just stayed where they were in the early teens and drafted Mac Jones without a trade up. It is the cautionary tale for trade ups that there is. And then there was another trade where they traded for a running back. They gave up yet more picks. So to trade up 10 picks to draft an inferior quarterback, that's a cardinal sin. To trade premium picks for a running back is a second cardinal sin. So the reason why they don't have any talent from this draft is because they've committed 2 cardinal sins. We need to hold that against them. Now, with their first pick off the board in the 3rd round, it was a quality pick. Jair Brown, that's a good pick.
Solid.
Very good, right? Like, so you get one of the better safeties in this draft. Great stuff, right? And D. Winters. They draft an inside linebacker in round 6.
Where you're
That's
supposed to.
exactly where you're going to be drafting a player that will help you against the run primarily. Then you look at some of these other picks. A kicker in the 3rd round. Inexcusable. A tight end from Alabama that neither catches passes nor does really anything of consequence when you already have George Kittle.
Yeah, not exactly a position of need.
One of the weirder picks that you're going to see. And that was the 3rd rounder. Again, if they drafted Kuntz in round 7, we think it's a great pick. You draft Latu in round 3, it's an awful pick. Okay. And then they did another cardinal sin. You're stacking sins on sins here, where they take a Georgia defensive end in round 5, who is a lock to be absolutely nothing in the league. You draft Georgia players. So this is what the Eagles did. So if they look at a team with a great draft, the Eagles, they drafted Georgia players in round 1 and 2. See, that's what you do.
You
don't draft Georgia
target the Georgia guys. Yes.
You don't draft them in round 5. That's a mistake. So I think the 49ers, for a myriad of reasons, had the worst draft. I think that the most disappointing draft has to be the Cowboys. The Cowboys, the Mazzie Smith, I get that he was graded as a first rounder, but what does a run clogging defensive lineman clog the run? That's what they do, right? And so if you're going to I don't understand the fascination with D tackles in the first round. I get that they're rare. I get that you need them. Okay? But you don't need. It's not you can go, you can build your roster time and time again, over and over and over again. You can iterate on that over and over again. You can simulate that 1,000 times, and you can have a Super Bowl caliber team without a first round run stuffing tackle. It's not necessary. You don't need to use first round capital on that guy.
No,
ever.
You can find that easy later on
it's the Vita Vea corollary. Do you realize the players that Tampa could have had when they drafted Vita Vea around pick 10? That was a deep draft, tons of talent in that draft, a lot of edge talent, a lot of offensive line talent. They go Vita Vea. And the reason is we need to stop the run. Well, if the reasoning starts with stopping the run, then you should not be selecting that player with early capital. That goes for inside linebacker. That goes for D tackle.
This is such a simpleton way of explaining this. It's not.
But it is that simple. It is that simple, Alex. It is that simple.
It's about building a defense around a 3 technique. It's the foundation of the defense. I mean, he's the foundation piece. That's how defensive philosophy works. You need one of those guys, and it's why when you get a guy like Jalen Carter in the draft without the issues, what people say that's the best player it's the best player in the draft. It's like it's the defense's foundation piece. It's what everything's built on.
That's not the same position. That's a guy that can actually rush the passer. We're talking about 2 different types of positions. We're talking about like a nose tackle versus a 3 technique. Those are different positions. The 3 technique is much more versatile. Okay. And we've seen Aaron Donald, the best version of that ever. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about these run stuffing nose tackles, right? Where the best case scenario is your Vince Wilfork. And one of these guys is going to be Vince Wilfork, but the odds that he's going to be Vince Wilfork are very low. And they're not going to be Jalen Carter. These guys are not Jalen Carter. Okay. They're not. They're not even the same position. So that's a total fallacy what you're saying. That's not what the defense is based around. You don't even need to play a defense that has a nose tackle or one of these 330-pound defensive tackle.
4-3 defense is built on.
It's the 4-3 defense. Well, they should be running a 3-4 anyway, Alex. Luke Schoonmaker. That's a tight end that was massively overdrafted, especially when you get Will Mallory in the 5th. You can get Kuntz in the 7th. The Schoonmaker pick by Dallas was horrific. Overshown, a quality inside linebacker. Too early to go inside linebacker. San Jose State, Fajoko, I like that. Small school. Asim Richards, interesting, right?
Oh, can't ever go wrong drafting offensive linemen.
Right.
Depth
offensive lineman, depth guard, fine, right?
Fine.
That's a fine pick with a compensatory pick. Eric Scott, small school. Also, but whenever I hear quicker than fast, I raise an eyebrow. Right. Anytime a cornerback is quicker than fast, I'm like, okay, that's another way of saying bad.
Yeah, not exactly a ringing endorsement.
Cowboys, they also drafted the smallest running back in league history. So I think a very disappointing draft. And then another chalk bad draft, that one that we saw coming, was the Saints. Saints had one of the worst drafts. Brian Breesy. What does Brian Breesy do? He's a dominant run defender. That's the first trait that they talk about. The first attribute for Brian Breesy is dominant run defender. Okay. You don't draft that guy in the first round, Alex Dunlap. And then Isaiah Foskey, probably the one of the locks of the locks in the second round to be a bust. They overdrafted running back, going Kendre Miller in the 3rd round.
Yes.
Love Kendre Miller, love the draft capital, love everything. But if I'm running an NFL team, I'm not drafting Kendre Miller in the 3rd round. Absolutely not. Especially seeing the running backs you can get a little bit later. When you get Roshan a round or 2 later, that pick was bad. It just pick after pick after pick. Maybe Nick Saldiveri, a small school tackle, Old Dominion, that could work out great. Like, that's one pick where I can understand the process. Jake Haener was not good at the Senior Bowl. I don't understand that. Like, there was a Tyson Bagent. If you're going to take a shot on a sleeper quarterback from the Senior Bowl, why not draft the best quarterback from the Senior Bowl, Tyson Bagent? It was not Jake Haener. A.T. Perry, Jordan Howden, get the hell out of here.
What a shitty year for the Senior Bowl quarterbacks, by the way. What a bad Senior Bowl quarterback class.
Well, no, this is why I'm bullish on Trey Palmer. This is why I'm bullish on Tyler Scott, Jonathan Mingo,
Jaden Reed,
Rashee Rice. Jaden Reed performed in spite of bad quarterback play and excellent defensive backs at the Senior Bowl. Some of these other wide receivers did not impress. Rashee Rice flashed, didn't consistently impress. Same with Mingo, same with a lot of these guys. That's the reason why. Because I was at the Senior Bowl a couple of years earlier when it was Hurts, and Love and Herbert. And it was a different world for those guys. It allowed Marvin Mims to look like a superstar.
Denzel Mims.
It allowed Denzel Mims. Did I say Marvin Mims?
You did, yes.
Marvin Mims is already a superstar. But at that Senior Bowl, Denzel Mims looked like a superstar, as did Claypool, as did Michael Pittman, as Devin Duvernay even looked good. Who's the other slot receiver from the Baltimore Ravens that looked good? James Prochet looked good at that Senior Bowl. There's a lot of, it was crazy how good great quarterbacks can make you look. And the cornerbacks were not as good at that Senior Bowl either, but the safeties and the corners were so good at the Senior Bowl, combined with bad quarterback play like this Jake Hayner. Woo! And Max Duggan. So many, they underwhelmed with some of these. We had some hope for some of these quarterbacks. They underwhelmed with the glaring exception of Tyson Bagent, exceeded expectations. So that was cool. But the Saints, year in, year out, squander picks and build the team in an irrational way. Like it's basically backwards team building. We got to shore up the run game first.
Constant problems with the salary cap. I mean,
right. They're incompetent with the salary cap. They build backwards.
Their process cost them Jalen Carter in this draft.
Yeah, they really after they run this team into the ground. Whoever the general manager is and the other executives should go work for the Biden administration because it's build backwards. That's what the Saints have been known for.
To add to that, though, I saw a tweet earlier. The Saints since 2007 have traded up 24 times and have yet to trade down in that span. So they've never traded down, and they always keep packaging picks and picks and picks to get one person. One example was Adam Troutman, who they traded up for to get a couple years ago. What happened today? They threw him in a deal to move up like 20 spots in the 7th round.
Oh, see, that's why they're in contention with San Francisco for the worst draft.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Seth, final thoughts?
No, that's what bad teams do. Like they move up, they push salary space into the future. They don't build the team the right way. And, now they have Derek Carr, which that's not a difference maker.
But you got to invest in stopping the run and running the ball.
Yeah. And that, Foskey, and you pointed out that literally the first description on that Brian Bresee was dominant run defender. You look at Foskey's a quick and powerful run defender. So yet again, it's like you expound mistake on another
build backwards. That's what the Saints are all about. So those are the worst drafts. Period. Back to you.
We got a couple of selections that just came through, Matty, and I hate what the Vikings did.
Well, why don't you go ahead and break it down? Who did they take, and why do you hate it?
Because I'm a Viking fan, dude. I just want a couple things in life. I just want a couple.
I want some acreage. I want a nice bourbon. I need a nice gar. And you want a running back you can root for.
I want a glass amaretto. I want a nice guard. I want a good running back.
There it is. And what happened? What'd you get? You had nice cars.
I got a pud. I got the next Ronald Jones for running back.
Woof. Crazy you say that, Cody.
His name's Dwayne McBride, and he's now a Minnesota Viking. This happened about 5 minutes ago. We've had 5 picks since, but I just wanted to say Dwayne McBride, brutal, absolute brutal for himself because he was projected to be a day 2 guy. And Minnesota was projected to get rid of Dalvin Cook. And after just falling through like this, it tells me one of 2 things. Dalvin Cook is the starting running back on day 1. Or Alexander Madison is the starting back on day 1.
They're comfortable with Madison.
And I think they're comfortable with Madison based on what we've seen for the last 2 years. And as a Viking fan, seeing it from a different eye than just being a fantasy, pulled a little bit further back and then sometimes too deep. Because you can get too deep and you can be too far away as a fantasy analyst. Alexander Madison, I think, is the dude that they trust. They've trusted him. They brought him in. and they give him the opportunities when Cook's out.
So you have no interest in Dwayne McBride, who was hyperproductive in college at UAB. UAB. Was it Alabama, Birmingham?
Yeah,
correct? Yeah.
the program
Dragons.
that's existed for how many years now? Because they got rid of it and then they brought it back.
Like 3. They've been back for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean, it was 3,000 rushing yards combined over the last 2 seasons. But I do understand where you're coming from. When the best comparable player on a running back is Ronald Jones, you cannot celebrate.
No
way.
Hey,
again, the NFL tells us the truth on draft weekend. Their actions, not their words, tell us what they've been thinking, what they've been scouting, and what they want to do going forward. Cook's still there. Henry's still there. All the vets have yet to be moved. It sounds like the running back market is frozen. Obviously, DeAndre Swift jumped ahead of the class, but for the Eagles to get a young, hyper-efficient running back for 30 picks in the 7th round, because that's all it's going to ultimately cost them, you are not going to be able to trade for one of these veteran running backs because these teams are not going to just give them away because they've been producers for him for some time. So I don't think Dalvin's really going anywhere. Madison is there, and they gave him a backup running back contract, and McBride is this year's who? Zamir White or fucking...
No, he's not even close as an athlete.
Well, I'm not talking about profile. I'm talking about what draft capital, what the team tells us.
I don't care. I don't know. What is he?
He's nothing.
Okay.
He's
thank you.
nothing.
Next. Okay, let's talk about a punter. How
Ty
about
Chandler has a better chance of being anything than this guy.
Ethan Evans, a punter from Wingate, was the next selection. That
What is
tells
his
you-
name?
That's the world where we're living in with Dwayne McBride. The next selection was Ethan. This guy's name was Ethan, and he's a punter, and he went to Wingate. And
Baseball.
Now he's going to the Rams to punt. Before that was Jalen Jones from Texas A&M. Jalen Jones nuked his entire draft profile by running a 4.57 at the combine. He's 6'2", 200 pounds with T-Rex arms, some of the shortest arms in the class, 30 3/4 inches. Best comparable to Sean Wade because Sean Wade at one point was projected to be a good prospect in the draft, and Sean Wade fizzled out like a big fart.
Woof. The imagery there is getting me. Also, Jalen Jones not doing any justice with the player profile picture that we used.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a big ego.
Yeah,
that's not nice to give on him. But
I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's great.
Okay, so the Atlanta Falcons made 2 selections here in round 7, back-to-back, 224, 225 SEC guys. DeMarco Hellams, another guy that was, in the same ilk of Jay Ward. Jay Ward got okey-doked by Tyja Spears. DeMarco Hellams got okey-doked by Tank Dell at the Senior Bowl.
Okay.
Everybody got.
I saw that video.
Everybody got the gas from Tank Dell.
Do you think that just dropped him around?
Maybe 3.
Oh, so he has a voodoo doll for Tank
he
Dell.
lost 3 and Tank gained 2 on that.
Oh, baby. So he has a picture on his wall where he throws darts at Tank Dell's face. Fun. That is fun to go. We did have a wide receiver come off the board. Who is this guy?
So this happens every single year. There's always one guy that nobody has a clue who the hell he is.
Yep.
That gets drafted here in the 7th round. And this guy's from Tennessee Martin. And last year, you remember it was Montreal, Washington.
No, last year was Cole Strange in the 1st round by the New England Patriots.
We're talking wide receivers, dog.
Fair.
Montreal, Washington. This year, it's Colton Dowell from Tennessee Martin, who goes to Tennessee from Tennessee Martin. So why didn't you just grab him in free agency? He ran a 4.44 at 6'3", 212 pounds, 4.17 shuttle, 11'1" broad jump, and a 41.5-inch vertical at wide receiver at Tennessee Martin. Looking at this profile, again, Terrell Owens ran a 4.64. This guy ran a 4.44, and Terrell Owens with the Tennessee Chattanooga. This guy went to Tennessee Martin. Is this Terrell Owens Jr.?
No.
Okay. I had to check. I just said to check.
I'm just asking the question.
I just asking the question.
This is just a potential dime in the rough finding by Tennessee looking in their backyard. Looking for a kid who has some athleticism, who is big. Was he a mega producer at Tennessee Martin?
He's an interesting prospect. It's interesting, though, because he's literally in state that they wouldn't have just waited until free agency to go get him. Say, hey, man, we're going to come get you. Stay by your phone. Stay hot.
Couldn't that also tell you that he did not want to stay home? That if given the choice, he would have left Tennessee?
I mean, I don't know. That's kind of depth, right?
It's possible, though. I mean, if they got even a small inkling that he said, I don't want to stay
But then why would I draft him?
So that you have the chance to keep him. If he has the
If
choice,
he
and his
doesn't want-
choice is to bounce.
But he doesn't want to be here. I don't want him to be here. That's
That's
definitely
that's a good point.
that goes a
But
lot.
Mike Vrabel don't care about what you want, what you think.
Yep.
He's a head football coach.
So back to the Falcons. They took DeMarco Helms from Bama to play safety. They got Jovan Gwynn from South Carolina as well. Gwynn, 7th round, a little later than I expected, but he goes off here to the Falcons. It's a good spot. The Jaguars had back-to-back picks. They go guard and D-tackle Cooper Hodges from App State and Raymond Bohasic from – that's a good one right there.
Bohasic's pretty
That's
good.
strong from North Carolina
Yes,
to play
yeah,
D-tackle.
yeah.
Colton Dowell goes to that 228 spot. And then Andrew Voorhees, the fall stops here. He tore his ACL coming in. He did the bench at the combine, though, despite having a torn ACL. 38 reps, 99th percentile for offensive lineman. 6'6", 310 pounds, 24 years old, USC to Baltimore.
Dog.
I love it.
That's a dog move, right? You have a torn ACL, you have a stone cold Steve Austin brace on, and you go rip the bench apart.
The rumor was he could have pressed mid to high 40s, because if you watch this video, you can go back and find it on Twitter right now. Andrew Voorhees benched with his leg up,
Which is
leg in a
insane.
brace. And if anybody in this chat or anything listening has ever benched, knows the power, the real power comes through your feet, to your knees, to your ass, to your back.
It's the whole thing.
It's a whole body movement if you're doing it correctly. And these guys are doing it correctly when they're going through this process, because you're trying to optimize yourself completely.
Mhm.
And he would have pushed for mid 40s
if he could,
which is ridiculous,
That's
because he's
insane.
already 99th percentile on the offensive line.
Yeah.
He gets 38 with a straight leg, and they get him here at 229 for the Baltimore Ravens. Look at the Ravens offensive line as well. And they have Ben Cleveland, who's at left guard, Ronnie Stanley, first round pick at left tackle. They took Tyler Linderbaum in the first round last year,
Mhm.
Kevin Zeitler at right guard, and Morgan Moses at right tackle. Mount Moses, he's only got a little bit of time left. Falele is behind him. They also have Patrick McCarry. They have depth. They have pieces here, and they have enough depth where they don't need Voorhees to do anything. He can't. He's not going to play this year.
Right.
It's a stash. They're going to put him on the team. They're going to rehab him correctly. He's going to come in, and he'll be able to, in 2024, potentially replace a Zeitler, replace a Moses, things like that.
That's why he goes in the 7th round. And the Baltimore Ravens tend to do this each and every year, basically each and every round, where they get guys where they could present major value. He is a bit of an older prospect, though, who will take time. But in the 7th round, fuck it.
All right, 230. We're staying the offensive line, this time from Ole Miss. The Buffalo Bills need offensive line help on the inside. Mitch Morris is getting old. Nick Brocker from Ole Miss, 6'4", 305 pounds. Best comparable to Lloyd Cushenberry. Very interesting comp there. Not an athlete. 5'2", in the 40-yard dash. 55th percentile agility. Now, agility is a thing kind of like at tight end, you like agility. At guard, you like that agility, because these guards be pulling heavy these days.
Right, yep.
You look at the Buffalo Bills, what he brings to the table. What they need is that depth speed. Ryan Bates is not young. Mitch Morse is not young. And Connor McGovern fits right there at left guard right now. They drafted Osiris Torrance in round 2. Spencer Brown, they love. Deion Dawkins, they love. Tommy Doyle was an athlete as well. It's a good pick. They need offensive line depth. You're literally just ripping darts at this point.
Oh, you are ripping darts. No doubt about it. You are just taking shots. You are just finding, what do we keep saying now at this point in time? Traits. Looking for traits. And if he's agile enough to get on out and help Josh Allen as he's scrambling and trying to get up the field, you take a shot on a guy like here in the 7th round.
We're in round 7. We're at pick 232. We got 27 darts coming down the line. Click that like button, click subscribe. We appreciate you tapping in. It looks like it's going to be about a 6.5 hour stream where we're going to be going hot and heavy until this thing finishes out at pick 259. At pick 231, Nesta Jade Silvera from Arizona State goes at the board. He was a former Miami Hurricane. He's going to slide right in here to the Las Vegas Raiders defensive line. Again, they needed help here. He was down there at the Senior Bowl. He had a good Senior Bowl. He's kind of got an odd body type. His lower body's a little more slender than you'd like for being a defensive tackle. The guy that you see he's going to the 7th round here because he's not a prototypical 3. He's a little lighter in the lower half. Like I said, you want these guys to be strong. When I think of a 3-tech, I always think of Kevin Williams. As a Viking fan, that was a guy that I adored. He was Kevin and Pat. And Pat was your bona fide nose, and Kevin was your just prototypical 3-tech. And when I look at Nesta Jade Silvera, he's got the quickness to play that nose spot and play the 1 and the 0. Kevin Williams was a 3. Nesta Jade can do both of these things. but he's a tweener. And in the 7th round, you got to draft that tweener because Jerry Tillery, Bilal Nichols. Bilal Nichols is a pretty good comp for Nesta Jade as far as your expectation goes. So you're really just getting a younger version of him. It's a good pick. I don't hate it. He went to Miami. He was strong at Miami, transferred, and he thought, per his verbiage at the Senior Bowl, that he thought that Arizona State used him better for what he can do.
Okay. So he's a self-aware kid. That's a positive.
Very bright guy, too. Very bright guy.
Okay.
All right, so we're at pick 232. Green Bay Packers on the clock. Washington is next, followed by the Rams, and then back to the Green Bay Packers. So the Packers have 2 of the next 4 picks. Again, they drafted a quarterback earlier by the name of Sean Clifford. Well, Tyson Bagent is still on the board. I'd love to see them grab a second quarterback here because that's a totally realistic thing, but they should actually go after Tyson Bagent here. Somebody should over the next few picks. Some of the best players available. We talked about Corey Trice.
Still there.
Still there.
Still there.
6'3",
Ivan
202.
Pace still there.
Moro Ojimo, Ivan Pace, Lonnie Phelps, Rajon Wright, the younger brother of Nashawn Wright from the Dallas Cowboys. You look even further down, Emil Ekiyor from Alabama, the interior guard. Alex Forsythe, a center from Oregon, probably a guy that should be picked up. One guy that has fallen, and it was expected, is Eli Ricks. Eli Ricks played at LSU, practiced against all these dogs over the last few seasons, and then transferred to Alabama. Did not look good.
No.
And he is this year's Darion Kendrick. Darion Kendrick went in the late rounds to the Rams last year, ran slow, had a bad process. This is Ricks. Ricks, does he get drafted in the next 20 picks? 10%, 8% likelihood.
It's where he went to school is what's going to get him drafted, right? That's basically it.
But that's the thing. Like, you're looking at 2 Bama kids right here. You're looking at 3 Michigan kids. You're looking at 2 Ohio kids in Texas. Like, it's okay. This is a range where we literally just watched a kid from UT Martin, App State, Wingate, Colgate, Old Dominion, Kennesaw State. Like, I would rather throw darts on these kids because if you're going to a big school, you shouldn't be a 7th round pick.
No,
I want to throw 7th round picks on kids from North Dakota State, freaking Kennesaw State, App State. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely.
That's where these guys should go. That's where the guys from Shepherd should go.
Yes, tight. We've made a couple claims now over these last few days where we talk about it on the stream and it happens in the NFL. Should we start just talking about it? Let's get Tyson Bagent drafted already.
But where's the spot here? So Carrington Valentine from as a cornerback from Kentucky goes off the board right here to the Green Bay Packers. They have a pick again in 2 slots. If I'm going to name off a few of these teams, let's see if we can get a quarterback drafted here. Right, the Washington Commanders at pick 233.
There it is, one and done. One and done.
But they have Sam Howell there.
They have
Jacoby Brissett there.
What did you always said about Bagent? What was your analysis, your process
He needs at least 2 years.
And do you believe Sam Howell's long for this league?
I think there's a world where yes.
So that's a roundabout way of saying maybe.
Yep.
So then why not take a shot on Bagent?
Okay.
See what the kid can do.
I don't mind that spot.
Also, Ron Rivera likes that. Like, he likes them dogs.
Brissett's the guy Brissett would be the guy to bring Bagent along well. And
exactly.
Washington is quite literally an hour from Shepherd University.
Okay, so it keeps him local. Ron Rivera, who else did he have as a quarterback last year that he has relied on now in multiple stints as a head coach?
Heineke, Kyle Allen,
right?
Yep.
Tyson Bagent.
Yep. I don't like that comp, but okay. I
No. I'm just saying in terms of not the skill set, not the profile, just all of the factors that could potentially align for this pick to happen. It does make sense.
Okay,
you can get a guy with a good arm and let him, rest behind a pro's pro in Jacoby Brissett and a prospect. We'll see what happens in Sam Howell.
So if he doesn't go off the board right here to the Washington Commanders, Rams drafted Stetson Bennett, Packers drafted this guy from Penn State called Sean Clifford. Who has like
Clifford the dog.
Nappy knees.
Yeah.
He's about as good as Spencer Petras. The Green Bay Packers, Indianapolis Colts, Anthony Richardson, Seattle, Miami.
There's a spot. Miami's a spot.
Miami and Seattle are interesting spots.
Miami's
got
Seattle
Skylar
are very
Thompson.
interesting.
It's not an ideal spot for his pro type. Seattle is a good spot though.
Seattle's a good spot, but I also think that you know what we always say. I always say this in fantasy football: Sharks don't swim backwards. You got to push through. Packers, you made a mistake. Rams, you made a mistake. Doesn't matter. Take this kid. You doesn't mean you have to start him, But if you have this guy in your room, you can develop him. He has some physical tools, has some traits. We're not talking about drafting our franchise quarterback. We don't even know if this kid will ever truly get a chance in the league. But we know he has a little bit of talent. We know he comes from, his dad's a psychopath, so he's probably got that dog in him. Bring him in and let the kid compete.
He's got a little dog in him. He's got like a chihuahua in him, but it's not.
Tatted up.
It's definitely not on the level. His dad took literally all the pit bull out of him.
He did?
He just jacked all that DNA from like 3 levels of generation. None of it.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's why you didn't get drafted.
He's an alpha. He's an alpha. So Andre Jones is the pick here for Washington. They go outside linebacker / edge from Louisiana Lafayette, 6'5", 248. Best comparable to Azura Kamara. Not an athlete, 24 and a half years old. Count me out on this selection here for Washington. I think there's a couple other guys you can look at on the board at the edge position, especially where Washington could have went with this selection. Moro Ojimo from Texas is still on the board here. Ali Gay from LSU was a very interesting one because it's a prospect. Caleb Murphy. It says he's from Fresno State, according to ESPN, but he is not from Fresno State. He's actually from Ferris State, which is not a Division I school. It's from a Division II school, and he set the record for sacks in a season at the Division II.
So that's the kid
level.
you take here, not this donkey type prospect. This is the type of kid you take.
Thank you.
Small school, hyper producing kid. Obviously going to be a 4-year kid. You don't come out early when you go to whatever that school is, Ferris State. But you set a record. That means you can play the game.
Yep.
Yeah, does Kitty play in the NFL? I don't know, but give the kid a chance.
Yep.
Rip darts. Don't swing for singles. Don't try to bunch single here at the end. Swing for them damn fences.
And the Los Angeles Rams back on the clock take Jason Taylor, Oklahoma State safety. Not that Jason Taylor.
Okay, I thought that was his kid. Isn't his kid a player now?
His kid is Mason Cole from or Mason Taylor's not Mason Cole.
Yeah.
Mason Taylor from LSU. Tight end.
I knew his kid was in the league.
He's in the tight ends.
Or not in the league,
he's
but
one of the tight ends coming up.
Yeah.
2
Okay.
years. 2 years.
He's a prospect like that.
Savage.
He's like a prospect.
Savage.
Good for him. Good for him.
Freshman this year for LSU. He turned out.
I mean, that LSU team has a chance to be nice next year. Malik Neighbors, Taylor.
Jaden Daniels back at quarterback.
Yes.
Jaden Daniels isn't the GOAT by any means, but
No, he's probably not an NFL guy, but he's going to be fun.
He can still get that ball around.
Yeah.
When you look at the rest of this draft here, we got the Packers, the Colts, the Seahawks, the Dolphins, and the Chargers coming up the next 5 picks. If you're in the chat, we appreciate you. Click that like button, click subscribe, drop a comment. I want to know who's one player you're waiting for to get drafted because we got a boatload of dudes named up that we want to see get picked, and I don't think any of them are going to get picked because it's just the way it is when you come to day 3, round 7, and you start looking at receiver, running back, tight end specifically, and quarterback with Tyson Bagent. These teams are more focused on guard, tackle, D-tackle, and corner, as they should be.
Right, that is a smart process. I mean, anywhere from round 5 on, those are the type of kids you want to take a shot on. You don't really looking for skill positions. Yeah, you can take one here and there. We see a smattering of them come here in through the ticker here and there, but yeah, that's not really what teams are looking to do. It doesn't seem to be like the norm of the best processes that we witness team builders employ with their franchise.
Couple other interior linemen that I'd like to name drop here just for the sake of going through the process and meeting them and having a thought on them is McClendon Curtis from Chattanooga, UT Chattanooga. Very solid player. He was projected at the Senior Bowl to kind of be the next Cole Strange, obviously not on the same level as Cole Strange.
Right, obviously.
But he had a good Senior Bowl. Ricky Garage from Florida was a guy that he is very mid throughout the process. Didn't see him falling all the way to the 7th round. Mark Evans, Arkansas Pine Bluff. This guy, I guarantee you right now, Mark Evans will be on a roster come week 1, and he's going to be a backup. He's going to be a number 2 on a depth chart. Quote that shit right there. Mark Evans, Arkansas Pine Bluff, will be at least a number 2 on somebody's depth chart week 1.
Arkansas Pine Bluff, stand up.
It's a hell of a quote in the 7th round of an NFL draft right there.
That's what we're here for. Why do you think we're still giving you these picks? Because sometimes the big quotes come at the end. It don't matter.
This guy's like, I could pull him up right now. I think he's 6'3", 332, and he's a brute. He's a brute.
Okay. Well, the Chattanooga has a type then because that was Cole Strange.
Arkansas Pine Bluff. Wrong
guy.
Other guy. That was McClendon Curtis. McClendon Curtis is a savage too, though.
Okay. So the concept's still there.
Guard. Concept's still there. Process is still right. Packers are on the clock, 2:35. McClendon would make sense here. Mark Evans, 303. I said, what did I say? 330?
330.
Whatever. 303, same thing.
2 threes, just in the wrong spot. It's okay. But again, you want the savages, you want these kids from small schools and give them a shot. These are the type of kids you take darts on. We already know that these big school kids who kind of petered out, that's probably their ceiling. But, you go with a kid here that played at a school like Arkansas or Pine Bluff, you just see what he's made of.
All right, we got a couple of comments in the chat here. If you drop a couple of comments in here, we might pop up. We might answer them here on stream here.
Absolutely. You've been here all this time. You've been rocking with us all day long. We are over 6 hours, and we're still going strong. We got you. We'll talk about the guys you want to hear us talk about.
But first, before I answer this question, we do have a running back going off the board right here.
Oh, baby, let's go.
Central Michigan.
Oh, Lou Nichols?
Lou Nichols
to
the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, that's where those type of kids go to die in fantasy. Yeah. Yep. Do it again. Clip it.
4 farts for Lou Nichols going to the Green Bay Packers behind A.J. Dillon, Aaron Jones, Patrick Taylor,
Tyler Goodson.
Yeah. Done.
Dunzo.
Lou Nichols, one great season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the point of taking a player like that at this spot?
There's no athletic upside. There's no trait upside.
They don't even give him a chance.
A.J. Dillon's 245-pound back with athleticism there. Aaron Jones has been there. He's 27 years old. He's got all the pass catching you need. I don't really,
Yeah, he's not really a hyper athlete, nothing. There's really nothing. What even traits are they drafting here? The fact that he's just a running back?
They're drafting the goal line traits. The broke dick Eddie Lacy traits. That's what it is. I'm sorry.
That's a name you don't want to be compared to.
Let's move on. Let's move on from Lou Nichols. Kyle wants to know, what do you think of Michael Wilson in Arizona?
I love that landing spot. I'm not exactly sure what our projections have to say about Michael Wilson here at that landing spot, but what do we see here? We see a team looking for the future. We see a team who's about to get rid of their wide receiver 1, and their next guy up, Hollywood Brown, has a particular set of skills that I think Michael Wilson complements really, really well. Now, if Kyler comes back and is their guy, Michael Wilson's going to be a part of that offense, and he's going to be a contributor. So if you could grab him in your rookie drafts, I'm definitely going to be targeting him. Probably late second rounds. Superflex will probably die, kind of seep into the third round. But I do like Michael Wilson, and I grabbed him actually last night in the mock that we ran at 1 o'clock in the morning. We ran a mock, and I think I got him in the third round. I was very, very happy with that.
I love third round Michael Wilson, NFL draft, third round Michael Wilson, fantasy draft. The expectation needs to be dampered quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because we've hyped him up a lot.
Right, but the process is you hype up the sleepers, and then you have to.
He's going to be a very, very good professional football player.
Mm-hmm.
Notice I didn't say the word fantasy in that sentence.
Well, sometimes it doesn't always translate to fantasy.
It can come around, but what I'm saying is, like, day one, he's going to be a great football player. It may come around that he's a good NFL player. Fantasy player. I'm not quite there. Probably for 2 years minimum.
Okay, so then what you would say the best process play for a guy like Michael Wilson is maybe not look to get him in your third round rookie drafts, see if he falls, or even if he's taken, let someone else get him and try to buy into him later on. If you're saying 2 years, you don't want to stash a rookie on your tax score that you take in the third round that was getting that capital. So he's going to go in the third round. All right, so he's a drafted stash type or a buy later if he starts to translate. But we do like the kid as a football player. He's a good football player. Had a good showing at the Senior Bowl, if I remember correctly, right? You guys went. I didn't go. But that's what you said.
He was one of the best. He was one of the best receivers pound for pound at the Senior
Bowl. Good. Well, then, and he got the requisite draft capital. He's coming into the league at 23, so he's not super young. But I think that kind of translates into what you're saying. He's going to be a good football player, not necessarily someone who's going to come in and just develop immediately.
Can we talk about this next pick here? The Colts put the stamp on the best draft class in 2023.
Chris Ballard.
Their last selection is an athletic tackle that has played tackle for 2 years of his life.
That's it?
Jake Witt. Northern Michigan.
Okay.
Tackle.
These are the kids we're talking about.
He played tight end. He played basketball. He was all-state in basketball. 6'7", 302, extraordinarily raw.
Of course.
Dane Brugler wrote up a sick article on Jake Witt. Jake Witt played tight end. They literally, I brought up Caleb Murphy earlier.
Yep.
They entrusted him in his first career game that he started. They brought him off the bench. They put him at tackle at halftime of a football game. He didn't allow a single pressure in his first career start at Northern Michigan at tackle. The first career game. Then the start was the next week against Caleb Murphy. Didn't allow a sack. And Caleb Murphy
Whoa.
had the record for sacks at the Division II level
Right.
in a season with like 24 and a half.
Whoa! So this kid might have single-handedly put Murphy there at the end of the draft. He said, "If you can't beat this kid who just came in at halftime."
Yep.
But again, the Colts doing the right thing. Where do you want to go shopping at the 7th round? Traits are us.
That's exactly. I mean, Matt mentioned it earlier, sitting on the couch over there. What Ballard has done, he's hitting every single trait there possibly is.
Mhm.
Richardson, the alpha athlete at the quarterback position.
Alpha.
Brents, the length at corner, rush, the speed at corner, downs, the route technician. Blake Freeland, the hyper athlete
Super
at tackle.
athletic, yep.
Ends it on the other end with Jake Witt at tackle. This is eerily similar to, I know it's obviously different rounds right here, but what Seattle did tackle last year.
Yeah.
With Washington State, Mississippi State, the two kids that came off the board there. Adedabore in the 4th round. Daniel Scott
Super
at safety is an
athletic.
athlete. Will Mallory, a stupid athlete at tight
Very
end.
good athlete.
Evan Hull at running back. Titus Leo at Wagner. Athlete all across all these picks. And then they cap it off with Jake Witt at tackle. A++++ for
Chris
the
Talent.
Indianapolis Colts. I'm going to have an article that's going to be coming out on Monday or Tuesday with the grades from all these picks for the whole draft.
Yeah.
Colts guaranteed right now. Stamp it. A++++
Sneak
first
peek
place.
A+. Okay, great draft by the Indianapolis Colts. They grabbed great value in the 5th with Darius Rush. Can't believe he fell that far. Anthony Richardson. And we also have to give props. I know we don't usually grade on what they did, how they went about things, but the way they played the quarterback decision was a masterclass. Everyone and their mothers and their aunts and their grandmothers thought it was Will Levis at 4. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No, it was Anthony Richardson. It was always Anthony Richardson. And they went ahead, got their guy. And they just, like you said, it was a masterclass in getting traits, athletes up and down the board. And I do have to ask you this again, because I like to ask you football questions, because I'm not really a football in the soul guy. I never played it, but I like to ask it because I want to learn. You get 2 hyper athletic tackles. Can you do like a kill 2 birds with 1 stone scenario where if you're teaching one, the other's listening, you could develop 2 at one time?
Of course, but it's also you're ideally you're going to try and trait one guy at left, one guy at right.
Okay.
Which is 2 opposite positions, but it's the same techniques.
Okay, right.
So yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah, because Freeland's an absolute athletic. Whoa, what do you got for me?
We got a draft pick here. Fantasy relevancy, probably not.
But he's a fantasy.
Seattle took another running back.
Okay.
Kenny McIntosh.
Oh no.
4.62 40-yard dash, 6 foot tall,
No.
204 pounds, 23 years old. His agility score is so low that it doesn't register a percentile.
Oh no. But you know what does Kenny McIntosh kind of do well? Catches the ball though. No, I'm not saying he's relevant at all. I'm just saying it's just another indictment on kind of their whole team building at the running back strategy. It's killing us in fantasy.
Okay, so
And listen, DJ Dallas and Travis Homer saw the field. This kid might see the field at some point.
Miami Dolphins at pick 238 have selected the worst offensive tackle at the Senior Bowl this year. Ryan Hayes from Michigan goes to the Miami Dolphins with pick 238. The next selection, the Los Angeles Chargers take a quarterback. We called this one 3 rounds ago. Max Duggan, TCU. They got Quentin Johnston. They got Darius Davis, and now they got Max Duggan.
Yeah.
The freaking practice team in Los Angeles is going to be sick.
Yeah. Hey, this kid does have the qualities you like in the quarterback, right? What is the quote that you heard multiple players at TCU say about Duggan?
I die for this man.
I die for him. I put my life on the line for my brother. And whatever. Would you rather have Bagent or would you rather have Duggan?
Well, with this team specifically, because I have Darius Davis and Quentin Johnston, I'll take Duggan.
So clear. So what do they did they bring in like their wrangler, like their inspiration, like their leader in hopes that he could just keep them all in line and get them all on board? Or Why? Why are they so
Maybe-
inclined to
may-
grab
the-
TCU kids?
The thought has to be that if something happened to Herbert, it's like, okay, we got the second offense that can just go in there, and they've already went to the national championship.
Okay. So
Think
there
about
would be a
this.
chemistry.
This is pretty cool, though, dude. Listen
Yeah,
to this.
that
So-
makes sense.
So the Philadelphia Eagles are drafting all the Georgia defenders,
Mhm.
national championship.
Yep.
And the Chargers are drafting all the TCU offensive guys,
Yep.
national championship.
Not the championship guys.
Stupid.
Okay. Damn, they missed. They should have got Kendra then. They could have made it a quadro.
I mean, that would have been a
quad box.
That would have been a pretty solid landing spot.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Maybe not as good as the Saints, though. I think the Saints has a lot of outs.
What do we got
for
anything
Kendra
here?
Miller.
What do we got anything here in the chat? We got any questions here? Is there such a thing as dynasty attribute? No, there's not. There's no such thing. Well, the Chargers went QB division. Yeah, they're going to literally run the practice squad. I don't foresee Dugan being worthwhile in anything. The problem is he fits in just like Stetson Bennett does with the Rams, where he's an old prospect and he's going to be just competent enough. He's got enough tenacity.
Yep.
He's got enough of the leadership qualities. Like you said, I'll die for Max Dugan. That's what 175 people said to me on Twitter. Okay, cool. Show it to me. That's what it sounds like in Los Angeles. They're going to roll him out there as the Chase Daniel.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't hate it. Can't hate it. Not too bad.
Fullback, the first fullback of the entire draft,
Whoa!
right here, pick 240 to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
This is one I know.
Derek Parrish.
Nope, I don't know that one. That's not the one I know.
You only know one fullback?
Yeah.
Me too.
The kid from North Dakota, right?
Hunter Lepke.
Hunter Lepke.
Yeah, not this kid. This kid's name is Derek Parrish, and he went to Houston.
Good for him. Going in the NFL, achieving his dreams. Don't have much else to say.
They got ETN, they got Big Tanksy, and now they got a fullback named Derek Parrish, who's 241 pounds, running a 4.67. What do you think?
I mean, looking at his player profiler page now, am I interested?
It looks like Derek Watt.
He does. Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to be a decent little NFL player. The fact that he's listed as an edge means he's just like a decent athlete. But yeah, good pick, fine pick, whatever, not bad.
So let's recap this. Derek Parrish, fullback from Houston, just went ahead of a boatload of prospects named Keaton Mitchell, Sean Tucker, Deneric Prince, Tion Evans, Tavion Thomas, Mohamed Ibrahim, wide receivers, Ronnie Bell, Bryce Ford Wheaton. Shut up. Jacob Copeland, CJ Johnson, Grant Dubose, Jalen Cropper, Kyrus Jackson, Jake 499 Bobo, some tight ends that are still on the board here. Not a lot. Noah Gindorf, Braden Willis, Leonard Taylor. Those two are my favorite. Braden Willis. Let's talk about Braden Willis here for a second. 6'3", 239 pounds, savage as a blocker. He did not get used at all in the passing game.
At all.
Very slightly. I think he maybe had 8 receptions over the course of his time there. But he looked like he had some spite, some energy, some agility. Leonard Taylor, on the other hand, this guy wants to be the Walter Payton Man of the Year. He doesn't want to win a Super Bowl.
No.
He doesn't want to be an All-Pro. He wants to win the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. He's got 5 degrees. He's a different dude.
Yeah.
He's a different dude. He comped himself to Darren Waller. Not quite. I mean, these Cincinnati tight ends, they got some thought, dude.
Yeah.
Josh Wiley, I'm Travis Kelce.
I'm Travis Kelce.
Leonard Taylor, I'm Darren Waller. I mean, not quite.
Not quite, but I mean, hey, we all have dreams. We all have hopes.
We do.
And what I did notice, because I did do a few of these player profiles, Leonard Taylor, Noah Grindoff being 2 of them, Kyle Patterson as well. They're just big kids. They have a little bit of athleticism, but, these aren't the kids that even get taken even in the 7th round.
All right, pick is in 241. We got 18 selections left in the 2023 NFL draft. Again, click the like button. We appreciate you. Drop a comment. I want to see what your team has done so far. Grade your team.
Yeah.
Whoever's out there, we appreciate all you guys staying locked in for the whole 7 rounds. Put your team up there. For me, I put the Vikings. I give them a D right now if I had to look at it on the surface because they messed up with McBride. But that is what it is. The pick is in. 6'3", 202 pounds out of Purdue, running in the 4.4s. Corey Trice goes to
finally
the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is an
Yeah, kind of team
excellent.
that
This is an excellent spot. Back to the Big Ten for Mike Tomlin, and he gets a cornerback. They took Broderick Jones, Darnell Washington on the defense. It's been Joey Porter and now Corey Trice, 2 6'3", 202-pound corners. Mike Tomlin knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Tomlin always knows what he's doing. We've already known that. Mike Tomlin, great pick here late.
All right. It looks like we have somebody with some breaking news or a thought coming on from outside. We got about 18 picks left. So we're going to kick it out to our news, and we're going to come right on back for the rest of the draft.
I want to take a moment to give some thanks to everyone that made this production possible. Looking at Seth Diewold right here, Anand Nanduri, Cody Carpentier, first and foremost. He planned this thing. He was the lead producer, the social media team, Jason Allwine, Jack Cavanagh, especially Aaron Stewart, Siobhan stopping by, Billy, and Dario updating the projections. We had Theo here. It seems like forever. Theo, where are you? I can't even believe it. It's been forever. Who am I missing? Am I forgetting anybody? I can't be forgetting you. I said Anand, right?
Yeah, you said
Oh,
Anand.
of course, our good friend Alex Dunlap. We couldn't have done this without Alex. Well, we could have done it without Alex Dunlap. It wouldn't have been as good. It wouldn't have been as weird, right? Anyone else?
I don't know.
There's so many people. And the people behind the scenes. There's some people that aren't on air that are behind the scenes. I'm thinking of John Adams.
Jack Cavanagh. I said Jack Cavanagh.
You know, Jack Cavanagh, you see him in the news desk, but what you don't see is all the action that behind the scenes. We got Matty Kiwoom right here. Matty Kiwoom is an absolute stud. I just want to say this thing about Matty Kiwoom. Matty Kiwoom has stepped it up in one of the biggest ways. I first talked to him about a year ago. I said, I love listening to you talk. And I want to give you a platform where you can, work on your craft. And now he is a workhorse. He's covering the 5th round, the 6th round, the 7th round of the NFL draft. It's been incredible. So Matty Kiwoom, total all-purpose studs. Sometimes the most all-purpose guys you don't think of first because you think, okay, these guys do this and these guys do this. Matty Kiwoom does a hell of a lot for us. And he has really stepped it up in a big way, helping to carry us. He and Cody absolutely carried us in this particular broadcast today. This is tough. Can't you see how hard this is? Look how hard this is. This is difficult what we're doing here in Kansas City, covering the NFL draft, talking about players that I've never heard of for many hours. How many hours? We have 5-6 hours in. It's incredible. So all the people behind the scenes, in front of the camera, behind the camera, that you would all buy in so much to this whole experiment that we could actually run a broadcast where I'm looking at ESPN and they're doing gimmicks with the crowd, people with face paint on, and just content that's not interesting. Where rat-a-tat-tat from camera to camera to camera to desk to desk to desk, studio to studio to studio. We are talking about the players that are being drafted at the time, the impact of the teams that are drafting those players, and the impact for fantasy football on a constant loop, unlike any other sports media business in the world, covering the NFL draft for you, the people, from PlayerProfiler.com. I salute everyone involved in this production, and you, the audience, couldn't do it without you.
Well, that was pretty cool.
That was pretty cool.
All right.
And shout out to the Podfather. This is all happening because he developed the website in 2014 and just continues to grow. And you could say what you want about each and every one of us, but one thing about the Podfather that is 100% true, the man knows how to build a damn roster. We had a bunch of killers here these last few weeks, content galore. The conversations that we had behind the scenes were unbelievable. The shows, the amount of man hours that the content team put together and put out. We're a bunch of killers, man. We're just content killers here.
2024 will be year number 10 of Player Profiler. I know he said it many times. He went 3 years without making $1. Mm-hmm. I did the same thing for a little while. Like, this is what this all – there's literally 13 humans in a house right now in Kansas City at the NFL draft. How far this thing has come in 10 years is pretty surreal.
And how far it'll still go.
High.
The highest of highs.
We got 15 picks left.
Whew! I was hoping by the time Matt was done, it would be 6.
That's aggressive.
But we're at 15 picks here. We're gonna go to the very end. Now it's really this. What we've done now. The race is over. It's over, right? We could call it quits. We're not gonna do. We're gonna finish this. We're a couple of Iron Men, and we're gonna finish the damn draft, baby. We are here with you until the end of the draft.
Anthony Johnson picked 240 freaking 2 to the Green Bush Pack Whack. Straight out of Iowa State. Safety.
Straight out of Iowa State. Okay, so Iowa State did not get a whole lot of love in here in the 2023 NFL draft. But hey, hopefully the kid. Breaking news!
We got some news.
We got some more news.
Got the thank yous out of the way first, but I also want to talk a little bit about Dwayne McBride. I know that Cody hates Dwayne McBride. He hates how Dwayne McBride has been steamed up by fantasy gamers throughout the process. He's giving fart sound effects. Bottom line is, the odds that Dalvin Cook is going to play another down for the Vikings are below 50%. This is a great landing spot. Do I wish that's where Israel Abanikanda landed? Sure. Okay. It was Dwayne McBride. I think you guys need to take your heads out of your asses and realize that this guy has some upside on Minnesota. This could be I'm not saying he's Pacheco. He's not Pacheco. But this is a 7th rounder that matters. There's very few of them. This one could matter for fantasy football very much. I agree that Alexander Mattison is even better off. Ty Chandler. That's the last name I want to leave you with. Ty Chandler. He should be a guy that you're drafting at the end of every best ball tournament draft, and a guy that you should be acquiring and picking up in Dynasty. If he's available, check your waiver wires in Dynasty. See if he's available. If he's not available, get him as a throw-in. That's all I have for you from the hot tub.
Woo! Dwayne McBride sucks. Pick 243, Jordan Riley goes to the New York Giants from the Oregon Ducks. Dallas is back on the clock at pick 244. The wide receiver room in Dallas
could use a sprucing.
Could use a guy.
For who?
What kind of a guy do you think fits in that room right now? They got Brandon Cooks. They got CeeDee Lamb.
I would say you would want to get a guy who fits a type of skill that Michael Gallup possesses.
Yeah.
Someone that can go get the ball, someone that doesn't need a bunch of volume to produce.
Or do you think in the 7th round, maybe they're going to be thinking about the offensive line again?
I mean, that's been kind of what we've seen. That's also what we kind of praise. We believe that that's a smart process. So I can see them doing that, but their wide receiver room, I mean, it's probably gone way past the potential of them taking someone that is meaningful or could absolutely do anything for them. But what about the kid from West Virginia?
Nope. They quite literally just drafted a guy that is similar to Michael Gallup. 6'1", 200 pounds, runs a 4.58 from South Carolina. This guy's pretty solid.
Yep.
Solid. Okay. He can play football. He's not athletic whatsoever, but he can play football. He's got a great catch radius, and he looks good in and out of breaks. That's about what I have for him.
Well,
that's my positive comments. You're welcome.
That's why you're a beast. You actually have something to say about Jalen Brooks. But Jalen Brooks, he's a depth piece. But that's all we're talking about here at the 7th round in the wide receiver room. Go get a guy that if there's more injuries and you need someone to step up, someone that could kind of exactly be the non-athletic guy who can make athletic type looking catches like a Michael Gallup, obviously using the 3rd round draft capital. So the upside's not there. But again, that's what they needed and they went and got it. Cowboys are having a pretty sneaky draft.
Cowboys having a decent draft, not bad draft.
Yeah, sneaky.
New England Patriots back on the clock with pick 245. I feel like they've been on the clock more than anybody else in this entire draft.
Just today.
They've done.
They didn't have any picks in the beginning. They have them all in day 3.
But that's where Ninny Muggins makes his money.
Yeah, that is where Ninny Muggins makes his money. Say that. That's hard. Was it just for me?
You like that?
Ninny Muggins makes his money.
Ninny Muggins makes his money in the 7th round. Christian Gonzalez, round 1. Cornerback to finish us out with Amir Speed, and then Isaiah Bolden to finish this draft out. 3 corners, 2 guards, a center, 2 receivers. Like he came in with a plan: 2 receivers, 2 guards, 3 cornerbacks. I can't even pronounce the damn things. A punter and a kicker.
Well, the punter and kicker. I mean, that's for the brand.
I like what he's done. Again, he must like the prospects. I don't like half of them, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Hey, at the end of it all, what is Belichick good at, though? Grabbing guys in the 7th round, cornerbacks explicitly, and trying to get something out of them. Now, will I say he will out of these two guys? No, that's definitely not the betting favorite in the clubhouse, but this is what he do. So, BB, keep doing it.
Pick 246 is currently on the clock. It's the Cincinnati Bengals. And the Cincinnati Bengals, do you know who their backup quarterback is right now?
Who? No, I don't. No, I could try to think of it, but I can't remember.
Well, give me a guess. We got time.
Isn't it like Chase Daniel or one of those type of guys?
It's Jake Browning.
Oh, baby. You know what they could use? Who they could use?
They could definitely use a quarterback, but instead they're going to go cornerback, take DJ Ivey from Miami. I believe this is the first Miami Hurricane drafted in the draft.
No way. That can't be right.
Check it.
I will check it. Here, talk it up. I'm going to check.
I think I'm
checking
because I'm not going to talk about him. He's a 7th round cornerback. I don't give a shit about him. But he went here to the Cincinnati Bengals. They needed some help at cornerback. They went and drafted DJ Turner earlier on. This isn't a selection that's going to mean anything for the Cincinnati Bengals. They should have. Again, I feel like we're either in mad agreement with these teams and what they're doing, or we're in mad deterrence with what they're doing.
For sure.
It's stupid. Some of the selections that you're seeing, these punters, the kickers, these shitty running backs, guys that don't fit rosters, and then you go after a cornerback, DJ Ivey, when you're like, okay, let's see. Jake Browning is the only quarterback I have behind Joe Burrow right now. Maybe I should go get somebody that I can, build up in case something does happen down the line.
Yeah.
That's kind of a thought.
You would kind of want to have some sort of Joe Burrow insurance. Is that Jake Browning?
No. Miles Murphy, round 1. This is Cincinnati's draft. Miles Murphy, round 1. DJ Turner, cornerback from Michigan, round 2. Safety in round 3, Jordan Battle. Corner in round 7, DJ Ivey. They get 3 DBs, and they take 2 wide receivers, Charlie Football, Andre Yosivash, and Chase Brown in round number 5. A punter sprinkled in there. A good draft for Cincinnati. DJ Ivey in round 7 seems like a 0.
DJ Ivey was not the first. He was the 3rd.
Will Mallory was the other one.
And you know it is. And you're going to be like, damn it, how did I forget this guy?
Nesta Jade was there.
Nope.
But he was at Arizona State.
That's not who I'm talking about.
I know. But he would have been a 4th then.
He would have been a 4th.
So it's Will Mallory. Yep. It was
Ivey.
And
his teammate.
Tyreek Stevenson.
The cornerback position. Yep.
God damn, why did I think that was the first Miami Hurricane? I'm like literally
because it's only the 3rd.
Literally the team
it's only the 3rd. We grew up watching the Hurricanes throw 7 guys a year in the draft. 3.
In round
2
1.
of them came today.
Usually in round 1.
Exactly. 2 of them came today in day 3. So that is probably why. And maybe I should just lie and say it was the first because that's pretty compelling.
Can we give a shout out to the social team here? They just they misquoted me, but I enjoy this quote more than anything. Trey Palmer's not a one-trick pony, unlike Jalen Hyatt. Russell Gage is done. Actually, I think I said R.I.P. Russell Gage, but it's the same thing. And I actually like this quote a little bit better. So shout out to these guys. Trey Palmer equals dog. Cody Carpentier says that Russell Gage is over.
Okay.
Love that.
Done ties. All done. Social team killed it. Projection team killed it. Matty, I almost called him Matty Kiwoom. That's supposed to me. My brain is fried milk.
Shout out to me.
Matt Kelley killed it.
Shout out to yourself.
I know. I promise I wasn't going to shout out myself. I was going to say Matt Kelley for doing it all. And then, of course, Cody. Beast. Let's count out the hours.
Shut up.
4.
Right, take us in. The San Francisco 49ers do the right thing at tight end this time around. They take Braden Willis out of Oklahoma. The problem is Cameron Letu, red zone guy, right at Alabama. That was their tight end they drafted earlier.
Yep.
Guy can catch passes in the red zone only. Set the tight end record for touchdowns at Alabama. Can't really run block to the level of George Kittle. But a guy that can run block to the level of George Kittle, his name is Braden Willis.
Mm-hmm.
It's really weird because if you combine Willis and Latu, you still would not be on par with Kittle.
Of course.
But Braden Willis is the best run blocking tight end in this class, and he's only 239 pounds from Oklahoma. I think he has attributes to really mold into something here. 7th round, not exciting, but I think literally he's going to be a guy that makes this roster. Latu not making the roster and Braden Willis making the roster is not something that would shock me.
Well, that makes sense. Didn't they bring in Drew Sample last year or the year before in hopes to alleviate George Kittle from some of the the trench blocking that they needed.
Yeah.
So if they get the best run blocking tight end in the class here in the 7th round, seems like very good process here by the Niners.
I like it. I like it. The Houston Texans on the clock directly next there. They take Braden Hill. The Houston Texans do right here at pick 248. Braden Hill from Pittsburgh, a safety.
Cool. That's what I got. Cool.
We got 10 picks left.
I'm glad he's achieving his dream today.
Absolutely. What do you sell? You sell abrasives?
In my day job,
We're grinding our dicks off on abrasives right now through this draft to finish it out.
We are grinding it down to the bone to get through.
That was a little graphic.
Grinding it down to the bone?
Yeah.
Well, at least I'm not talking about throwing toasters in into bathtubs and taking buckshots underneath the chin. I don't think he's listening to us.
He's sleeping over there. What are you talking about? He's waiting for Moro Ojamo to get drafted so he can smile.
Yeah.
Brandon Hill goes here at pick 248 to the Houston Texans. Again, we're looking at Houston's entirely draft. What do you think about this draft when you recap it? CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, 2 and 3 overall in this draft. They don't draft again until the end of round 2. Juice Scruggs from Penn State, a center to sit underneath one Ohio State quarterback, CJ Stroud. They also drafted a center in round 6, Jarrett Patterson. I think Patterson's a guy that can move over and play guard. Also, Juice Scruggs can play guard too. So center and guard here on the inside of Titus and of Laramie Tunsil. Building the inside out is the way you should go. Wide receiver, Nathaniel Dell, Xavier Hutchinson. You give him the route runner. Tank Dell is, again, he's 25 pounds lighter than Garrett Wilson, but he's a route runner like Garrett Wilson.
Right.
And he's got the twitchy abilities that Garrett Wilson does. Now you have Xavier Hutchinson in that JSN role. When I thought of that, kind of got wet in the pants.
A little bit.
I don't know. I like it. I think it's exciting late in the round. Dylan Horton, round 4. Brandon Hill, round 7. Henry Teotao in round number 5. Henry Teotao and Isaiah Foskey we talked about earlier. Those are guys that, like, when you see the way too early mocks, I'm going to do my 2024 way too early mock, like probably next week or the week after.
Right.
These are the guys that end up in those mocks because you're so far out. It's like Teotao, top
They're
15.
at the big schools.
It's like, psych, okay.
Bad season.
Alex Dunlap. The pick is in. Moro Ojamo from Texas finally goes out the board here at pick 249 to the Philadelphia Eagles. Is this a guy or is this a guy? You got to take on Moro. Can you give us a little 30-second bit on Moro Ojamo and tell us a little bit about him? Oh, he's coming over here.
Come here, take a seat down.
Moro Ojamo, pick 249, Texas defensive lineman. Is he playing edge? Is he playing D tackle? He's going to the Philadelphia Eagles here at pick 249.
Yeah, this last season, Moro's played everywhere. He's played at the strong side defensive end. He's played at the 3 technique. I think do you have an updated height and weight on him from the combine?
I can find it.
Yeah, I think he's a guy who they're going to be able to play either of those spots. He was the most productive player on the Texas defense on a per snap basis last year, but was a rotational guy. Texas generally doesn't like to have their interior defensive linemen play more than like 40-45% of snaps, and he fell into that same bucket. But yeah, I mean, Moore's a good player. I was just having a discussion with Anand about it, and we said he actually is a pretty good agent. I forget his name when he's used with SSG, and Anand was like, dude, his agent probably just called it. His agent probably just called everybody and said, at this point, just don't take me. Because at this point, you might want to choose where you go. It does. So
Eagles is a pretty good land spot.
So his weight at the combine was 292. That's a big guy. That's a big dude who can play off the edge. Certainly with all the sub packages and stuff that they do in Philly, they're going to find a place for him. He's a versatile guy that you can use in different spots along the defensive line.
Loaded. They're loaded down there.
Yeah, as I'm looking at it, he's gonna have to be a sub package guy because you just look at that thing, you see Fletcher Cox, you see Jalen Carter, you see Jordan Davis is still there, Brandon Graham. And then you got Sweat too.
They roll 3 deep everywhere.
Derek Barnett. So yeah,
It's definitely an interesting fit, and I bet you if he had his choice, he probably wouldn't have wanted to go to Philly with that kind of surrounding cast.
That's the problem, though, right? Like that's the reason that it's like, oh, cool, I'm going to Philly. You know, they're going to go back to the Super Bowl maybe because the team's loaded, but also at the same time, it's like maybe I'm not going to go back to the Super Bowl because that's a hard ass roster to make.
Yeah, man, for sure. And you know, at this point in the draft, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's always I guess you probably I guess you probably want to get drafted.
You want to hear your name.
I mean, you've waited this whole time. You know, you've waited for your day. You don't want the whole day to go by. But it's almost like for some of these guys, it really isn't just like, you know, pat them on the hand to make them feel better about not getting drafted. It's like in some cases, it's probably better that you didn't. I hope for the best for Moore, man. But you pulled up that depth chart, dude. That looks. I mean, I honestly can't imagine a scarier one.
There's not a deeper depth chart in the freaking league, bro.
Yeah, man.
Like you literally have first round talents like Derek Barnett and Jordan Davis deep. You have Milton Williams, who's one of the most athletic defensive linemen we've seen.
Yeah.
Unreal. Contavious Street's a guy.
He was a second round.
Lasted around here. Janarius Robinson's a solid prospect out of Florida State.
Or was Milton Williams a second rounder?
Third. Milton was a third, yeah. But like these are really good dudes. Maybe he can slide in there on that. The best case scenario, he's like that eighth dude behind Brandon Graham, right? Like these 7 dudes: Graham, Cox, Carter, Sweat, Barnett, Williams, Davis, locked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, man, for him to be
That's
able to
sick.
get it. Yeah, but you know, but like I said, the good news for him is he's versatile enough to play in a lot of different spots, and he's going to need to be.
Yep,
for sure.
It's good.
How many picks left? Is just Matty out of here? Am I just?
We got 8 picks.
Okay.
We got 8 picks. I mean, you can hang around if you want. Otherwise, you can sub Matty back up if you want.
Yeah, man. What's up, Matty? Back in. You guys can.
We appreciate you, Alex.
Where's my Chris Collins with a slide? We in here.
We're back.
A few more picks.
And we're in the last stretch, right? The last stretch of turns. You go 210s, 220s, 230s, 240s, 250s. 250s on the dock right now. Nick Jones, Ball State cornerback. 259 is the last pick. That means we got 9 picks left. 9 picks left.
Under 10 picks. Let's do it. Now, I will say that is a hard follow to have in-depth analysis when I've been saying things like, cool. So following Alex Dunlap after that is going to be tough, a tough measure for me. But hey, I'm not always here for my analysis. I'm here for the entertainment.
Pick 251, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Spencer Anderson, Maryland guard. Now, outside of Broderick Jones and Darnell Washington, almost combined those guys, everything's been Big Ten for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Again, they go Big Ten right here with Spencer Anderson from Maryland to play guard inside of Broderick Jones, another project guy out of Maryland. We saw Jalen Duncan just around the go. Looking pretty good here. Pittsburgh's having a solid draft. Buffalo's back on the clock. I know our friend Nick Coder's probably tapped in watching this one because he's waited with bated breath to see if they draft another wide receiver. If you're looking at wide receivers here, you're thinking about a guy that could, dude, what about Bajan?
Bajan would be sick. Bajan would be sick there. He can learn to play like that type of skill set. I think you want to learn how to be controlled reckless, like a Josh Allen. That would be sick. I mean, we're now under 10 picks. We're running out of real estate here. Do we have another Bengals pick on the way, maybe?
Look at all these guys in the chat.
Nope.
Dude. Shout out to all these people in the chat. I really appreciate the comments.
Dog ratings through the roof.
Dog ratings to the ear. Your ears burn. How about you go choke on a donkey? I mean, Schultz out and obviously Shoemaker's in, right? Cool.
Jay Todd's been rocking this all day too.
Chad
That's why
Henne.
his ears
Nobody
burn.
cares about Chad Henne. We thank all of you guys in the chat. Again, we have 8 picks left. Alex Austin, Buffalo, pick 252, Oregon State cornerback. Rajon Wright still on the board. They take Alex Austin over Rajon Wright. Rajon actually has a pedigree. Nashon is in. This is like 2 great names. Nashon or Rajon. Imagine growing up with these 2 guys. Nashon is with the Dallas Cowboys. Rajon is still at Oregon State because he's yet to be drafted in this NFL draft here. Pick 253, San Francisco, then the Giants, then back to San Francisco. Does San Francisco close the draft without a running back?
No, they can't do that. I think it's against their. I think Shanahan's contractually obligated to take a running back in every draft. I think he has to. I think so.
Let's look at the San Francisco draft and give them a little bit of a recap because Matt hated their selections earlier.
I want to talk about Austin real quick. He is tall and he's pretty athletic. He was a ball hawk. at Oregon State. And, you know, he's a 7th round pick for a reason.
Yeah.
But again, I think he's like 6'2", right? He's a taller kid, athletic guy. I think he racked up some stats at Oregon State.
I think they took Christian Bedford last year in like the 6th or 7th round, and they hit on Bedford. Bedford had a big opportunity up there with Tre'Davious White being out all season.
Yeah, sometimes like you see these, these unforeseen changes in the starting lineup in the depth chart in general leads these 7th rounders, these 6th rounders a chance to sniff the field a little bit, get the jersey dirty.
So, San Francisco makes a selection. Wide receiver Ronnie Ballsack out of Michigan.
Ronnie Ballsack. That is a Jason Allwine special. Jason's been here all weekend. He took off early this morning, and he's a Michigan fan. And he told us, I'm a Michigan fan, but I hate Ronnie Bell.
That's a hell of a take because Ronnie Bell actually, I think there was a season where he got hurt. He had 1 reception, 61 yards. He also had 1 season where he had 800 yards.
Yeah.
But that was also a half a decade ago.
Yeah, it seems like it was a long time ago.
So you're looking at Ronnie Bell here. He's not going to be a big outputter for the San Francisco 49ers, but he is their selection here at 253 right in front of the Giants. And we talked about a minute ago. Let's look at this roster, what they did for the draft. Safety, kicker, tight end on day 2.
Woof.
Safety, kicker, tight end on day 2.
The one thing that I will give them props for, I took the plus 800 odds at safety being their first selection in the 2023 draft. That hit. But I was so close to having, there was plus 1,600 kicker first pick in the draft. Holy cow, that would have been nice. I would have taken that little chunk of change.
Yeah, Ronnie Bell, man. Ronnie Bell goes off the board here on day 3 for the San Francisco 49ers. Paired up with, they got Braden Willis. They got Cameron Letu as far as the talent goes in the wide receiver in the receiving room. Cameron Letu, again, red zone guy. Braden Willis, run blocker. They should expand his route tree if they're smart. I think they are. Ronnie Bell, where's he going to slide in here in the wide receiver room?
Probably a good practice squad guy,
5th,
maybe.
I would say probably 5th off the bat.
But if you're going to go wide receiver here, aren't there better options on the board? Someone with some minute morsel of upside?
Would you take Ronnie Bell over Chris Conley?
What do you mean? Like the veteran Chris Conley?
Yeah.
No.
Ronnie Bell over Danny Gray? No. Ronnie Bell over Ray McLeod?
No. Ray McLeod played okay for them.
Ronnie Brown over Daz Newsome?
Sure.
No.
Okay, no.
That's like the comp.
Oh, okay. So Ronnie Bell is Daz Newsome.
Sure.
Okay.
Give him Daz Newsome. That's a fine comp.
Okay, so he still hasn't cracked he hasn't cracked in yet. We haven't even picked him yet. Okay. Hey. Again, Ronnie Bell, University of Michigan wide receiver, has an 800-yard receiving season under his belt, and that's enough to get drafted. Good for you, kid.
Pick 254. We get down to the wire here. Oh, I almost butchered it.
Don't fumble the bag now.
Javarius Owens. Houston. Safety. 6 foot, 195, 17th percentile speed score.
Not extremely fast, but
He's agile.
He is agile, and
he's got the chicken factor.
He's got, and he looks like he can hit somebody.
He looks like he probably headbutt a chicken and probably
He
kill
looks.
6.
We've had a lot of chicken analysis here on PlayerProfiler.com.
A lot of chickens, a lot of kittens, and a lot of dogs.
A lot of chickens, a lot of kittens, a lot of dogs. Absolutely.
Look at the New York Giants. Javarius Owens, their last selection here from Houston, goes to safety. They took Deonte Banks from Maryland at corner. They've taken Darnell Holmes a couple years ago in round 4. Xavier McKinney in round 2 from the Alabama Crimson Tide. They have Bobby McCain currently slotted in there at the safety position. He sucks. Dane Belton sucks, and so does Trenton Thompson. So can Javarius Owens take this job year 1, day 1? Probably not. This spot's going to be a hole for the New York Giants when the season comes around and when the season starts and ends.
Did love that pick, though, grabbing the cornerback Banks in the first round.
Yeah.
Wasn't really expecting it. And they ended up getting the guy I thought they were going to take in round 1 in round 2. So overall, I think it was a pretty good draft. But again, the 5th round going Eric Gray, I think they could have went with a little bit more upside running back. Maybe Zach Evans there? I would like that. Or he was already gone.
I think we just got a hyper athlete just came off the board.
Oh, we like hyper athletes.
I'm going to type it in just so I can verify it. I might be wrong. Might be half delusional right now, but I got to pull it up to make sure. San Francisco goes outside linebacker again. Jalen Graham from Purdue, best comparable to Jermaine Carter. Jalen Graham, 6'2", 222 pounds with 33-inch arms. Pretty solid. 22 years old. Not a hyper athlete.
Not a hyper athlete.
He ran a
Quite the
4.64,
opposite.
but he's a complete donkey when it comes to everything else.
Yep.
As far as strength goes, he had 18 bench reps at 225. I did that in 10th grade. So he's going into the he's going into the NFL with 18 bench reps as his strength. Again, you're looking at a linebacking crew with Fred Warner, D. Winters, and Dre Greenlaw, amongst others, in a crew that's continually year to year the strength of the team, along with the front. It's just the front seven overall, the edge, the D line, the D tackles, and the backers. This guy doesn't fit. He might fit the scheme, but as far as being a nasty dude, I don't see the fit here.
No, I don't see the fit. Well, he's ranked 24th amongst 26 qualified outside linebackers in our athleticism score. So quite the opposite of a hyper athlete.
There's two guys that I thought would have fit this much better. Ali Gay from LSU, Eke Leotu. Eke Leota from Auburn.
Eke Leota.
Can I show you? Can I show you Eke's page?
Of course, you can do that. He's gonna make me go, whoa.
Eke Leota from Auburn played next to Colby Wooden, played next to Derek Hall. Eke Leota, 6'3", 263, 33.5-inch arms, 24 years old. O'Shane Zimides, you remember him?
No.
He plays edge right now on the opposite side of Kayvon Thibodeau. But guess what? Nobody cares about the edge position or the linebacker position. We care about fantasy football.
Yes.
And you know who's better than Romeo Dobbs?
Most receivers.
Dontavian Wicks.
Slightly? I thought.
Slightly? Or the same?
I think they're the same. Well, we were talking about your hit me with something fun.
The Green Bay Packers go wide receiver again. Senior Bowler from Charlotte. This guy was bagging. This guy was bagging groceries.
Like this kid.
This guy's from Texas. He was bagging groceries. He had a friend go to Charlotte to play quarterback, and his friend told the head coach of Charlotte, "You need to get this kid. He's in Houston. Go get him. Bring him up here. He'll walk on, and I'll throw him the football." Grant Dubose went to Charlotte, walked on, made the roster, got invited to the Senior Bowl, showed out, 7th-round draft pick. It is what it is. He's got it mentally. He's a good athlete, not great. 6'2", 214 pounds from Charlotte.
Yep.
He put out at Charlotte. Charlotte sucks.
Of course. The 49ers are not good at football.
I played with a kid in my junior year of high school that had 49 offers. And he chose to go to Charlotte, and he completely derailed his entire career.
Oh, poor kid. Well, he was very high on the kitty cat rating.
49 Division I offers, and he went to Charlotte.
They must have gave him a nice NIL deal before NIL deals were cool.
Grant Dubose goes to the Green Bay Packers and immediately slots in. Likely, he's probably going to sit like the chair in front of Romeo Dobbs, if I had to guess, in the wide receiver room. Like what I'm saying.
Like literally,
Dobbs is going to sit in the second row.
Yeah,
Dubose
he's going to try to hide himself, and
Dubose is going to sit in
make
the
himself stand out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is that late round guy.
This is a good story here in the 7th round. A kid that was bagging groceries makes it all the way to the NFL, and he's going to get a shot to play with an up and coming offense and Jordan Love. He's going to get a chance to play with Jaden Reed, Christian Watson. I'm very happy for Dubose, a player that throughout the process I've always kind of had a soft spot for. So I'm pretty excited to see it happen.
Dan Blackburn, I don't know. Dontavian Wicks was drafted a couple rounds ago by the Green Bay Packers. That was kind of the reference there. So he was, in fact, drafted. So it's Romeo Dobbs, Dontavian Wicks, and Grant Dubose in the same wide receiver room now on the opposite side of Christian Watson and Jaden Reed. Appreciate you. Dog Water, Tommy Tequila knows. Shout out to you as well.
Dog Water.
3 picks left. Alex Forsyth, center from Oregon, goes to the Denver Broncos.
So they do not get a receiver.
No running back.
But they did get a center.
No running back.
The running back is what I would say. But they did get a center. That was one of the areas of need we talked about what seems like 16 hours ago.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty right here, man.
I know. We're almost there. We're at the finish line here, boys.
Denver Broncos. This is their draft. We talked about the Skinner. When Skinner went at 6'6", will Denver take the next pick and go with a running back? That was when they traded back. They got Troutman. They got rid of they got a pick next year in the 6th round, and they got pick 40 in round 7. They go Alex Forsyth here instead of running backs. They go Skinner, Moss, Sanders, Mims, great start, and then they finish it out with Alex Forsyth from Oregon. He's a guy that was going to come out of last year's draft, and then he went back to school, played with Bo Nix, played in front of Bo Nix, and was his center during his time at Oregon. He comes in at 6'4", 303 pounds, comparable to Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram was good for the Vikings, not great. He also played down there at LSU. I think he was drafted a little bit earlier. But again, Alex Forsythe is going to be pushing 25 years old before he takes a snap. In the NFL, 7th-round pick, Denver Broncos, don't care.
Do not care. Does he have a Forsythe? Does he have a brother in the league? Forsythe just seems like I feel like I recognize the name, but I can't say anything. Type it to the database. Let's see if another Forsythe pops up.
Stone.
I mean, they don't look like they're brothers, but
They
Stone's
might
got
be
a way.
brothers. I think Stone went.
Are they brothers?
That was,
you think they're brothers?
That was last year. Stone Forsythe goes to Florida, and then he was 624 overall. So it's an interesting going there.
Yeah.
We're waiting on the Chicago Bears at pick 258 and the Rams at pick 259. So it's looking a lot likely that our boy Tyson Bagent is going to go undrafted.
Yep.
Caleb Murphy from Ferris State's going to go undrafted.
Sean Tucker is going to go undrafted.
Sean Tucker and his medicals is going to go completely undrafted. Inside linebackers, Ivan Pace is going to go undrafted, even though he had a great Senior Bowl. Cam Smith is another one that's interesting. Let's keep knocking through these positions here. Outside linebacker, Lonnie Phelps. He's a guy that we talked about being comparable to kind of like an Elvis Dumerville type, where he's going to be a third down only guy from Kansas. Very interesting. Andre Carter from Army, a complete putz when it comes to being an athletic demon. He went to Army. Shout out to him. But again, there was a thing earlier this in the season that being an Army, they were not going to allow him to go to the NFL. They passed the bill for him to go to the NFL because he was projected to be the 30th overall pick in his fucking draft.
He was a guy that I remember a lot of the draft community linking to Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots in the first and second round. But then he went down to Mobile and got mollywopped, ragdolled each and every day.
And I appreciate him. He's part of the Army. He's 6'7", 256. Like, thank you for your service and everything. But I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't just keep you the same way I do everybody else. A complete donkey when it comes to athleticism.
Yeah.
10th percentile and below, 40 speed, burst, and bench. 11 bench reps at 225.
You did that in 7th grade?
Do that with one arm. I probably could do that in 7th grade. Yeah.
Yeah.
it's just like it's one of these things. Like, he's best comparable to Sean Bauer. Sean Bauer was the sidekick to Daniil Hunter at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
He's just it's unfortunate because when you look at the frame, 6'7", 260, this is a dude. And he just they talk about it when you're at the armies, the navies, the air forces.
Yep.
It's tough because of the strenuous workouts that they put you through. To be a football player, 6'7", 250, you gotta eat 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 calories a day,
right,
and not burn 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 calories a day to gain weight and to gain strength. And these guys are working out like menaces. So thank you to Andre Carter for that. But again, he's not going to get drafted here. I don't know if he will play in the NFL, but he was an interesting prospect that is completely tanked throughout the process. Cornerback position, Rajon Wright. We talked about him before. Eli Ricks, no,
gone, not going. It doesn't seem like he'll be getting drafted. There's only one pick left, so all these names we're bringing up, only one will hear their name called in the 2023 NFL draft.
Brandon Joseph, Northwestern, All-American, transferred to Notre Dame this year, gonna go undrafted.
Ooh, woof.
Transferred to Notre Dame from Northwestern as an All-American and goes undrafted.
Oof. Did he have a bad season?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's an understatement.
Keaton Mitchell ran a 4.2, is going to go undrafted.
Should have.
Tyon Evans, the dog's going to go undrafted. But remember what I comped him to, James Robinson.
And what did James Robinson have to do? Dog his way on a roster. Dog his way to a starting position.
That's the whole point.
And you know what he did? He dogged himself to a 1,000-yard rushing season.
Couple guys that we've also talked about the wide receiver room. Dante Demas, the official kitten of the class, the Ronya Dobbs of the class is Dante Demas. He's still on the board. Jacob Copeland, he's on the higher end of the dog scale there. Bryce Ford Wheaton, hyper athletic. CJ Johnson, be on the lookout for him. Shout out to Alex Dunlap for CJ Johnson from East Carolina. He's going through an Achilles injury, but he should also be on a roster by the end of day. Leonard Taylor from Cincinnati is a guy I'm going to be keeping an eye on. But if I had to bet on who has the biggest undrafted free agent contract, I would bet on it being Tyson Bagent. But Mr. Irrelevant is about to be
I have a prop on Mr. Irrelevant.
crowned right now by the Los Angeles Rams. I don't think it's going to be quarterback this year. We saw it be Brock Purdy.
Yes.
They're announcing the selection now live on television. And the hope would be, damn, maybe it's going to be Tyson Bagent. But again, it's not going to be quarterback. It's actually it's Deshaun Johnson.
John Johnson. So my prop bets cashed in, baby. I am rich. I picked a defensive player.
I'm rich,
or
bitch.
punter as Mr. Irrelevant. I'm cashing in. Made a $3 bet, and I'm walking away with 6, baby.
You are a donkey, bro. What the fuck? Give me some of
But
that.
hey, at the end of the day, I played $60 in prop bets over the last 2 days, and I'm gonna walk away with a nice chunk of $66.50. $6.50. I'm going to Taco Bell, baby. 10% return from the projection team.
Dejuan Johnson, final pick of the NFL draft from Toledo to play edge. We are 6 hours and 57 minutes into this stream. Absolutely, you're welcome. All
Should
right,
we
that's-
just push it to 7? Like,
I mean, I kind of got to piss, but these undrafted free agent deals are coming in. We'll just talk through one of them. Jordan Mims is the first running back to get signed. Charles McClendon from Tennessee goes to the Tennessee Titans. Jordan Mims goes to the Bills. And if you want to, I don't really care what you do. I mean, the draft is over.
No, let's sign off.
These guys are undrafted free
Let's
agents.
do it.
We're 6 hours and 58 minutes in. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for sticking through here. The numbers have dwindled down, but you are the real supporters of Player
Menaces.
Profiler. We appreciate you more than anybody else because we only do this shit for you. We don't do it for ourselves, because if it was up to me, I'd be outside eating ribs right now, taking a piss and sleeping in a hot tub. If that makes sense. I don't know if it does for you, but it does for me. Matty, Kiwoom, thank you.
of course, brother. It was an absolute pleasure.
Live
Damn.
for 15 hours of nonstop draft coverage in Kansas City. Shout out to Seth Diewold. He's standing right here. He's been standing here for most of the 7th round. He's an absolute menace. You see that ticker at the bottom of the screen? Seth Diewold put that baby up right there.
Mhm.
You see the projections that are going up on Twitter right now? That's Aaron Stewart plugging these graphics in while we're speaking. Jack Cavanagh has been right here the whole time. Shout out to Jack Cavanagh, because he's been giving you the trade details when they come in. Aaron Stewart, you haven't seen him on the camera today because he's been grinding
Social media down to the bone.
down to the bone. Go over to Roto Wonderworld on Twitter. Go to Roto Wonderworld on YouTube. Go to Roto Wonderworld. Go to Player Profiler on TikTok, on Instagram, everywhere. Support the boys. Click the like button. Click subscribe on YouTube.
Mhm.
Again, everybody in this house right now, Billy's been cranking up projections for the last 3 hours directly sitting in front of us. Just click, 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 click. Dario just headed out. They were working on projections.
Yep.
The Dynasty rankings will be up very, very, very soon. Anand's outside. Matt's out there in the hot tub enjoying a nice cigar. You just saw him pop on. Alex Dunlap. He brought you Moro Ojimo. You aren't going to find better information on Moro Ojimo in round 7 of the NFL draft than you just saw right here, right now, today.
Mhm.
I don't know how many people are left in this house, but it looked like there's about 7. Looks like there's about 6. The ribs look like they're in the oven, and I think we're going to go put those on the grill. We're going to play a little bit of football. I'm going to go take a leak. I might have to take some more caffeine. I might have
I
a
need some
drink.
caffeine. I'm going to stretch my back.
We got about
I'm gonna
12
call the
hours left
wife
in
and
this house,
kids.
and I'm going to enjoy every bit of it because we're in the flesh with everybody that we work with. I love each and every one of you. Click that like button. Click subscribe. Stay tapped the fuck in to everything Player Profiler. Thank you. We're out.